Hey everybody, and welcome back to Tech Talk. Today we are starting the stream early, or the episode early, because, well, for one, Tan has to be at work so that he can receive his weekly beating from his boss
All
for
right.
Lucky you.
he,
It is, I'm to blame for the early start this week.
which is actually good though, because after this we're going to do an interview with Mark Wassovich from uh, what was the name of that production company? He's got great,
Dragus,
great
Dragus
Yeah.
Production.
Dragus production. So this kind of helps us out in that aspect too, so we can get this over with and then go into the interview later on. But
Okay.
the the topic today that I wanted to bring to the table is something I think is going to end up being big, and it's like I said before we started recording. This goes back to like whenever I brought up Activision, and you guys didn't think that it was that big until freaking all of a sudden it started hitting the major news things, and we, believe it or not, we're the ones that discussed that first. I
Actually,
Well,
I argue that it's not the Activision Microsoft thing wasn't all
Ubisoft.
that big in the real world thing, but it sort of captured newspapers. It
Mhm.
captured the public press.
No,
Stream press.
besides that, I also brought up SAG and AI, and that's another one you guys didn't think was going to be big, and now we're having freaking topics on AI left and right. My nephew just went to Kentucky to freaking learn about AI, and if he goes back in August, he's going to actually get a freaking scholarship to a freaking college.
Well,
But but
as you
but yeah,
as you know, my view, there's a lot of
I'm just I'm
representation of what AI is at the moment, and
but
a
but
lot of companies are jumping on the bandwagon.
but you do have to admit it's pretty big news. I mean, it really is. Everybody is talking about this shit now. You know what I mean? And
right. Can
again,
we go? Stay
again,
focused. Can we go
th-
back to the background of how you started this topic?
well, let me finish this up though. Again, freaking, that was another freaking topic that we actually started first. Okay. Now that's something that freaking I want to point out is those two things. We started talking about that before anybody else did, and I think this is going to be another thing that's going to be talked about here soon, and I think we should discuss it. Okay.
Okay.
Now,
What's the thing?
this has to do with let me scroll up because it has to do with a hack that happened here recently here in the United States, and apparently it happened worldwide. About a week ago, it was right before I started posting about this. I freaking went into the kitchen, and my dad likes to watch the evening news, and he was on the news, and they were talking about these car dealerships that freaking ended up getting hacked because they got hacked, and their freaking information and all their data was being held hostage by hackers. And what happened was the they have to freaking pay ransoms to these hackers because they ended up freaking not backing up their systems and stuff. Okay.
There's a couple of points that I've yet to find out. First of all, they don't have to pay those hackers. There must be backups somewhere, even if it's paper-based backups. But the thing that I've yet to find out is there is no information about what data has been compromised.
Well,
This is what you're talking about, right?
right,
Yeah,
right.
yeah, but what data has been compromised? Are we talking about customers' contact information, billing information? Are we talking about inventory? Are we
it's
about,
it,
I
it's
don't know, service, maintenance?
it is
So,
so bad that they can't even sell the freaking cars or the parts with computers.
So what? Are we just talking about the infantry system?
We're talking about all of it. Like they're literally having to go back to the 1980s and write everything out on paper. And the blog that you produced on the freaking chat was really good. I wanted to mention that. That's what.
Which one? Remind me. Which one? So I've been writing so much, as you know.
Well,
the last
Put it up on the screen.
I ain't got time for all that.
Remind me which one, because again.
Well, okay,
it's
I'm
long.
looking at the article from Motor Trend. It has a section called "What Did They Steal?"
Yeah.
What did the hacker do or steal?
Or what data was compromised, not necessarily stolen.
Now,
Wouldn't be stolen.
before we get into that, let me read this what I did, and
Okay.
we can be done with that, and then we can freaking talk about this more, okay? Because I wrote this up, and I really think that this is a good point to bring up, and it says businesses can reap significant benefits by integrating both document management systems, which is DMS, and data visualization tools into their operations. Here's how the combination of these two technologies can enhance business performance. Streamlined information management. A DMS organizes and secures documents, making it easier to find and share information. When combined with data visualization tools, businesses can not only manage their documents efficiently, but also visualize the data contained within them, leading to better insight. Enhanced decision making. Data visualization tools simplify complex data sets and reveals patterns and trends that can inform strategic decisions. A DMS ensures that the data used for visualization is accurate, up-to-date, and easily accessible, which supports more informed and timely decision-making. Increased productivity. By using a DMS, businesses can reduce the time spent searching for documents. Data visualization tools further increase productivity by making it quicker and easier to understand large volumes of data, allowing employees to focus on analysis rather than data processing. Improved collaboration. A DMS facilitates collaboration by allowing multiple users to access and work on documents simultaneously. Data visualization enhances this by providing a common visual language that teams can use to discuss insights and strategies. Risk management. Data visualization can help identify areas that need attention or improvement, and a DMS can track the changes made to documents to respond to these insights. This combination helps businesses manage risk more effectively. Competitive advantage. Businesses that effectively use both DMS and data visualization tools can gain a competitive edge by being more agile and responsive to market changes. They can quickly adapt strategies based on real-time data analysis and efficient document handling. The recent ransomware attack on CDK Global, that's the name of the place, which occurred on June 2024, caused significant disruptions for car dealerships nationwide. The attack led to a shutdown of systems and forced many dealerships to revert to manual processes. While it's difficult to say that with certainty if the document management system, the DMS, and data visualization tools could have prevented the attack, these technologies can play a role in mitigating the risk and impact of such cyber incidents. DMS, a robust DMS, can help secure documents and provide controlled access, which might reduce the risk of sensitive information being compromised during a ransomware attack. However, DMS itself needs to be secure against such threats. Data visualization tools. These tools could potentially identify unusual patterns or spikes of data that might indicate a security breach. Early detection can lead to a quicker response, potentially limiting the damage caused by ransomware. However, the most effective defense against ransomware attacks often involve a combination of cybersecurity measures, including but not limited to regularly updated and patched systems, employees training on phishing or training employee training on phishing and other common attack vectors, advanced threat detection systems, regular backups of critical data. In the case of CDK Global, the ransomware attack was described as a ransom event, indicating that the attackers demanded a ransom to restore the system. This suggests that the attackers were able to bypass existing security measures. Therefore, while DMS and data visualization tools are valuable assets for a business, they should be part of a broader, multi-layered cybersecurity strategy to effectively prevent and respond to ransomware attacks, which I do agree with, by the way. But we get into the part about Mark's blog, and this woman had a lot of good hands-on knowledge about this stuff, okay? And but Tan, you said you've worked with this before. But what she said is whenever freaking DMS came into being, what happened was it became private equity. And I've heard a little bit about private equity from here and there, you know what I mean? And I really think it's pretty disgusting. What they do is they just basically strip freaking these systems down to barely nothing, and security is usually the one thing that's the first thing to go. You know what I mean? So, in that aspect, the reason why I'm bringing this up is if they had systems that were set up like this thing wouldn't have happened. You know what I mean? It wouldn't have been an issue because they would have been able to handle it. And in like teams, okay? Working with teams and collaboration. If I'm working with a team, which I do even on my own, I have a buddy of mine, Rapid, that I do retro games with. Whenever we stream together, I always make sure that I have a backup as well as him, even though it's his channel. You know what I mean? And when you collaborate with people and you work as teams, I'm pretty sure freaking you're not going to freaking just do this collaboration and not back shit up on your computer too. You know what I mean? So that right there is another aspect that I think would have been a good thing with these guys. Like, they wouldn't have been completely shut down with no information whatsoever. They would have had people who had their own backups, and it would have been easier for them to not have to pay these ransoms. They're paying like millions of bucks, dude, to get this data back.
Again, assuming it is all the data, which we've yet to confirm, because we're talking about data, but again, we don't know what data they lost. They could have just lost, I don't know, the web front end, for all we know, or alternatively, they could have lost, I don't know, customers' personal information and billing information, or worse.
No.
Yep.
Did you find out on your search, Tan, what data it was that was actually lost?
No, it didn't say. It from the most recent article.
I've looked at I've had a look at half a dozen reports, and I cannot find none of them are pinpointing what data.
Now, do you think that?
Do we know how it was hacked?
No, it doesn't. There's not been any confirmation on how. If it was a DDoS or if it was a through SSH or whatever.
Now,
Mhm.
one thing I'm wondering too is would that be a? Do you think they would consider that is like a security risk, maybe
Yeah, what do you mean? What specific?
allowing that information to get out to the public on
Well,
how?
of course. But if customer
Yes, and
information like
no.
address and personal address and stuff like that, or payment information like like lease monthly payment details, like credit card information and things like that. If those are
Just
leaked, then
because they're an international company with offices in dealing with customers all over the world, they've got to look at each individual jurisdiction legislation. And I'm thinking possibly in the UEA GDPR there is a section, I can't remember which article it is, but there is a section on making sure that the consumer or the user is aware of what data is being used. So if there's a hack, if some data has been compromised, um, I would argue that the company has a legal duty to report what data has been removed or
well, I
compromised
mean,
in the
they might
UEA.
they
And
might choose not
also,
to
it's also a
disclose.
competence then.
No, hold on.
It's also a competence then. It, 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 it shows the consumer that they are being clean about it. They are being upfront about it. If they tell the consumer what data has been compromised.
Yeah. Now, what was you saying, Tan?
Yeah, that was in response to Mark about the obligation to review what was hacked. For security reasons, they might choose not to review what was hacked, right?
Yeah, but that
Uh,
potentially could be a violation of certain jurisdictions' legislation.
Now,
Potentially.
well,
Potentially.
is it still being
how
investigated? That's the question, which I'm pretty
right?
sure it
Yeah.
is.
Okay. Yeah.
You know, if it's still being investigated,
It's an ongoing case.
you
Yeah.
know, it's an
So
ongoing case. Like this has just happened. This is within the last 2 or 3 weeks. You know, and I
Mm-hmm.
the reason
uh,
why I wanted to bring this out is because we're so smart and we always come out with the new shit.
We're so smart.
And
We're also humble.
yeah, we're humble too. I keep forgetting
Yeah.
that. Except for the English
Yeah.
guy, he keeps causing trouble. Always talking bad stuff about AI. Like he,
AI doesn't exist. It's what marketeers want to allow you to believe. What marketeer and the mainstream media wants you to believe. It's all a conspiracy theory.
well, see that kind of gets into why. Okay, like I brought up this whole thing about data visualization tools. Okay, now everybody's big on AI and they think that it's so great, but me personally, I also do CGI with freaking Blender. Okay, and don't get me wrong, I like some of the aspects of AI, but I also know that that's not quality. All right, that
Sad.
I can
Talking
go
about
I can go on
sister,
Blender. I can go.
talking about data visualization. Tan, how long has um, database table representation
That's what I was getting.
diagrams been around for?
That's
Been around
Relational database.
yeah,
yeah.
You mean?
yeah.
Yeah, I mean there's a standard called SQL 65,
Yeah.
which means they've been available since 1965.
Yeah, I knew it was late. I was gonna say back in the '70s, but heck, you said '65. That's even better. That makes it freaking even more about what I was getting ready to say. You know, everybody makes that out AI to be so great, but like this technology has been researched since freaking well into the '60s, I guess. You know, and it's
But
been
it leads me to the question, Roger. Why do you think a DMS system would prevent this? Because
Yeah.
what probably leaked are, so the DMS will probably be used to store like contracts and agreements and things like that. But the customer information and payment information uh, may be in those contracts, but they are
Tied into a customer
more likely
relationship.
to be in a database
Yeah.
somewhere, right? Where stored in some relational database somewhere. And if that database was hacked, the DMS system will not, protect you.
Well, see, it's a two-phase part about what I'm talking about. Like with the DMS, it would create like, well, I wrote it down on there. It would help secure documents and provide controlled access. You know what I'm saying? And
But
it
usually
Oh,
there are metadata associated with those documents, and those metadata are stored in a relational database.
yeah, but
it gives easy access to documents, and you can set up control systems, access control lists. But I'm not sure about in.
now the DMS. Don't get me wrong. The DMS itself needs to be secured against these type of threats. You know what I mean? I do understand that, and the thing about freaking the data visualization tool in combination with the DMS is that the data visualization tools, it could identify unusual patterns, you know what I mean, or spikes in the data that would show that something's not right, something's going
In
on.
theory, remember, not all document management systems are built the same. Not all content management systems are built the same. Not all customer relationship systems are built exactly the same.
But it
You're
would
making very broad generalizations there.
it would give early detection, you know what I'm saying, and a quicker response to people when they notice that they're
Okay,
being attacked.
okay. Let's
Well,
say
data visual. So I think I know what you mean by data visualization now. I think you're thinking more in terms of auditing
yes,
systems,
that's what I'm
rather
thinking.
than rather
I
than
mean,
data.
document management systems could be as simple as a wiki with a Wikipedia entries with some company information on.
Yeah, yeah.
This
It could be as simple as that.
this
It
Like
goes.
could be,
open office could be a
yeah.
document management system.
I've got
LibreOffice.
I use KDE Plasma as my desktop environment here, and Dolphin is File Manager. It's got nice aspects which you can add descriptions and ratings and titles and tags in. So that could be a document management system. Nextcloud is a good example of a document management system that allows for things like commenting on documents and then version information. So let's say somebody opens up a document and adds something to that version, that entry will be recorded as a version number.
Hmm. Now you guys are talking about the document, the DMS, but I mean, like the data visualization part of it is the thing too that I'm seeing that would be a great benefit because, like I said, it would detect anything that's abnormal ahead of time. You know what I mean?
What is abnormal if somebody, let's say, from somebody gains access to your network and then accesses your document using a compromised account.
But well,
Within the general daily
it
working
would
hours,
detect
then
spikes in
that
data.
would be detected, wouldn't it?
It would all be about the
So
data. You know what I'm saying? It's watching the data and it's detecting things like freaking unusual patterns and spikes.
Such as patterns, such as.
Well, it would be monitoring it. It would know if something unusual freaking was going
But,
on within the
but
data.
like I said, let's say you work for um, Lighter Corporation, and and I'm an outside actor. I've been able to enter your network. I've been able to log onto the network using your accounts, and then I can access the document within general working hours. That wouldn't look unsuspicious, wouldn't it?
It-
because it would be, in effect, you logging into your account during your working hours, accessing documents that you've got access to.
Now, if I turn around and I
Yeah, yeah.
started hacking and getting into other people's accounts and stuff like that, don't you think
Yeah.
that the tools, data visualization tools, would detect that?
Depends on how careful you are. After all, we're talking about human sort of probability rather than some sort of machine.
Well, that's the machine's job, though.
Machines are not as random as humans, can they?
Well, we're not talking about being
More,
random.
more,
We're talking
it's
about what a
more, it's
machine's
more,
job is to do. You know, some abnormal patterns in the data is what it is.
it's more likely an alert system than a data visualization tool,
Hmm.
because data visualization tool meaning you have to actively go into to look at the data to visualize.
Yeah, so you're
But
talking
but
about
but
what
yeah,
Google's doing with
it
Google Drive and document analytics, like the recent Adobe case, reviewing um, how those documents, how that content has been modified. We aren't talking about document management systems per se. We're talking more about document analytical.
yeah, more
Yeah,
some sort of usage tracking,
sure.
user pattern tracking, than visualization.
I
It's
mean,
visualizing is just
as I
the part of
mentioned
the
just now, Nextcloud has got a
threat.
version of,
I think threat detection is more like
yeah,
is what I'm
yeah,
thinking of. Yeah.
Hmm.
Um,
or identifying, oh,
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
again, document analytical analytics rather than
Mm-hmm.
So we,
man systems per
Definitely
se.
threat detection. Also, the other thing is we need they need to have better data security.
yeah.
Like their database containing customer data, they need to have proper encryption in there so that in case they get hacked, it's just uh,
Well,
they will attempt to decrypt it, but it will take some time. But
well,
sensitive customer data like that should be protected with encryption.
in theory, all that data, once it enters the network, should
Mhm.
be restricted both on the inside and on the outside of the network.
Well, you can implement encryption in ways that you have multiple parts, keep
Yeah,
in different places of the system, so that if they hack in one part, you just you don't have a complete piece of the puzzle to in
I
order
mean,
to.
as I've been telling you, I've been thinking about there's an observer which I've actually been in the process of doing this afternoon, with a couple frameworks on there such as Nextcloud and Joomla, and I've been thinking about using LDAP authentication,
For that.
so Active Directory sort of cross-platform authentication. What I'm thinking about is having the LDAP authentication actually stored on on probably a separate virtual server by itself,
Hmm. Hmm.
so I can back up, restore that server,
Hmm.
and the only information on that server is the account information,
Hmm.
Wow.
nothing else.
Now,
Yeah.
I don't like to be a person that throws a plug out for myself, but I do want to let you guys know that we're officially blue checked on X, and I've got the stream going on there, so we
What
What
does that
you're blue checked on X, so you
y-
paid for the check?
yep, I did it. So
what does that
Okay.
mean? What does that mean?
that means we're bona fide and verified. We are big dogs.
Send the
Yeah.
link, man. Send the link. I don't even know.
I
And I've been on
No,
the show from the beginning, and I don't even know
I
what's this.
I know, isn't it horrible? I'm just
I
rotten.
noticed you mentioned it
I'm a
yesterday or day
I,
before, but
I'm a rotten dude. But we're not live streaming on there. But I do want to check out their new Spaces, I guess they got, and see if it works out for us. Because that way we don't have to do all this shit on Skype and everything. We can just get it going and straightened
I
out.
didn't know that X have live streaming now, so it's kind of cool.
Well, it's not live streaming. It's called Spaces, so we can actually go in there and do like the conversations and stuff, and it can be
Is it under your
under my account, yeah.
your name, Roger Hanson?
Yep, under Roger Hanson.
Oh yeah.
But now, we were talking before the stream started, and you said you had some experience in this type of stuff, Tan. So I really, before you have to go, I'd really like to get your feedback on what took place there, and like I mentioned, like this whole thing with freaking private equity. You know what I mean? Do you know much about that?
No, I don't understand how it like what does it mean if you have a DMS system? Then it means you have
Okay.
private.
Well, focus then on the DMS stuff that and everything, because the private equity had to do with global, and when they changed companies over, there was a lot of merges that had taken place, and they basically, well, CDK Global was the result of all these groups that came together to take care of the data. And what happened when that took place is they freaking became a private equity. And with private equities, what they do is they just basically freaking tear everything apart and make it just like a skeleton. And the first thing that
not all the time. When Novell, what was the company that acquired Suze from Novell? KBG, a couple of years ago. But that company is a private equity company, and as far as I can see, the Suze project is still running as it was before the acquisition.
Until the next ransom attack.
So you mean like, some company used to be a public company and then they go private?
Yeah.
No. In the case of Suze, Open Suze or Suze, thing was it was owned by Novell for many years, and then Novell went bust, and it was pushed to another company, and then pushed to a private equity company after that, I think in 2019, 2020, and well, actually just before COVID, so about 2018, 2019, and that company hasn't, as far as I can see, hasn't done any changes to the Suze branding at all.
Okay.
That we know of, because it's like nobody expected this to happen to this car dealership, you know what I mean? And it's like this blog that you came out with, I mean, it could have been made a lot sooner. Just saying, you know what I mean?
My question is how long ago was this private? Did this company become in the hands of the private equity company?
2022.
So, and how long beforehand were they running?
Apparently, they had merged from 3 separate companies to become CDK Global, from what I read.
Okay, so merged at that time. So, presumably there was a centralized executive team. There was a CTO, a CEO, a CFO. What were they doing to?
And see, this comes back to what you were talking about yesterday. Okay, like they had no backups, they had nothing. Yeah. It was just empty. Okay, so these people just basically took a good freaking working program with data management and everything on it, and they just got rid of it. They gutted it out. You know what I mean? So that they could just have what the blog explained to me was like whenever they go into private equity, most of the time the first thing that goes is the security.
I question that one.
I mean, you're the
Again, we've really got to look at this on a case by case step. I'm thinking that sort of broad statement is probably not as accurate as this.
you're the one
Yeah.
that posts the freaking blog, man. Don't you
Well,
read?
I did. I only found that blog. It was an opinion of somebody else.
You didn't even read it. You just posted it. You're like, I would like to.
I did read it. I did read it. But I made a load of good, interesting points.
Yeah,
But
you
again,
did. I do. I'm
I
just
don't
joking.
think it's right to go down such a make such broad statements.
Okay, now before we go farther with that, Tan, uh, give us a little feedback on your experience working with DMS. I don't know if he can hear me. Yeah, he's muted. I see it.
Sorry, I was on mute.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So like I was saying before, document management system, it has 2 or 3 components. It has the document itself. It has the metadata that is associated with the document, so that can facilitate easy searching for the document. And it has version control, right? Editing, saving of versions like that. So those are the 3 key things of a DMS system. And then you can build workflows around it, around the document. You create workflow that has approval process that the documents can go through various parts of the organization to get certain approval, that kind of thing, right?
I mean,
So
in one way, me and Tan use document management systems all the time. With
yeah,
every time we publish something on GitLab, arguably
yeah,
that's a
you can
document
call it
management. Yeah.
you can call it a document, but you publish something on GitLab. That's just there's no actual document. A document is like a Word doc, a
Okay.
PDF,
Okay.
an Excel spreadsheet, a video
Yeah.
file, maybe. It's a media campaign ad kind of thing. So, yeah. So so it has those components. So the metadata needs to be kept in a database, a relational database, and some DMS vendors will implement their system file storage as keeping the actual document in a file server somewhere, and others will actually encode the actual document as a blob inside the database itself, right? So different way of implementing, and then yeah, it's just like any system. It's in the database, so if the database gets hacked, all bets are off. Uh, but then you can have encryption protection, so that uh, the document can be encrypted inside a system, so that if it gets hacked, nobody can read it. It'll take some time to decrypt the file by brute force or whatever, but
If
it's
possible,
more
dependent
secure.
on
Yeah,
subsequence. Yeah, dependent.
yeah, yeah.
Again, in some cases, I've seen some document management systems that don't use metadata at all and are only reliant on things like titles, which is pretty poor
Yeah,
examples.
yeah.
I thought that.
Like files, documents we have on the Windows system have some sort of metadata. If you go look at the properties of any file in the Windows system, they have like create date, modify date. Some of them has description. Word document have additional metadata like created by who some this user name. Uh, PDF file has some additional attributes. Uh, and maybe even in PDF you have the ability to have custom metadata embedded inside the document itself.
Mm-hmm.
So
You were talking about LibreOffice and OpenOffice earlier, and OpenOffice and LibreOffice both have got extensive additional data fields. Also, I think, if I remember rightly, I haven't used it for some time now, but the Adobe Acrobat writing tools allowed for version numbers and version variants. I think LibreOffice does that.
mm-hmm.
I think. I know. Yeah.
Well, we know for sure Microsoft Word documents can now support the versioning. So you can, inside the same doc, you can have a list of changes that you can go back and forth and revert back and forth within. So not surprised that Adobe has something similar.
No, for me, like I didn't get all of that because like I thought this would be like the perfect moment to sneak away and get coffee, but I couldn't get it because my dad and Robert sucked down all the freaking coffee before I could get there. So, but
I just gave you the anatomy of what a document management system.
But I think the most important thing to take away from this recent issue is the lack of management and the lack of things like backups.
now,
I think it's the most important thing.
I think that is the most important thing, and I want to eventually be able to talk about this stuff with private equities too, because I've heard about this shit and I know that there's not any good news behind it. Like these people are the dirty, rotten scoundrels that you always hear about when it comes to corporations and stuff.
Again, that's a very broad thing.
Yeah,
Not
they
all
are.
companies are the same.
The terminology as of raiders is
How big is CDK anyway?
CDK. Freaking, they actually they are freaking stationed here in the United States, but they are actually a multinational corporation, and they
6,500 employees. So
and
pretty big.
they serve freaking over 100 countries worldwide. So it's like
And
it's what they provide parts and services to freaking people's vehicles. Not only vehicles, but big trucks, semis. They
what they're hard warehouse vendor type thing.
well, and plus I shouldn't say like the parts. I should say they provide the freaking data and everything that needs to be for monitoring and stuff. And like every month there has to be an inventory of parts and freaking stuff like that has to be turned in. And according to that blog that you pointed out, they came up with a good point. Since they're doing this all by hand, there's a good chance that freaking report's not going to make it. You know what I mean, for the month.
It looks like
I disagree with that. Even if you did it by quill and paper, if you've got good organisational structure there, then
think about what
it will be done. It doesn't matter what sort of method you use. You could use a pen, you could use a computer, you could use, I don't know, mind control. As long as there's good organisational structure there.
think
Good
about that.
procedures, preferably written procedures there, then there shouldn't be a problem, except for incompetence.
Yeah.
as of July 2nd, they said most of the system have been restored. So they must have some backup. It just took them some time to
No,
restore.
they're actually paying the ransom. That's the messed up part. They've gone against government's suggestion of not
They
paying.
did.
They're actually
I-
paying the ransom.
Did they pay the ransom? I thought they were
Yes.
just saying they will, but
Actually, if you're paying a ransom, then there's a paper trail, isn't there? Then you can conflict afterwards.
That would actually
yeah.
be a good idea, actually,
Yeah,
to follow the trail.
yeah.
So
But
if they pay ransom,
Well,
then
the
it means
ethical somewhere, therefore paper trail, therefore um,
well,
does it mean
I
some part of the system they were locked out of some part of the system?
they
don't
were,
know. It doesn't specify. Again, we
yeah.
haven't been able to identify what's the actual hack compromise. Compromise.
Why would they pay ransom if they, if they have backups, right?
That's
If they
what
can restore it themselves.
Mark was talking about, and I agree with him 100%. I don't think they had any backups whatsoever. And the blog that he produced yesterday, like right now, what he's talking about, that's just complete nonsense. Like 2 days
Well,
ago, 2 days ago, he was firm on the whole thing about no backups and stuff, and then like now all of a sudden he's like, I disagree. You know what I mean? He's just he's one of those English people who can't keep his
No,
freaking.
I agree on the issue of backups, as I've stated.
Mhm.
What I do have a problem is, A, them not providing information about what's being hacked, and B, just really their poor management.
Mhm.
They're doing they're sort of doing the correct PR then by informing the customers, but I think the important thing is what they're not saying.
Mhm. I agree.
Uh,
That is true.
they're not saying is speaking louder than what they are saying.
But you don't think they're scoundrels. You don't think they're raiders. Just out to get the bottom line and
Again, there is a responsibility for every for companies to make money, granted. But again, no two organisations are exactly the same. One company might be a scammer, and the other company might have their hearts in the right place, might be angels for
yeah, but keep it in perspective too. We're not talking about like a regular corporation. We're talking about a freaking multinational corporation that serves over 100 countries worldwide. Okay.
yeah.
So,
Which
so
make me doubt why
so
us saying that they don't.
revenue when they were looking for companies to acquire them to reduce revenue, they would have gone through a list of different organisations.
Mhm. Now, what was you saying, Tan? That English
If
guy.
they're multi-billion-dollar companies, right?
Uh huh.
It's doubtful about us saying that they don't have proper backups.
Maybe.
Also, yeah, are you
Yeah.
sure they're a multi-billion-dollar company? What's the share price been like over the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
Well, you also have to take in consideration lawsuits. Okay, you know lawsuits are on the way. Like people are going to get sued.
Yeah, but that's something for the
I think they
future.
already started.
That's not something that's happening at the moment. What I'm interested in is what the financial situation is at the moment and what it was prior to the act.
No, I didn't get into that. I know that the story itself is freaking amazing just on its own, but I never like pulled up background and everything
I'm
on.
not sure if it is an amazing story. I might get to hear about these sort of things quite
Well,
often.
well, the thing
According
that
to according to
Because you don't
Wikipedia,
hear, yeah, because it's not a lot of these stories don't appear in the mainstream media. Sure, you can consider them amazing, but
well,
again, if
Mark,
you sort of follow
I've been
the sort of
I've been
more
dealing
business technical news,
I've been
yeah,
dealing with you long enough to understand like you say, oh, it's just ransomware. It's just ransomware. And then
well, I shouldn't say just ransomware.
yes, you did.
It's,
Yes,
and
yes, you
what I
did.
meant was, it's yet another occurrence.
like it's no big deal. Like, okay, dude,
It,
dude,
it is a big deal in itself,
yes,
but
it is.
if you've heard one of these stories, you've heard a lot of them.
Not like this, not at this level, dude. This is huge, and nobody is talking about it. Like,
Sony, Google in last year.
I think we should actually like do a more in depth look at this and find out how many of these multinational corporations have had this happen, because I guarantee you this isn't the first time. You know what I mean? I'm just
No, no.
I guarantee you that this stuff happens all the time, and
Yeah, that's my point. As a sort of somebody that doesn't follow these sort of technical news stories, you be, you can think of this as being amazing, but somebody who does care about these sort of things all the time, or quite often anyway.
well, I know that's why I always have to point it out, because like what's important to you isn't like the same as what's important to the general user who gets on a computer.
That's
And,
it.
you know what I mean? And that's the thing. Like ransomware is a big thing for somebody who just wants to get on their computer and freaking try to figure out how the internet works. You know what I mean? It is a big deal. So, like for
Yeah.
them,
No, I can appreciate that.
you know, and these are the things that are actually happening that freaking is relatable, and it is a big deal. It's just like with AI, you know, to you it just pisses you off, and that's why we always
Well,
talk about AI.
the concepts don't piss me off. It's how those how the terminology has been manipulated.
For sales and
Yeah, for marketers and mainstream media. And, what was it? I only saw a news report earlier today. I think it was Sky TV, Sky UK, actually um, alluding that some of the reform electorates or candidates in the last general election, UK general election, a couple of days ago, were just AI generated things. Yeah, precisely. It was laughable, but but again, this is just plays into that sort of misrepresentation, that misinformation, that which plays into scaremongering at the moment, really, because who's to say that the mainstream media won't report tomorrow that the US, due to AI and Russia, US is under attack.
yeah. Well, I mean, when it comes to AI, it's like I said. I do like some of the stuff that they generate, but I could actually, when it comes to quality, I could actually go into Blender and create better renders, but it would take me longer to do it. You know what I'm saying? So I know what that's all about. It's these people want quick and easy freaking solutions, and this kind of goes with what I'm talking about here with this hack, okay? And the quality that they have set up for their freaking programs and their security, they had little quality at all. It was about quick and easy money, and that was all it was about. You know,
Know that for a fact, or you just
that's
guessing?
that's what I was reading up on with that blog that Mark brought up, and like this woman, she actually worked in the company for a long time. She was
Was she
explaining it.
working in that company, or
Okay,
was she just
Jen, I gotta go mobile, but I will try to join
okay?
from my phone on the from my car. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Now, if you want, man, we've only got like 5 minutes maybe before we hit the hour and everything. So before you go, man, just kind of give your final feedback on it, and we can call it the day after that. And we'll have Mark say something, and then we'll be at an hour.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know too much about the case, so I can't say
Yeah,
any
again, more
CDK,
information needs to be found.
right? Well, maybe if we do another one deep dive next week, we can maybe there's gonna be some lessons learned from this incident that
Hmm.
somebody no doubt will have uncovered already.
If it gets
And go
reported
through.
on by then,
Yeah.
most
Yeah,
these
because
kind of
you know,
yes.
with this kind of stuff, not only are they going to be sued by their customers and dealers, and I've read from Wikipedia that they've already had 7 or 8 lawsuits started already, but they're probably going to be sued by the government for negligence, right? For
Hmm.
not keeping their system secure enough.
But in
Uh,
theory, if it goes to court, if this goes to court, it could potentially take years.
Yeah.
It could be
good.
done in a couple of months. It could be what the library
Well, I
issue
mean,
took
it
what
could
2-3 years.
taking
Yeah.
years could bankrupt this company,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Imagine the amount of money being spent in legal fees for this. So it's better in their it's for their sake. It would be better if it takes less time than more.
Yeah. Do a fast and efficient investigation. Get through the court systems because that's where the money's going to really hit them is in the court systems. It's
Hmm.
more than anything else. And I think we should come back to this. But I also think we should also add to it. Maybe look into see actually how much of this has been going on and do a really good deep dive of it because I think it's
Yeah,
actually a good topic. So
data security is a big thing now. Every corporation should have a data privacy officer uh, who's responsible in charge of protecting their assets and intellectual properties and the customer's data. Maybe
Well,
a
that's
global didn't have one,
right.
and
well
and
under EU EEA GDPR, there would be a data protection officer of some
mm-hmm,
description.
mm-hmm.
But
you sound
a lot of it could be done
you
by
sound
either
this
Yeah.
just a legal department or even this technical supports MISC CTO.
Isn't he so smug?
yeah,
He's just so
yeah,
smug,
yeah.
Mr. English. Oh,
He's
Right?
just
he's
just
Mr. English.
Right?
he's repulsed by the idea of a data protection officer.
I don't repose.
In
Again,
England, we do things a
these
little
things
different.
these things can be set up differently depending on organizational structure.
Things like that don't happen in Britain.
Now, we are again under GDPR, under the German.
Yeah, even I think UK would be more
Yeah,
uh,
in fact,
more obligated to.
because it's more the EU and most of the EEA are more consumer
Mm,
friendly, let's say. We've got better protections when it comes to this, generally speaking, than the US
Mhm.
and North America. Generally
nice,
speaking.
nice Jap.
Generally
Jap.
speaking.
English dude. That's why I talk so much crap on him whenever we do Ruther's Real Time Talk Show, because like
Yeah, you
he's
talk crap
just
about him, Roger, but then when he does the Jap, you don't even realize it.
yeah he
Just let-
My pack,
yeah
my
yeah he's too smart for me, man.
subtle. These British guys, right? They're subtle.
the
Yeah.
We are like straight to the point attack, but they're just like,
That's why I take advantage and I freaking lunge when I have a chance to pick on him. Like whenever he's fucking up on his audio and shit, like I just sit there and I pick on him like you wouldn't believe. Poor guy just takes it too. He's great. He's like shut up, Roger. And he doesn't say it, because English people
Right.
don't.
I've never
That's what I was saying. I know you don't ever because you're a
the
good English
disgusted
dude.
look tells you everything, right?
Yeah. Oh, and too, by the way, I want to mention that Mark got a haircut.
Indeed, yeah, I got it done earlier this afternoon. I was going farting on that, and I just need to cut them.
Yeah. It looks good, and I want to thank you guys for freaking being in here, and I'm really glad you was able to come for the show, Tan, because I knew this was something that we needed to have you on here to discuss. This is actually, and trust me when I say that this is going to be big news. I've already mentioned a few things that have actually been stuff we've talked about beforehand. We talked about this stuff before it even hit freaking the major media and stuff. You know what I mean? And you watch, this stuff is gonna hit the this is gonna hit the news big time.
I don't know. There's an old saying in UK. Today's newspapers is tomorrow's chip paper.
It'll be trendy. I agree,
For
but
5 minutes.
but
For 5
but
minutes.
but it will hit the news big. You watch. So with that, I'm gonna end this, and you guys, thank you for showing up, and we'll call it the day. Bye.
Thank you. See you next time.
You too. Alright, so here I'm doing an audio test to make sure everything's ready. Find out. Alright, so here I'm doing an audio test to make sure everything's ready. Okay, Odyssey's good. Finding out now with YouTube. Alright, so here I'm doing an audio test to make sure everything's ready. Okay, find out. Alright, so YouTube is good. Forgot to start DLive, but I can get that now. Starting DLive. While I'm waiting for DLive, I can check the Rumble, see how. While I'm waiting for DLive, Rumble's audio sounds good. While I'm waiting for DLive, and DLive sounds good, so we're all ready to go. So today, I am getting into the topic of the Constitution for the UK. Now, this is something that I'm interested in because I've been asking questions about this for quite a long time. If England and the UK actually does have a constitution. In the last episode, I was discussing the Constitution. Well, it's not actually a constitution that we were talking about. I found out there is a constitution for Canada, but there's also a constitution that's separate from the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedom. So maybe at some later time I can go over that, but I did find out that there is a constitution that's supposed to be separate from that charter. So I just found that out last night too, by the way. Right now though, we are moving into the Constitution of the United Kingdom, and I will get that started and ready to go. At the moment, I'll be doing it on my own, which is fine. I had Jitsi as well as Discord set up, and nobody showed up. So what it comes down to is the show must go on. You know, we got to keep this stuff moving. So that's what I'm doing, and this is where we're going. So it's not like I haven't had to do a stream before on my own. You know, so let's go ahead and get started. Now, the Constitution of the United Kingdom comprises the written and unwritten arrangements that establish the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland as a political body. Unlike in most countries, no official attempt has been made to codify such arrangements into a single document. Thus, it is known as the Uncodified Constitution. This enables the Constitution to be easily changed, as no provisions are formally entrenched. Provisions are formally entrenched. Now, this is what I was talking about with the United Kingdom and England's Constitution compared to the Constitution here in the United States. Here in the United States, our Constitution is basically written in stone. There's no way of changing it unless we have what is referred to as an Article 5 convention. And I believe 3/4 of the states has to agree to do a Article 5 convention. And when you have these conventions, it can't be broad topic, so you can't go in there and change like a whole bunch of things. It has to be specific to one situation or one topic, and that's how they do it. So in order to make like all of these huge changes to the Constitution, you would have to have more than one constitutional convention, and that is that's a hard task to do. Now, plus you also have to go from state to state and get each of these states to agree that they feel that we need an Article 5 convention for that specific subject. Whereas in England and in most countries that are ran by the United Kingdom, people can just go in and they can change their constitutions at a moment's notice on a whim. And I really believe that that's important for people to understand, you know, because that's what makes the Constitution here in the United States more unique, in my opinion, because we're not allowed to do that. And I think politically that's what's really important, is people shouldn't be able to just go in and change constitutional laws whenever they see fit, you know, to change to the fad, you know, what's popular for that time. I think that it really needs to be thought through. And here in the United States, everybody's starting to get more on that progressive stance, you know, where they think that we need to make changes and we need them now. Well, I'm not for that. I think that when we pass laws, there needs to be time to discuss the situation, and it shouldn't be passed in Congress just at a moment's notice. You know what I mean? Put the bill in front of of Congress and then have it passed within a month. I don't agree with that. I think it should take time. People should think about what they actually pass as laws in today's time, because things are moving way too fast in the first place. So we need to really take our time and really pay attention to what it is that we're passing into law. And that's something that I really have been bringing up lately whenever we do have this stream, you know. So now that I've covered that, I'm going to go to the UK Supreme Court. The UK Supreme Court recognizes a number of constitutional principles, including parliamentary sovereignty, the rule of law, democracy, and upholding international law. It also recognizes that some acts of Parliament have special constitutional status. These include now called Parliament to represent the people, to hold courts in a fixed place, to guarantee fair trials, to guarantee free movement of people, to free the church from the state. Here in the United States, we call that separation of church and state, and to guarantee rights of common people to use the land. After the Glorious Revolution, the Bill of Rights of 1689 and the Claim of Right Act in 1689 cemented Parliament's position as the supreme lawmaking body, and said that the election of members of Parliament ought to be free. The Treaty of Union in 1706 and the Act of Union in 1707, kingdoms of England, Wales, and Scotland. The Acts of Union 1800 joined Ireland, but the Irish Free State separated after the Anglo-Irish Treaty in 1922, leaving Northern Ireland within the UK. After struggling for universal suffrage, the UK guaranteed every adult citizen over 21 years the equal right to vote in the representation of the people, equal franchise. At 1920, hold up, let me read that right. Okay. Over 21, the UK guaranteed every adult citizen over 21 years the equal right to vote in the representation of the people, Equal Franchise Act of 1928. There we go. After World War II, the UK became a founding member of the Council of Europe to uphold human rights and the United Nations to guarantee international peace and security. The UK was a member of the European Union, joining its predecessor in 1973, but left in 2020. The UK is also a founding member of the International Labour Organization and the World Trade Organization to participate in Kingdom's Constitution, to participate in regulating the global economy. So right here is where we start getting into the nitty-gritties when it comes to the UK and socialism and how entrenched they are in socialism. A lot of people don't like to look at that. They like to think that socialism has been dead, since the fall of the USSR, but that isn't just socialism. That's that's communism, and to be more precise, it's what they call vulgar communism. Marx did write the Communist Manifesto, but he also was responsible for socialism being created to him and various other people. There's different kinds of socialism, and today it's hard for me when it comes to England to determine if English conservatism is actually conservatism, or if it's actually socialism through nationalist socialist ideologies, because they're really, really close. When you look at the traditional conservatism in the UK, you find out how harsh they were compared to what we consider conservatism here in the United States. And if you really take a look at it, you find a lot of similarities to um, classical conservatism in the UK and National Socialism, which I believe is a big issue now when it comes to these conservative groups, because it seems to me like they're being overran by white nationalist parties who are pretending to be conservatism or conservative, but in reality they're not. They're actually socialists in sheep's clothing, basically. But yeah, whenever I read this and it says that the UK was the founding members of the International Labour Organization and the World Trade Organization, that's when I start realizing that they were some of the first people to push the socialist agenda, which was actually started in France, Germany, and England, and other countries that were in Europe, not just the Soviet Union. And it really kind of brings it home to me. So now the leading institutions in the United Kingdom's constitution are Parliament, the judiciary, and the executive, and executives of Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. Parliament is the supreme lawmaking body and represents the people of the United Kingdom. The House of Commons is elected by a democratic vote in the country's 650 constituencies. The House of Lords is mostly appointed by cross-political party groups from the House of Commons and can delay but not block legislation from the Commons. To make a new act of Parliament the highest form of law, both houses must read, amend, or approve proposed legislation 3 times, and the monarch must give consent. Now, right there is where we get into a lot of what Mark has been talking about, like when it comes to the monarch and them going against or not giving consent to stuff that's in the legislation. He pretty much says they don't really go against it. So you have basically the monarch caving into legislation and becoming a puppet. And from what I see, when it comes to the monarch would be the equivalent of what we have here in the United States as a president. So the executive, I should say the executive branch instead of the president, but the executive branch would be the equivalent of what the monarch is in England, from my point of view. At least that's the way it sounds when I read through this stuff and get it. And then you have the House of Lords, that would be equivalent to the Senate. And then you have the you have the lower, what is it again, the lower, both houses, the lower house or whatever it is. But that would be equivalent to the House of Commons. That's it. The House of Commons would be equivalent to the House of Representatives here in the United States. Now, the judiciary interprets the law found in acts of Parliament and develops the law established by previous cases. Now, the highest court is the 12-person Supreme Court, as it decides appeals from the courts of appeal in England, Wales, and Northern Ireland, or the Court of Session in Scotland. Now, UK courts cannot decide that acts of Parliament are unconstitutional or invalidate them, but can declare that they are incompatible with the European Convention of Human Rights. So see right here we have this connection to the rest of Europe, you know what I mean, through their Supreme Court. And they can't change or invalidate the laws that their parliament comes up with, but they can say that they go against these laws that involve the European Convention of Human Rights. They can determine whether the acts of the executive are lawful. The executive is led by the Prime Minister, so actually right there, that would be the executive branch for the Parliament. So the monarchy would be a wild card, basically. That's interesting. So, because the Prime Minister would be the executive, yeah. So they can determine whether the acts of the executive are lawful. The executive is led by the Prime Minister, who must maintain the confidence of the majority of the members of Parliament. The Prime Minister appoints the cabinet of servants, such as the Department of Health and Social Care, which runs the National Health Service, or the Department of Education, which funds schools and universities. And these kind of organizations is what I'm talking about, that I feel are just nothing but socialism run amok. It's social care and national health services, things of that nature. That's kind of what I was getting into in my discussions, about UK, the UK and their policies. It's all about socialism and creating departments for the Department of Education and National Health Services and stuff of that nature. So, and you see it here in the United States too, but a lot of this was not originally here in the United States. It was introduced because of our friendships with other countries, you know what I mean, basically. So with that, I am going to continue on. Now I want to get into the monarch. Now the monarch, in their public capacity, known as the crown, embodies the state. Laws can only be made by or with the authority of the crown in Parliament. All judges sit in place of the crown, and all ministers act in the name of the crown. The monarch is, for the most part, a ceremonial figurehead, and has not refused assent from any new law since the Scottish Militia Bill in 1708. So yeah, right there it goes over what I was talking about that Mark was discussing, and that's been since 1708. Now the monarch is bound by constitutional convention. Constitutional convention is what I was talking about earlier with an Article 5 convention. Most constitutional questions arise in judicial review applications to decide whether the decision or act of public bodies are lawful. Every public body can only act in accordance with the law laid down in Acts of Parliament and the decision of the courts. Under the Human Rights Act of 1998, courts may review government actions to decide whether the government has followed the statutory obligation of all public authorities to comply with the European Convention on Human Rights. Convention rights include everyone's right to life, liberty against arbitrary arrest or detention, torture, enforced labor or slavery, to a fair trial, to privacy against unlawful surveillance, to freedom of expression, conscience, and religion, to respect for private life, to freedom of association, including joining trade unions, and to freedom of assembly and protest, which all sounds good in the making, but in my opinion, it really isn't coming to perdition. You know what I'm saying? So, from reviewing a lot of this stuff, it just kind of it doesn't seem to be really a valid argument or anything. So with that being read, I can probably get something. I got a message just now from Mark, and I can get him up in here. He can talk about some of this, and we can see what he's wanting to say. At least I got the reading done, and we can get it started. I'm gonna set up Skype and have him come in, and we can do it on Skype. So if he wants to come in, we can talk about it. You know, because we've got 25 minutes into it and everything. Now, the one thing that I noticed was that whenever they talk about the monarch, for the most part, is a ceremonial figurehead and has not refused assent to any new laws since the Scottish Militia Bill of 1708. Now, I'd like to kind of dig into this Scottish Militia Bill. I think that would probably be a pretty good topic to talk about, because even here in the United States, we depended on our militia back whenever our country first started. It was our militia that actually won the war against England. So it'd be interesting to read that and see how much that has to offer. I've already gone over a lot of the stuff that I've read that I consider, that I think concerns socialism, and I really don't like the whole idea of constitutions being, changed at a moment's notice or on a whim, according to hip new ideas that are just coming into government, because people don't think that law should be there. Constitutional principles are very important, especially when it comes to freaking sovereignty and the rule of law. So when it's written down, it needs to be written down and it needs to be upheld. Another thing is, a big hot topic too, is the separation of church and state. Like a lot of people have a hard time with that concept of the separation of church and state, even here in the United States. And that's one thing that I think would be pretty interesting to go over and talk about as well. Now, when it comes to conservatism, on the last episode I also said that I think that I also said that I think that there is a difference between what we think conservatism is here in the United States and what it really is. And the reason why is because our country, I feel, was it was established more on a liberal, classical liberal concept with John Locke and the liberalism. Um, and I've been kind of curious too in what we were talking about previously when I mentioned the radicals and and here recently too I started playing a game called Assassin's Creed Unity, and it was really weird because we had just started talking about protectionism and radicalism, and then the conservatives too. So yeah, here he is. Can you talk? Is your audio fine? But yeah, we oh no. Yeah, your audio's out, Mark. And see, that's what I was saying the other day. We actually took care of that yesterday. So it's really good. Hold on a minute. But yeah, yeah, it's. Can you say anything? Or are you? Yeah. But yeah, we were talking about the radicals, and I actually started checking them out, and it's something that I think that it's a path to go down to too when it comes to actually European, all of Europe. You know what I mean? Like they're the whole concept of radicalism and how it actually brought about change in Europe, because that's something that I've really never paid attention to. It's something new to me, which I think I should explore and maybe bring that up. I went over it a little bit last week. It says the radicals were a loose parliamentary political grouping in Great Britain and Ireland in the early to mid 19th century. And radicals actually go all the way back to the French Revolution in France, which. Whoa, whoa. I can hear you, but there's like a lot of static. Turn it down a little bit. Turn that down.
Just on words, yes, man, people who know if I'm working or not.
Okay, can you say something? Wow, it's like it's bringing up all the like real. Oh wow, can you hear me? We're getting a lot of weird noise from your side. Do you have a fan going or something near you? This is really, really strange. I think the British are coming and they've invaded the computer system. Okay, now say something. Do you hear me?
That's not something new. If you come to the time, maybe
Now, yeah, it's got this weird sound I'm going through and checking the settings here to make sure it's not on start. Yeah, we've got some weird noises coming through. All right. Yeah. So yeah, I am going to we've got a now on this topic. I was talking about wanting to do another subject and start talking about radicalism and how that came about. So I think yeah, you got like this really crazy sound that's coming in. It's like a chirping sound. It's like really loud. You can hear it if you're on stream too. So okay. So now unmute yourself. See if that helps. I did that. I know. Don't get mad at me. No, it did. It. No, it. Yeah, it's pretty much freaking. It's off the chain. So now go ahead and mute and use the chat, and I'll talk to you through the chat, and we'll just use your face for the video. And you can type your messages in the chat area on the side. So just go ahead and use the chat in the side, and then I'll freaking I'll let you have a conversation with me through the chat, and we can have you on video, which is cool either way. So okay. And so when it comes to what I've been reading here, man, I'd like your take on this. Now, do you think that maybe, first of all, in the next episode, we should talk about the radicalism and radicals in England? Because that actually is something I think I probably overlooked on that. It sounds like it would be an interesting topic. So, and with also another thing that I did notice too is I was wrong about the crown being the equivalent of the executive branch. Apparently, the prime minister is the equivalent of the executive branch here in the United States. So I would be thinking that the king or the crown would actually be like a wild card, what we would call a wild card here in the United States. You know, where, well, especially in sports, they call it a wild card. They have that party that has the ability to go against laws, but like you said, and it's even written in here, the crown rarely has never done it, I guess, since the 1700s. So we confirm that you do know what you're talking about, Mark Edworthy. Yeah, that's much better. You got it. You got it. Yeah. Okay. Now, um, what do you think about the whole thing about the radicalism and stuff? I think that's something that we should be discussing too when it comes to moving into the liberal part of England, like liberalism with John Clark or John. Well, from what I'm getting, the radicals were in in opposition to the conservatives in not only England but in France as well, and they were like the they would be the the ones who actually had the Lockean, philosophy and stuff of freedom of speech and the Lockean, Loki, Lufian. Oh yeah. Well, Loki. Yeah. Well, I'll just say John Locke. They followed in Lockean. Lockean. Yeah, I should. That's that American accent. There you go. But for me, I think that would probably be something to also discuss. You know what I mean? Because like we can get into John Locke and start talking about John Locke and things of that nature. Now with this Constitution, it seems to me like it's the nail in the coffin that 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 I needed to freaking show that you guys are responsible for socialism. Well, first of all, this is supposed to be your constitution, but it's also saying in here that let me find it. Now it does describe in here everything about Northern Ireland and Free Ireland, which means that Northern Ireland, I guess, is still a part of the UK. Yeah, after World War II, the UK became the founding member of the Council of Europe to uphold human rights and the United Nations to guarantee international peace and security. Now, the UK was a member of the European Union, joining its predecessor in 1973, but left in 2020. Now, the UK is also a founding member of the International Labour Organization, Socialists, and the World Trade Organization, that's socialist as well, and to participate in regulating the global economy. So, your government is the ones who regulate the global economy. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Now, so basically, hmm, Okay. Now, according to this, it says that the UK was a member of the European Union. They joined in 1970. Its predecessor. Its predecessor. Right. In 19. But you left in 2020. That would have been Brexit. And okay. So now, right here, the UK is also a founding member of the International Labour Organization. Do you know anything? You have anything considering that? Yeah. We did cover it and everything, and like a lot of it had to do with the combination of anarcho blah blah blah, that word that frickin' Bob Dub doesn't like, that is added to the anarchist, and then it also had to do with socialist reforms. So now this World Trade Organization thing too is something that really stuck out to me. Like that would be kind of like that's straight up the UN kind of stuff that's going on with the global economy, you know, like yeah, not now the mhm. Now I can check that out real quick. The World Trade Organization, I believe, is still in existence. I'm not really sure, but yeah, they are still in business now. They aid for trade, global reviews and stuff, steering committees of the WTO and stuff like that. So they've got it all going. They even have steering committees and stuff of that nature. But what stuck out to me, yeah, it's kind of like they well, the steering committee, basically they steer it in the direction they want it to go. And what really stuck out to me was the fact that you guys are the ones who founded it. You dirty rotten English folk. You horrible, horrible. Now are you, mm-hmm. No. Wh- no. I do know. I do know that it's gotten so bad that England's had to actually start the process of breaking away from the EU and everything, because the same.
to rejoin the EU. However, you get independence and then rejoin it.
Yeah.
That makes sense. And Northern Ireland is, if you have a look at the issues in relation to trade at the moment, Northern Ireland has become a sort of vassal state.
Yeah.
Arguably. And there are issues with the EU's let's call it dictatorship of Northern Ireland in relation to the Good Friday Agreement.
No, see, that's what's strange to me is like they're actually supposed to. Northern Ireland is actually supposed to be a part of England still, you know, of the UK.
Yeah.
And Southern Ireland is supposed to be free Ireland. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, the Republic of
And what's going on?
And what's happening at the moment is, let's say there's been some alleged underhanding dealings with between the UK's civil service and the European Commission. European Union still, if the UK still got full control or full autonomy over Northern Ireland.
That is a good question. I mean, that's a really, really good question if you stop and think about it.
It's a seriously important question. After all, if the Good Friday Agreement stops the 30-year so-called troubles in Northern Ireland, it in effect halted the civil war between the so-called civil war between UK or the rest of the UK and Northern Ireland.
Now, that right there is actually a good thing because I was just discussing that. I went over all the stuff discussing how horrible you guys are and shit, you know. I've covered that, which you know I was going to do. Because, you know.
Well, in this case, it's I personally put the blame down to our civil service, our weak leadership of not only this government but subsequent governments since major really since the ending of Thatcherism back in 91.
Yeah. Now there's something that
Blairism has done major damage.
There's something that's much older that I'm kind of curious about because this stuck out to me. Do you know anything about the Scottish Militia Bill?
Isn't that related to the Jacobite movement of the ending of the Jacobite movement in the 18th century? Or 18th century? Yeah, 18th century.
Yeah, it's supposed to be in 1708. I pulled that up and I thought that was, or I didn't pull it up. It's in my notes and everything, and I thought that was pretty interesting. It stuck out to me. I didn't recognize it before, but whenever I freaking ran across it, I was like, that's kind of interesting. Now, what they call it, I just pulled it up now. They call it the Scottish Militia Bill of 1708, known formally as the Scottish Militia Bill. And it was a bill.
So is that before, if it's 1708, is that before the Jacobite movement?
Well, let me read this real quick. Okay, it was a bill that was passed by the House of Commons and the House of Lords of the Parliament of Great Britain in early 1708. However, on March the 11th, 1708, Queen Anne withheld royal assent on the advice of her ministers for fear that the proposed militia would be disloyal. This was due to the sudden appearance of Franco-Jacobite invasion fleet, Franco-Jacobite invasion fleet en route to Scotland, which gave ministers second thoughts. At the last minute, about allowing it to reach the status books as of no wait about allowing it to reach the statute books. As of 2024, it is the last occasion of which the royal veto has been used in Great Britain or the United States.
Okay, so I just checked. The Jacobite uprising was in 1745, so you're talking about several years later. But I know that I thought it was Spain rather than France, but could well be France. But I know that there was a Scottish French Franco-Scottish agreement back earlier, so back in the late 17th century.
Mm-hmm. No, this would be before Queen Anne lost her head.
Yeah.
So, and
yeah, this was during the sort of Protestant Anglo argument. Around Shakespeare's time.
It does bring into argument though. It does bring into argument though the true ascension or descent of the royal family as well. You know, because like Queen Anne was actually the legitimate freaking person who is supposed to take the crown. You know what I mean? And Queen Elizabeth was illegitimate. So if you really look at it that way, you know what I mean? Henry VIII, I believe, wasn't Queen Anne from his first wife?
Yeah, I've got to remember. It's been a long time since I did any study of this.
Wait, actually, no. James is actually a descendant from Queen Anne's lineage, if I'm correct. I could be wrong about that.
Yeah,
I think.
Charles Stewart. I thought Charles was in 1745. Yeah, I've got to remind myself of this. Sorry. I've got to remind myself.
Mm-hmm. That's what stuck out to me, and it was kind of cool because we were talking about discussing the Jacobite invasion and stuff, and I think that's actually pretty important to discuss too, because that did influence politics back then, and I get
it's made a when was the Act of Union signed between Scotland and England?
Oh God, I think I went over that too, but I know that that's a pretty interesting thing too, because it's you've heard of the Stone of Scones, right? Huh? Oh, you're taking a smoke break, I see. Either that or your video froze up on it. Well, the Stone of Scones is actually from Scotland, and it's shipped south.
Yeah.
It was shipped south and put underneath the throne, so whenever the king or the queen is inaugurated, they have to sit on that throne for inauguration. If you notice down underneath, there's a stone there.
Yeah. There was a lovely search out for our next
Episode.
stream, but there is a extremely good YouTube Scottish Caribbean historian that looks at the history of Scotland and England.
Yeah. Well, I think that it should be discussed too about their relationship, because I was one of those guys that got freaking hooked on that one movie with what's his face, What was it?
or Braveheart.
Braveheart. Okay. And when
Yeah,
when
Mel Gibson.
I did love that movie, to be honest with you. But when I went in and I fact checked and I did a deep dive of it, I found out that people really don't know what happened there. You know what I mean? It was like freaking.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's more myth than it is actually real. So I think it would be kind of cool to kind of go into it and discuss that because like there's a lot of facts. Now don't get me wrong, the king during that time he was a horrible man. You know what I mean? He killed his own son. That's fact. He did kill his own son because he was homosexual. But
That's conjecture.
well,
You're gonna have to do some research. Send me a couple of notes over the next week at some point, and I'll have a look at it and mine in a second.
yeah, we're gonna have to work out that mic too, because your mic is really messing up bad. Not right now. Don't
Okay, I'm having.
don't. I mean not
Okay.
not like
I'm
right.
having
Not right.
various problems. Okay, I'm having various problems with Skype and other things at the moment, but yeah,
And
over the last day it's just been weird.
I mean, if nothing else, we can start doing pre-recordings. You know what I mean? So when we do this, so that we can
Yeah,
do
yeah.
a good broadcast and everything. I know a lot of guys that we talk to have a problem with that, but there's really nothing wrong with it if that's what we have to do to get good episodes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. It might. I think streaming this series is a bit nonsensical.
Yeah, it's getting pretty bad when it's getting pretty bad whenever we get on here to do a serious show and all of a sudden we're having mic issues. You know what I mean? People, and
Indeed,
I,
indeed.
I think I actually had a good proportion of the stuff that I was reviewing to you muted, so we 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 do have some of that I gotta edit out for whenever I upload it, but that's on me, you know. Now,
Yeah.
there's also something I wanted to go over with you. Is something that I found out about Canada. Um, I found out that they do have the freaking the British or the 1982 charter that I mentioned in the last episode, but last night I pulled it up for Jeffy's show, and I found out that there's actually a constitution for Canada that's separate from the charter. I didn't realize that until
Yeah, I thought
last
there was.
night.
I thought there was. So I thought when you were talking about last time, there was some extra.
Yeah, I
Um, yeah.
I think it would be cool to go over that if I can find any more information about it, because I mean we've been talking about the Constitution for Britain for quite some time, so I would rather freaking stay focused on this more than anything else. You know what I mean? We can get into the conversation about John Locke and liberalism too, but I really think that those are some important aspects to get, because I don't think too many people have knowledge about England and the UK's constitution. You know.
And then we can push into how it how things like the 1869 Bill of Rights and that sort of thing influenced the US.
Well, I would. Well, see, the 1816 Bill of Rights, I think, came after or the United States Revolution.
Yeah, but a lot of this, there's a lot of lead off, obviously.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I don't know.
yeah.
Well, throw some examples out
No,
there.
but a lot of the US concepts, legal concepts, spun out of UK's English concepts.
Well, I know like the Bill of Rights was important when it came to England, and like when the United States became independent, the
Sorry, yeah, it's 60. I said 1869 earlier. I meant 1689.
yeah, let's
So
see.
it was before the writing of the actual American Constitution.
Yeah, we were still colony back then, but now
Which is funny enough, it's just gone. Actually, it's only got enough hour before July the 4th.
yep.
It's 11 UTC, 11 o'clock UTC now. So yeah, and now it's time you'll be celebrating 4th of July.
Yeah, but how do you guys celebrate the 4th of July? That's the big question.
We don't know why. Well, majority of Brits don't.
You guys,
Well,
you guys should be celebrating. You know what I mean? It's like freaking. You should be like, oh yes, yes, we lost that war. Thank goodness.
Thank you. One of the very few wars that the USSR has been won.
Well, it's one of the very few wars that the English
And it
has
wasn't
lost.
even the US at the time.
It was.
And it wasn't even the US.
It was one of. It was one of the.
US actually won.
Yeah, but get this. It was one of the few wars that the English had lost, and they're grateful for it every day now because they have to watch all the news of what's going on in the United States, and they're like, oh, thank God.
Well, yeah, actually. Actually, no, we have still got a large influence on this international stage.
Well, that's what I was trying to get at. Now, I already brought up the whole dirty scoundrel thing. I already know how you guys influenced a lot of stuff. Like, and I mean, at the end, like we'll have like a review on a lot of this stuff, and I'll kind of go over that stuff. But I'm really, to be honest, amazed with doing this because there's a lot of things that I wasn't even aware of. It's just like I was talking about the radical party that you guys had. That's actually something I really think that we do need to go over because the radicalism it stems even from France as well as England.
Yeah. The revolution.
Yeah. I think that would be something that would be interesting to talk about. And conservative, from what I'm seeing, like your guys' classical conservatism was really, really hard. You know what I mean? It was really, really intrinsic, and that's why I was saying I really think that like your conservative party today is being overran by frickin' the Nationalist Socialist Party pretending to be conservative.
I actually, if you're making that sort of distinction, I disagree. I would say that the Labour Party is being pushed more to, or has been pushed more to, the sort of cultural Marxist viewpoint.
No, I'm talking about
than the more National Socialism, fascist viewpoint.
no, I'm talking about your conservative party.
No, our Conservative Party, mainly due to academia and civil service, and well, academia, is more being pushed in the last 15, 20 years further into sort of cultural Marxism.
Yeah, and see, that's what I'm saying. It's like I'm starting to see
The left wing.
Yeah. And I've always you're the one that disagrees with me about that. Remember, I've always considered National Socialists as being left wing and right wing.
Yeah. This is why I don't like international level, right? Because National Socialism,
Yes,
say
still.
that to any college students these days, well, then they will think of Hitler and the far right,
Right.
the so-called far right.
Yeah, they
Got to be
can.
careful with that term.
Well, I consider it far left in my personal
Mm.
opinion. You know what I mean?
Well, there's it's it's like I always have said, left and right socialism is irrelevant. It's just
still
two sides of the same coin.
right. Now, what I was saying though is like I was going over like this whole conservative thing when it comes to England, and like it's really hard to distinguish between freaking conservatism or classic conservatism is the way I should say it, and National Socialist because they have almost identical kind of beliefs, except for conservatism is more aimed at actual, values and heritage, and even in that aspect, the National Socialists do the same thing. You know what I mean?
I don't know. Yeah, it looks at culture, but I was going to say National Socialism is a more ethno
Mm-hmm.
related, whereas classical liberalism is about
No, conservatism.
cultural rather than ethno.
National conservatism.
Yeah, it's more of a cultural sort of concept rather than ethno sort of.
Right. And like
more heavily. Yeah.
and one thing that I remember when we were going over it, it said that they believe that it should thrive naturally. You know what I mean? It shouldn't be.
Yeah.
It shouldn't derive
Should
from.
be organic.
Yeah, organic.
If you want to use
Exactly. That's a big difference too, because like the or National Socialists don't believe in that. You know what I mean? Even though
Well,
both.
socialism full stop is all about control, isn't it? It's all about
Mhm.
some
Special interest
May that
groups.
be the workers or may that be the party.
That's one thing that did stand out to me about the differences. You know, but it's too fine of a line, because like when you hear these people talk, like you have to really pay a lot of attention. Like that video that you posted that you wanted me to check out, it sounded like these young guys were like conservative speaking, but then they got halfway into their
Well,
speech.
granted, life isn't as simple as either you this or that. Yeah, there isn't a finite line between
Yeah,
all
very.
political cultures.
Which also makes me think too, and this is something that I went over years ago, but it was about Winston Churchill. You know, Winston Churchill despised Adolf Hitler and Germany with a passion. And he even went as far as to say in an interview that it didn't matter who was running Germany, Adolf Hitler or just some freaking schmuck basically. They were going to go back to war eventually. He knew it, you know what I mean?
Where he could see that Germany was taking more and more control of other countries, and like Lloyd, what's the previous Prime Minister, Lloyd George?
Yeah, that was him.
Yeah, and which was more of a Hitler appeaser. The interesting thing is Lloyd George was, I think, was always a sort of molded politician.
Yeah.
A politician, a career politician. Whereas Winston Churchill was actually came from a much more military background. It's far, there's actually a good film that was made in the 90s, I want to say, British film, looking at the history of Winston Churchill. And Churchill served in things like the Boer War.
Yeah.
And well, it was actually a troop grand during the Boer War. So he had a lot of military background anyway before. Maybe he was quite old when he became prime minister
Yeah. And
in his 60s or something.
that was something that stuck out with me when it came to a lot of that, whenever it comes to Winston Churchill and the relationship with Germany. Like you could see that there was that friction between England and Germany even after World War One. You know what I mean? Like it was two competitors. You know what I'm saying? Two king of the hills. There could only be one. You know what I mean? So it just
I'm just thinking, is Winston Churchill old enough to remember before Germany became a unified country? Because Germany became a unified country in 1887,
well
something like that. And and Winston Churchill will be fairly young at that time.
yeah, I believe he was because the Boer Wars. Well, no, he might have been around. He could have been because because if he served in the Boer Wars, then yeah, there could be a good chance that he knew about all that. And now with Germany, they weren't called Germany at that time, were they? They were called the.
Well, it was a league. It was Germany, but at the time Germany was actually before the start of the 19th century. So I think 1790 or something. There was a emergence of various states, but I think there was before then there was something like 100 plus different states in what we now know as Germany, or provinces. Autonomous provinces.
Now Germany itself was, as the name Germany was, Germany officially, the Federal Republic of Germany, the FRG, is a country in Central Europe. It is the most populous member state of the European Union. Germany, well, okay, this is getting ridiculous. Now, it had the date and everything.
Hang on. Just to
18th.
Churchill was born in 1874, and the first unification of Germany after the Franco-Prussian War was in 1871.
Okay.
So yeah, Winston Churchill's early life would have been aware of the creation of a unified Germany.
Right. Now, the formal unification, according to this, the unification of Germany into the modern nation state commenced on 18 August of 1866. So that's when it was formally recognized as the unification. So, and you said 1861?
No, I said after the Prussian-Franco War. Because there was a amalgamation of various states in after Napoleon.
Right. Now 1871.
And then there's the thing that there's what we do call the first unification, of Germany that happened in 1871, and
The
the
German
second
Empire.
unification occurred in 1990 after the fall of the wall.
Right. And then 1871 was the German Empire. And then after World War One, and the German Revolution of 1918 or 1919, the empire was changed to the Weimar Republic. And after the Nazis seized power, um, it,
Ah, you've done, you've been getting this from Wikipedia, haven't you?
yes.
Seized power when they were democratically elected.
Well, I mean,
They
it's the
didn't. Well, oh, actually,
Nazi seizure of
if
power.
you're talking about seized power, are we talking about the march on the white mark that put
It was
Hitler in prison?
1933. It was the
Okay, so yeah, no, when they were democratically elected,
yeah.
not seized power.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Nazi seizure of power in 1933 led to the establishment
Democratically elected.
to the totalitarian dictatorship, World War II, and the Holocaust. After the end of it's Wikipedia. Now, see, I was against Wikipedia when I started all this shit, but then I went on and tried to frickin' do Britannica, and they're just as ridiculous. You know what I mean?
Actually, Wikipedia is a useful resource, but you just got to be aware of the political leanings of the
right. Exactly, and I've been like, I don't know what they're doing to Encyclopedia Britannica, but they should be ashamed of themselves, because like when it comes to history,
I think I've noticed the OED Oxford English Dictionary, and especially the Collins Dictionary, has been going down this woke line, of society-wide woke line for the last 5-6 years.
Yep. I went into Britannica within the last 2-3 years, and it blew my mind that they're starting to talk like that, you know. And Britannica was important. It was very influential for hundreds of years now. You know, I mean, this isn't like just some encyclopedia. I mean, it influenced the world. We wouldn't have the world we have today if it wasn't for the Encyclopedia Britannica, and a lot of people aren't aware of that. You know, it created these revolutions that all these European countries are so proud of, you know.
I'm not sure if they created the revolutions.
Who do you think was spreading? Who do you think was spreading the information?
As I've said in the past, the Gutenberg press is the biggest the greatest invention since sliced bread.
Right.
If it wasn't for the Gutenberg press, the Bible wouldn't have been translated. We would be living a completely different sort of culture.
Well, we'll forgive them for that.
Itself would be living in a completely different culture if it wasn't. You could argue that the internet is the modern Gutenberg press, not because it allows well, it's because of the spread of the of information being
exactly
or being just the spread of information and the access to the information. So the internet is the modern Gutenberg press.
Okay, now we've actually, I think, gotten enough to where we could actually be cool with this podcast, or this broadcast, I should say. We've gotten it up to about an hour and 23, and that takes the exception off of the bad situation we had with all of the technical issues. So we've come to like an hour and 24 minutes. So before we end, I want you to tell me what your thoughts are when it comes to the stuff that we've gone over. And I also want you to admit publicly that the English are horrible, rotten citizens of the world, and they should be exposed for their rotten and evil ways.
The English brought things like aided in the spread of things like modern medicine towards the world. We brought to the world a concept modern or a concept of fair justice. We brought to the world cricket.
Oh God! That the best you got is
We brought
cricket?
to the world tea.
Oh yeah.
India did, but we aided in spread of tea throughout the world.
That's right. But cricket,
Yeah.
seriously? I mean, of all the sports you guys have, the best thing you could come up with was cricket? Really?
Well, we did create football society for the Americans and there's soccer.
Hmm. Well, I also
For us, there would be no soccer.
no, I also want to point out to people too, since you're over there in England, the person who created football, soccer here in the United States, is also buried in an abandoned graveyard. So if you guys are soccer or football fans, however you pronounce it, it'd probably be best to figure out where he's buried at. Go out there and try to get people to renovate and restore that grave, because I found that out about 3 years ago, and every chance I get, I always want to mention that on my streams. So if you guys care about that sport, then that would be something to look into. And you know,
When you say creative stuff or what?
he was the founder. He's the one that came up with the game.
I think the game in one form or another has been around for centuries.
And we should discuss that then. That'd be a good topic to talk about, because
Okay, I'm not a soccer fan at all, but yeah, it's a mystery.
well, your guys' games actually is something that I'd like to come up with some kind of stream of somehow pull it together somehow, because like you guys are in England, you have a lot of different values and traditions that go from town to town. You know what I mean? Like everything in England's not exactly the same like everybody thinks it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's a lot of I don't know, cultural diversity in UK.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I think we should come up with something later on that would talk about that, because I think that would be pretty cool. And
Okay.
so with that, I think we should end this, and we'll come back later to talk a little bit more. All right. All right. So let me end this, and I hope you guys have enjoyed the show. If you do, freaking leave a comment in the comment section, and we will see you later. Hello everybody, and welcome to another episode of Live with Roger Hanson. Tonight I am wanting to start my episodes out on the night that I have decided to do my shows on. I said the other night that there's no way I was going to do late night streams on a Sunday night, and I finally decided that what I'm going to do is I'm going to start doing these on Monday nights. And I said it before when I wasn't recording on OBS, that I am going to do this a little bit different than last year when I was doing it. This time I am going to just basically have a live stream where I talk about various topics. They could be political. They could be about political history. It could be about just entertainment in general. I also could be talking about paranormal or UFOs, whatever happens. So I'm basically going to do it in that format. And with that being said, I came up with a couple of things that I thought would be pretty interesting to talk about. Now, I do want to talk a little bit about tech too, and one thing that really stuck out with me this year whenever I was doing my interviews with gamers, and I'll be talking about gamers too, by the way, but when I was talking to gamers and people who are doing tech, which I actually do have a show, it's called Tech Talk with Tan Hightrain and Mark Edworthy, and we brought up the topic of Microsoft and Ubisoft and their deal with the EU about doing their cloud gaming, and that was to help convince regulators in the United Kingdom to approve Xbox company. They had $1 billion acquisition for Activision Blizzard, and I thought that was kind of odd. So I do want to bring that up now. Or I want to bring it up and discuss it. Now, besides that, there's also something else that happened this year that I thought would be a really good conversation piece, and it has to do with paranormal stuff. I was lucky enough to do an interview with a guy by the name of Michael Paul, and he said some pretty interesting things that I thought was pretty cool that would be worth talking about. And I did interview him on both The Wonderful World of Weirdness. Well, I didn't interview him then. I was a part of the show with him and John Clark where we had conversations. But I also did an interview with him personally on my own personal channel, which is called Strange Stories, and he said something that really stuck out to me, and it had to do with coincidences. And I'll tell you right now, I do have video or shows that concern the paranormal and the UFOs and stuff of that nature, but to be honest with you, they don't enthuse me as much as what they used to. Don't get me wrong, I talk about them all the time, and I do research with them, and I still get into it in that aspect, but they don't excite me like they used to back when I first started researching it. And the reason for that is because I actually freaking got inspired by them to learn about to go deeper into them, and I started getting curious about other things that were a lot more in depth. You know what I mean? Different topics that seemed more interesting to me than what I'd previously been interested in, you know what I mean? So don't get me wrong, I still like some of the stories about UFOs and abductions, but they just don't interest me as much as what other things do, like synchronicity, and that's something that I believe is a common denominator between a lot of people like Michael Paul, because like Michael Paul and me were having a conversation about something that had occurred in his life in the past, which involved the YMCA, and the death of a close friend of his, where he had gotten a room for his friend at the local YMCA, and his friend ended up being murdered in it. Now, he turned around and he said that the moment he went into that uh, into that YMCA, that he had this weird feeling in the pit of his stomach. Okay, and he knew something was out of place, basically. Now, that stuck out to me, and I asked him about it in the interview, and I asked him about it a couple of times afterwards too, and it didn't seem to occur to him that it was really important, in my opinion. Now, fast forward a little while further, I started doing a show with Summer Todd on the Wonderful World of Weirdness. I did a show with her and her son Austin Todd, and the topic of the YMCA popped up again with Austin, and a lot of the things that got him curious in the paranormal and stuff like that is because of an incident that happened in the YMCA that was personal to him, and it didn't have anything to do with anybody's death or anything of that nature, but it kind of stuck out to me, and whenever I was interviewing Michael, Michael discussed synchronicity and that coincidences, in his opinion, weren't real, and that everything happens for a reason, and then he went on to say your minds are created, your minds are creating these events, okay? And he thought that he was going mad for months because he was seeing connections, things that were thought unconnected by everybody else, but he was like seeing connections. And in my mind, when I was hearing that, it seems to me that he was actually connecting the dots. You know what I mean? Like, whenever you go in and you do the jigsaw puzzles or the little puzzle books, and they tell you to connect the dots. As a kid, you connect the dots, and to me, what I was hearing was he was actually connecting dots, just like that, and that's something that I really I really feel is true, because that's kind of what happened to me. I sobered up from drugs and alcohol in 2003, and when I did, all of a sudden, this whole new world of learning just opened up to me, and I wanted to learn about everything. And that is what I related to when he started discussing this stuff, because in how he described it, it seemed to have happened to him much faster. But with me, I was going through somewhat the same process, but I was also doing it at a slower pace, you know what I'm saying? Like, my mind was like a sponge, and all I wanted to do was learn more and more stuff. So, in that interview with Michael Paul, he went on to say that he had an experience that felt like a tsunami wave of information that flowed right into him, and it was like he felt sudden pains in his stomach, just like he said that he felt a bad feeling in his stomach when he went into the YMCA, and that stuck out to me. And he said it was feeling as though he was going to have a seizure, you know what I mean? And then he said visions of a jigsaw puzzle of information was coming together in his mind's eye, and it was coming together fast. So this is what he was seeing in front of him, and it didn't happen like that to me. What happened to me is I started going through information and finding different information, and this took years and years of doing it, but I never wanted to stop, you know what I mean? I think it was just a matter of speed and stuff like that when it comes to it that really stuck out to me. Now with the whole thing about seeing spirits and stuff, or with Austin Todd and his mom, Summer. She was telling me a story about her mom, who had seen spirits dressed in Victorian clothing at a local university or college, or is it Oxford University, back when she was working there in the cafeteria. And then she started saying stuff about her sisters, and she could sense some strange things about her and her husband's bedroom and things of that nature, you know. I started picking up on that stuff, and I asked her about that, and we started diving into it. And then she also mentioned, like, Austin had mentioned the archangel Michael, and he was never raised around religion. You know, he never had enough a religious upbringing, but he knew about it. So these were some of the stuff that stuck out in my head whenever it comes to all that stuff. Like, and I don't know, it started. These are the kind of things that I get interested in when I hear stories like that. So that's what I'm saying when it comes to UFOs and ghosts and stuff of that nature. Like, it still interests me, but not as much as what it did when I first started. She started also talking about the sense that someone was watching her, you know, and that something wasn't right. And then she also had thoughts of people that were going to die, you know, like premonitions that they were going to die, and she started seeing their aura. So I thought a lot of that was interesting. She felt weird about people. Like, she had this one guy that used to freak her out, and she felt weird about him, and he ended up committing a triple homicide in her freaking hometown. Now, the man was Depew, I guess is what his name was, and he also worked at this Miami University, which was built basically on top of Oxford University after it was closed, and Miami University in Ohio took over. That was basically just the first part of the interview that we had together, you know. So it really got pretty interesting. I thought that was some pretty cool stuff. So we ended up doing a lot more stuff concerning that, and it just really got interesting, basically. She also experienced an angel experience, is what I've usually been calling it, where she experienced it during a really bad accident that she happened, and she kind of says that it's an out-of-body experience, but she says that it isn't. So that's something that really stuck out to me when I heard it. And she also said that she heard a female presence that was there, and it was within a split second of time, you know. So really thought that was interesting. And, she went on to talk a little bit more and told me that she had saw a spirit of a man wearing a top hat, and she was wondering if she was experiencing a poltergeist activities. Um, that made me think of Watchers, and then then it also um, she mentioned that she felt evil. She felt some evil presences and stuff, and sightings. Just strange things of that nature, which kind of goes into a little bit about what I was talking about with Michael Paul, because a lot of this was connected with his experience. It was connected with the death of his friend, so he ended up having those visions, and then he started going to Rome and visiting monasteries, and he said that he started seeing geometric symbols that would jump out at him, and Summer said that something within herself had opened up. She mentioned people and events began to occur around her concerning whatever she mentioned, So if she brought something up, all of a sudden things would start happening around her. I thought that was pretty interesting. She also said that the number 1111 was important to her, and it had to do with her husband passing away. So I know that has to do with spirituality and like angels, I believe, guardian angel. Um, she was really into like synchronicity and stuff too. So that was some stuff that really stuck out to me, and that was something else. We actually went through and did an entire episode on just 1111, and found out that it's the number of masters, the ascended masters, and stuff of that nature. It's the ascended masters are supposed to be like sending messages to you yourself, and it's a divine aspect of the universe, and the master of being yourself and stuff like that. So give me a second, I'll be right back. So yeah, I'm back. I had to go and turn down a TV. Somebody had it up extremely loud. So, but yeah, that's kind of the thing that really stuck out to me, and the whole reason why I brought it all up was it comes back to what I was talking about with synchronicity and coincidences, and Mike saying that there's no such thing as coincidences, and that we create it all in our own mind, And besides talking about like the ascended masters and stuff, it's even a part of a lot of what a lot of people in numerology believe in too. There's a whole bunch of belief systems that go according to it, and it seems just odd to me that people still talk about the 1111, and I'm not one of those people that kind of like, well, first of all, let me tell you, like, everything's trendy. You go on television and you watch trendy television. You go on the internet and you see trend. Everything's about trendiness, and I don't fall for that stuff. I don't try to talk about the trendy stuff. If you want to hear all of the stuff that people are talking about when it comes to UFOs and ghosts and the same-o, but from a different person, then you're coming to the wrong person. I'm not that kind of a guy, you know what I mean? A lot of the topics that I come up with rarely have anything to do with ghosts or spirits or anything of that nature. It's really stuff that interests me, because even in like those crowds and that following, you'll see that they fall into a trendy kind of sect, you know what I mean? Like, all of a sudden they start talking about, the Sumerians, which I'm into. I am into ancient history and stuff, but what they do is they'll start talking about the Sumerians, then they'll start talking about the Assyrians, then they'll go straight from the Assyrians to the Egyptians, and then all of a sudden they're trying to connect the Egyptians with South America, and when they run out of material for all of that, then the next thing you know, they're talking about the Orient again, and Southeast Asia, and the Hinduism and Buddhism, and that's pretty much where they stay. So with me, I don't want to do that. I'm not going to try to tell you that that ancient history is connected to Atlantis, and you can find the connections in South America and Egypt and stuff, because first of all, it's just trendy. I'm not even gonna say first of all, it's just trendy. Everybody is talking that nonsense, and then maybe if you're lucky, they'll talk about what is it, good backload tapping, and stuff like that. With most of my research into ancient history, I've been more fascinated with the Urartu and the Persian cultures and stuff of that nature, and the Indo-European migration patterns, things like that, and how Buddhism came about, and Hinduism, and things like that. That's where I'm at right now. So it comes back to a lot of this when it comes to those kind of things. Now with synchronicity, I really believe that what Mark was saying is true. He said that we create these events in our own head, and I believe that too about words. Like when you start speaking the words, words can manifest themselves, and that's not anything supernatural or paranormal. That's just the way it is. You can say something that can destroy somebody, just because they heard you say it. So I believe in that. That's just common sense when it comes to your minds are creating events that actually manifest themselves in the real world. I believe that. And I also think that way when it comes to words. You can do that with words as well. So when it comes to coincidences versus synchronicity, I also think that it goes even deeper than just that. You have to think about free will, and you also have to think about do you believe that everything is predetermined, and or do you believe that there's like a middle of the road kind of thing when it comes to that kind of stuff? Like, is there are some things that is predetermined, and there are some things that has to do with free will and the power to create your own future, or is it all predetermined for you? So we've had pretty good conversations. I actually had a guy by the name of Vince, and on one of my shows, and he came in and did a pretty good interview with me, him and his buddy and Bob Dub, and they talked about it. I thought it was a pretty good topic, and we actually did a episode of Into the Abyss on that topic, and it turned out pretty good. Now, with that being said, it comes down to a lot of the stuff that's been going on today. Like I said, I think that we do create things in our own mind, and I think that we do it with our own words. And you stop and you take a look at the things that are going on in today's world, especially in politics and stuff of that nature. You listen to what's been going on, and you do research, and you find out things about history. You can literally connect the dots, and you can call that synchronicity. You can call it whatever you want, but I don't think it's coincidence whatsoever. I also believe that we do create these things from the moment people first thought of flying machines. That was the beginning. That was where the idea of an airplane was invented, was when a person said, hey man, what if we did this to fly? It just grew and grew until eventually we could fly with airplanes. I believe the same thing happens with all the technology we have, you know what I mean? Well, you take a look at these skyscrapers and how huge they are, and in the beginning, people were talking about freaking the Tower of Babel, and then the Great Pyramids of Egypt, which was just so astonishing to people for the longest time, until, of course, we built the Eiffel Tower, and then the Empire State Building, and then the World Trade Center, and it just kept on going. We created that, and it was our minds and our words manifesting into something, you know what I mean, into the material world. So that is what I think is happening today in today's world. And earlier I was talking about like Microsoft and Ubisoft and cloud gaming and all of that stuff, and trying to convince UK's regulators to approve Xbox company's acquisition of Activision Blizzard. Now, this was all over the streaming rights for Call of Duty. You know what I mean? It had turned into such a huge moneymaker that it actually went in front of the EU and the UK. Now the EU freaking the weird part about all that is the whole negotiations, it was hinged on their agreement that they would put these games on this cloud. And that's what I wonder when I hear stuff like this, what's so important about this cloud uh, that they feel is important enough to where this $1 billion deal, or actually $68.7 billion acquisition, is determined on if they put their games on a cloud system for gaming. You know, I think that this is all something that that really needs to be looked at, and it needs to be discussed, because a lot of people don't realize we create things, we manifest things through our mind and through freaking the things that we say and what we do. And what is this cloud streaming going to be in the future? And the thing that gets me is with IGN. Okay, now that's the thing. Now Spencer, the guy who is in charge of these games, they're planning on shutting down all of the old games from Xbox 360 on July the 29th. And after that, you're not gonna have access to those games anymore. And that's why I've been telling everybody, if you still have the console and you want to play these games, you need to go out and get them. And I believe that's in 20 days. The whole setup is gone, so just remember that. And these emulators, I've played them, and I'll tell you what, there aren't too many of them that are really all that great. So you might want to think about that before you just say, well, I'll just use an emulator. If you've used emulators, you know what I'm talking about. But I find it odd that these guys are going to be closing down these old stores on the internet, and just the games, period, and they're just getting rid of them. There's so many of those games that are going to be lost, but then they want to start a cloud, a gaming cloud, and have all their games on there. So those are some of the stuff that sticks out to me. You know, later on maybe I can get into it again. I went through this a while back, but I really don't find it a very good thing to be doing. I just don't trust it whatsoever, especially when it comes to the EU and regulating things. I get into a lot of political history, and I start figuring things out, like with all this stuff that everybody's talking about when it comes to like woke, and when it comes to, you know, civil rights activists and people freaking arguing over transgender stuff. I actually learn more about that by actually going in and doing the research, and I've found a lot of things that's been kind of disturbing, and it doesn't have to do with what's going on today. It has to do with how long this stuff has been going on. The truth of the matter is a lot of this was happening a long time ago, even before the United States became the United States. This is a lot of the stuff that we're going through today is called radicalism, and there was an actual group called radicals that goes all the way back to, like I said, the time when the United States became a country, and all the way up into the French Revolution in the 1900s and up until today. And what they were is they believed in like classic liberalism. They believed in a lot of the stuff that constitutional governments believed in. They believed in a lot of the stuff that John Locke taught about, you know, freedom of speech. They also believed in they also believed in a freaking an open market, free market, free trade, stuff like that. They believed in a lot of the things that that classic liberalism taught, which is actually what created the Constitution that we have here in the United States. But besides that, they like classic liberalism is believed in small government, whereas the radicals didn't believe in small government, and they didn't, or they felt that a lot of the stuff that's mentioned with classic liberalism needed to be regulated, and it needed to have freaking it needed to have reform and stuff of that nature, whereas classic liberalism didn't believe in that. They believed in small government and things of that nature. And that actually was around way back in the day, but the problem was is we overlooked it, and nobody really kept an eye on that, and made sure that it didn't get out of hand, and it grew into what it is today because it just had plenty of open space to freaking grow, to flounder or to grow, basically, and that really opened my eyes up, because I was having issues with a lot of things historically about all this stuff, and it goes back again to what Mike was saying. There's no such thing as coincidence, and it's just a matter of allowing things to freaking grow, and that's why we have a lot of these issues. We've come a long way in a lot of different areas. I think that is actually something that is important to bring up and to talk about. So for me personally, I don't trust any of these regulations and stuff that people freaking want to impose on me. My beliefs go more, I'm not going to say conservative, because I've been saying that, and here previously, or in the most recent times, I've been learning a little bit more about conservative and what it really means, and I think that's something that people need to really look at. When you call yourself a conservative, you need to really kind of think about that and find out what conservatism really is, because it really shocked me. I do have some conservative ideas, but I'm not going to say that I'm a conservative anymore. Now, I can say that I'm anti-federalist. I don't believe in centralized government. I don't think that is something that I approve of, not after some of the stuff I've read and what I've seen and things that are involved there. But other than that, I also know the difference now between today's version of liberal and what classic liberalism it was, and how that actually is what brought about the Constitution for the United States. And see, that's the thing about here in the United States. We think that conservative ideas was what created this country, and it wasn't. It was these liberal ideas that freaking were introduced by founding fathers, and they got their ideas. They were inspired mostly by a guy who was named John Locke in England, and John Locke wrote about all this stuff like private property and things of that nature, and what sovereignty is and things like that. And that is what classical liberalism is. But as time went by, I personally believe that the radicals overtook liberalism, or they basically did that, and that's what we call liberals today is really radicals. They kind of took over when it comes to being a liberal, and at least that's my take on it. And that's the way it seems to me. So I don't know. It's really an interesting thing. If you guys want to find out more about that, go and check out John Locke. He's a very interesting guy. So he goes all the way back to before the Constitution and the Revolution here in the United States. So I'd say check that out. And I also think that kind of going over conservatism and seeing what that really is something that's important to think about too. There's a lot of things that are happening in the world, and if you don't keep yourself up on it and you don't understand what's being said, then and actually what happened historically, you're not, it's just not going to go well. It's not going to be pretty at all. So have yourself educated to the stuff that's taking place in the world today, as well as what happened in the past, and I think you'll be okay, just like we'll all be okay. And things are pretty crazy, but it's like I told Mark and Bob Dub, because they're from England and they're from England and New Zealand. You know, what they're seeing today is it's new to them, because they haven't had the privilege of seeing the United States for very long, really, because like the English didn't have the ability to see what was going on in the media when it comes to the United States up until about like the 1990s. And before that, the BBC had a tight hold over everything, so their media was strictly regulated. Like even to this day, we can watch BBC in America, but we can't watch BBC directly from England, and that's because they withhold their media from the rest of the world. That's why back in the 70s they had 3 different versions of Three's Company on television, is because they had to have Three's Company, the original one, in England, and then they wanted to bring it to the United States, so they made Three's Company here in the United States, and I believe they did the 3rd one in Australia. So you had 3 different shows of the same show playing in 3 different countries, you see. And that was the kind of things that was going on back then. So just because it seems weird and it seems pretty outrageous to these other countries, that doesn't mean that this stuff wasn't happening here in the United States for a very long time. It's just you haven't seen it as much as what you think you have. Like this stuff it's been crazy in the United States since freaking George Washington became president. And I'll put it to you this way, put it to you that way. So it's kind of like keep that in mind. I'm doing my best really to be able to come up with enough information to keep this going for an hour. I wanted to go over this stuff and maybe bring it up, because these are some pretty good topics. And don't forget what I said either about Microsoft and Xbox 360. That's going to be on July the 29th. They're closing their doors, and you'll no longer be able to buy any games from Xbox 360. And just so you know, I have tried the emulator for Xbox, or the emulators, all of them for Xbox 360, and they suck. Okay, they're not really all that great. So keep that in mind. If you have the money to get these games that you want, and you want to and you have the console or you don't have the console, get them. You know, go out or order them and get them shipped to you, whatever. But after July the 29th, they'll no longer be available. So just something that you need to remember. And Phil Spencer, he's the one that I was getting to that drives me nuts about that when it comes to Xbox. He claims that he'd like to find solutions in order to save the non-backwards compatible games, but it doesn't seem like that's going to happen. And they're going to become unavailable for purchase. You know what I mean? And that's also for the digital storefronts. They're all going to shut down, and that'll be the end of it. So I don't know. I don't really like what's coming out of this Spencer. You know, it just seems like it's just well, I don't know. I don't like the way it's happening. So if you guys have any information on that you want to discuss, man, put it in my comment section, and I'd love to hear it. Like I said, I will be on here every Monday night. I'm going to do late night shows. Once I get more comfortable, I'll do later or longer episodes. It's just at the moment I'm getting started on doing this by myself. I usually have people come in with me and we do the show just together, but here lately I've been wanting to kind of get in here and do some stuff on my own, and if somebody wants to come in and hang out, they can, but I'm not gonna like ask people to come in and do shows with me anymore. Well, I'm gonna try not to, because it's just a little bit too heartbreaking, you know what I mean? You get to where you start getting to know people, and the next thing you know, something bad happens and they've got to go, or they have some issues that they got to take care of on their own, and just horrible stuff. I've actually, like I said in my last stream, I've met some amazing people, and the sad part is the majority of the people that I've met and I know, with a few exceptions, they have issues with like mental illness, and it causes them a lot of hard situations that they have to deal with, and it's not very pretty, basically, is what I'm saying. So I do not know what the deal is with that. I know that I got to check my stuff. Alright, so it looks like everything is pretty much shutting down on me. Everything has given me some issues, so I should probably go ahead and cut it short. I think the only thing that's actually working good for me is Twitch. So let me see here. Yeah, it looks like I have come to the end, and I will talk to you guys later. I hope you enjoyed the show, and have a good night. Roger Hanson on X, because like the English didn't do this way, put it to you that way. So it's kind of like keep that in mind. I'm doing my best really to be able to come up with you have the money to get these games that you want, and you want to, and you have the console, or you don't have the console, get them, go out or order them and get them shipped to you, whatever. But after July the 29th, they'll no longer be available. So just something that you need to remember. And Phil Spencer, he's they're closing their doors, and you'll no longer be able. They're closing you'll no longer be able to buy any games from Xbox 360. And just so you know, I have tried the emulator for Xbox, or the emulators, all of them for Xbox 360, and they suck. Okay, they're not really all that great. So all of them for Xbox 360, and they suck. Okay, they're not.
Watch what protein shakes do to your body.
This is a protein drink. You've got almond butter. Almonds have a peel that's a lectin-containing food. You've got pea protein.
Working on these channels. This is my blood. X4. See the first. Actually works out. So. What I'm doing to everybody, I am on X. If you guys want, Twitch, I need to check that too, people. Okay, so we do have audio on Twitch. I am also on X, and X is recording. Now I have to hit record on my OBS, and I will be set up and ready to go. I'll repeat it to everybody. I am on X. If you guys want to come in and have a conversation with me, feel free to come in. I've got it open to everyone, so come on in. Now, with that all being said, I'm going to do my countdown and start recording on the OBS too. And here we go. 3, 2, 1, now. Hello everybody. You'll no longer be able to buy any games from Xbox 360. And just so you know, I have tried the emulator for Xbox, or the emulators, all of them for Xbox 360, and they suck. I am back. I am wanting to get this straightened out. I've been playing around um, with okay. So let me get it started. And I am back. Then what I'd previously she is really into she is really radicals. Goes all the way back to, like I said, the time when the United States became a country, and all the way up into the French Revolution in the 1900s and up until today. And what they were is they believed in like classic liberalism. They believed in a lot of the stuff that um, constitutional governments believed in. They believed in a lot of the stuff that John Locke taught about, you know, freedom of speech. They also believed in I am back. I am wanting to get this straightened out. I've been playing around with paranormal stuff. I was lucky enough to do an interview with a guy by the name of Michael Paul, and he said some pretty interesting things that I thought was pretty cool that would be worth talking about. And I did interview him on both The Wonderful World of Weirdness. Well, I didn't interview him then. I was a part of the show with him and John Clark where we had conversations. But I also did an interview with him personally on my own personal channel, which is called Strange Stories. And he said something that really stuck out to me, and it had to do with coincidences. And I'll tell you right now, I do
Hello everyone and welcome to another episode of the Roundtable here on the Home Away From YouTube channel. We're joined here today with Infamous, myself, Zachy Boy, and we've got Middle-Aged Magic here, both halves. We're graced with the presence of both, so welcome ladies, how are you all doing today?
Really good, thank you.
Yeah, good, thanks.
Yeah, we are actually together tonight, so...
Excellent.
Everyone is joined, everyone's ready to go. I mean, I don't think we've got a specific topic we're talking about here tonight, have we? Unless Roger has got something up his sleeve. I'm not entirely sure what the whole plan is, but hey, I'm here for a good time. Let's get rocking. I'll pass it over to Infamous, to Roger. Let him give you all a lowdown.
Well, I guess the best thing to start out with is what we were talking before, the podcast started with. It's constantly always being brought up and questioned, so I figured we should at least just bring it out at the beginning of this for Home Away From YouTube too, with the questions I'm always asking you about your take on Walt Disney buying Marvel and Universal Studios movies and stuff like that. I guess that's what the whole deal is behind that. So I think that would be one good question, because like before we even got here, about almost 4 days ago, somebody else asked the same question. So you know what I mean? So I think that'd be a good conversation piece to start out with, if you guys want to do that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm happy to do that. I'll pass it over to the ladies. Just let them get be the gentleman that I am.
You should see Sam's face back. It's brilliant.
Pardon?
You should see Sam's face. It's an absolute picture.
Yeah. So go on, ladies. You start off. You tell us where you stand on that, and we'll follow your lead.
You can go first, because you are the Marvel queen. So.
I am a massive fan of Marvel. My dog's saying hello as well. She also likes Marvel. I've pretty much loved everything that Marvel have put out since they've belonged to Disney or been part of Disney. I love the TV shows. I like the movies. Some of them aren't everybody's cup of tea, and they kind of all follow most of the stories behind the comics, and you've got to remember that there's like 70 odd years worth of back catalogue of Marvel comics where there's a bunch of backstories in this as well. So yeah, I'm all in with the Marvel.
I'm not so much the Marvel aficionado. I get confused. I mix up Marvel and DC. So, and I get just Sharon rolling her eyes at me.
I'm actually shaking my head.
She is actually doing it right now. But yeah, I mean, I love the Loki TV series.
Oh, that was magnificent.
Yeah, and I loved the Captain America films.
Well done for not cocking that
up. And the Thor films, and Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah,
I love that.
Yeah.
Guardians of the Galaxy is my bag completely. But yeah, I mean, I'm, with everything they've done, I think it's really good, and bringing that into, bringing the Avengers into the Disneyland Paris park and California. I mean, we've been to Disneyland Paris, haven't been to California
yet.
But yeah, having that in is, it's helped bring a new. There's something for the boys now in Disney, which I think was lacking. It was all princesses and Mickey Mouse, and now there's something for the teenage boys to get their teeth into.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's helped expand the Disney brand.
Yeah.
Into like a new generation. So yeah, I'm quite happy with it.
You've not watched a lot of the TV series though, other than Loki, have you? Have you done with? Did you do WandaVision and Falcon and the Winter Soldier?
I was just about to say She-Hulk. That is right. Right,
Yeah, did you watch She-Hulk? I love it. I know She-Hulk's not everybody's cup of tea, but I thought it was hilarious.
It.
It
I
was
did
so
actually enjoy
funny.
She-Hulk. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was worried that I'm going, is it Disney? No, it's Disney, it must be Marvel.
See what I
Yeah.
feel.
Hey, I mean, she's got some knowledge, man. I'm not a Marvel fan. I like the most Marvel I get is probably Iron Man and Deadpool.
Yeah.
That is like my two favorite like Marvel characters. And anything else, like I can't remember the last Marvel movie I watched. I think honestly, the last Marvel movie I watched was the first Captain America movie.
Oh my god, get out.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm just not a fan of like Marvel like movies. I don't know what it is. I don't know why.
I think
Because
the films were so well cast, though. I mean,
you
you
were
now can't,
100%, yeah.
you know, you can't imagine anybody being Iron Man apart from Robert Downey Jr.
Robert Downey Jr. 100%, yeah.
And it's like I went back and I started watching them in chronological order.
Oh
order.
yeah. Yeah.
So like the MCU universe order, sort of thing. And I watched the first Hulk film.
Oh yeah, I forgot that was a film. Oh my god.
Edward Norton in.
She's pointing at me. You can't see. If we were on video, you'd see the gesticulating that's occurring over here. There's a lot of pointing going on.
And then like you compare Edward Norton to Mark Ruffalo.
Completely.
Like, Mark Ruffalo blows it out the park. He is the Hulk.
Takes the cake. Yeah.
It's like you couldn't imagine anybody else being Peter Quill Star-Lord other than Chris Pratt.
No, Chris Pratt, 100%. Yeah.
So the casting of the films is brilliant.
Yeah,
they were spot on with that.
I tell you how bad I am with Marvel. The last Spider-Man movies I watched were the ones with Tobey Maguire in it.
No.
Yeah, the Sam Raimi ones. Those, hands down, are the best Spider-Man movies. Honestly.
You know you've not seen the new ones.
I don't know. See, this is my problem. Like, I don't watch the newer stuff because I'm like, it's too much time. Like, I've got to watch like 10 years worth of movies. I'm like, I don't want to do that.
Okay, so to give you an idea of how much I like my Marvel, and bearing in mind that I'm also a very large Star Wars fan, so I've watched every single thing about Star Wars that's ever been made ever in my whole entire life. I've seen every single Marvel movie and TV series except for the new Marvels one, only because I haven't had a chance to go to the cinema yet to see it. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Now,
I mean, hey, megaphone.
Let me ask you something. The new Spider-Woman trilogy that they're getting ready to come out with, what is it?
Madame Web.
Madame Web, is that a part of Marvel?
Don't think so.
Is it?
I thought that was more of the debate on the Sony side.
I didn't even know about it.
Oh, see? Sam didn't even know about it. Because
is it not in the Spider-Man
part of the Spider-Verse, which is
part of the Spider-Verse,
Marvel Sony crossover. So it won't be a Marvel film, but it will be part of the
Spider-Verse. It's not MCU, but it is part of the other lore, isn't it? That battle's still going on with Spider-Man, isn't it? The Sony Marvel thing that they're trying to acquire all the rights to Spider-Man. They don't have all the rights to him. Yeah,
it's a bit the same with the Hulk because because the Hulk thing at the moment, the Hulk can only be part of the MCU if he's in an Avengers-esque movie. He can't have his own standalone film.
Yeah, I assume it's the same with like Captain America and stuff like that, and Wolverine.
They own all of that X-Men stuff again now.
Oh, do they do that? Yes, I knew that was a thing as well. I'm trying to get all the rights to that.
Because Deadpool is Marvel.
Deadpool's Marvel, yeah.
Now,
she's just said, is it?
See, Deadpool's the only one that I love, hands down. I am going to go see the new Deadpool movie just because.
I'm looking across on the shelf on the other side of my room, which is full of Marvel Funko Pops and art and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, Sam's saying that she didn't know that Deadpool belonged to Marvel. You need to add your geek badge in again.
I know, I've lost my geek badge again.
Yeah.
You'll get this back at the end.
It comes to you and then it goes. It's not. It's not all the time. It's kind of like the Spidey
lose it
senses.
on a regular basis. Let's talk about Star Wars. I'm okay with Star Wars.
Yeah, she's alright with Star Wars.
Star Wars, I'm okay with.
Yeah, no.
If it's Marvel, I lose it every half hour.
That was another thing too. Like everybody talks about how they acquired Star Wars. Like that right there is a good thing too. What's your take on that? I mean,
because Star Wars fans are weird.
You include yourself.
I do include myself in that. Yeah.
Being one myself, a Star Wars weirdo.
No, she hit it on the nose.
Yeah, Star Wars fans are weird. They're either there's the people of a certain age, which is like my age, that watched all the original 3 trilogy films in the cinema when they were kids. I mean, I was 6 when Star Wars came out. I watched A New Hope. Well, it was not even called that. It was just called Star Wars. Then in the cinema, I've seen every Star Wars movie other than Rogue One in the cinema.
Oh, nice.
So, yeah, but Star Wars fans are either love the universe, they embrace it, they think it's great, or they're whiny little bitchy hater things that complain about every single thing that Disney has ever done since they bought it.
But do we mention Jar Jar?
I love Jar Jar. I think it's awesome.
Oh my god.
See, I'm not the biggest Star Wars fan, but I do like it more than Marvel. And this is kind of a hot take. Like, I love the original trilogy. And I like the prequels as well. I'm at a certain age where I'm 29, so I've watched all of the original trilogy: New Hope, Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi, and the original 3 as well. And they're solid, man. They're pretty good. Like, I don't watch them all the time, but I'm like, I'll watch them if they're on. Like, I won't go on my way to watch them, because I'm not a big fan of both, like, Star Wars or Marvel. I never really have been. But, like, if Star Wars is there, like, I'll watch Star Wars. But, like, yeah, 100. Like, it's one of them. It's like, I get where you're coming from, because, like, when Disney took over Lucasfilm, there was such an uproar with it. But, like, the parks was
two camps, wasn't there? There was oh my god, this is the best thing that's ever going to happen, and god, Disney are going to kill Star Wars.
Oh yeah, 100%. But then, like, I think what killed it over was when the announcement was like, everything except from the stuff we make is no longer canon. Like, they just threw all, like, the all the extended lore out of the window, essentially, which sucks.
Yeah, but I think you can forgive them for giving us the Mandalorian.
And the Book of Boba Fett.
And the Book of Boba Fett.
I've binged I've binged all of those over the last 3 days.
Some of them do look good. Some of them look good. Again, I've not had a chance to. I've not watched them. Yeah, I've not watched them.
I can tell.
But hey, I'd like to say I'm not the biggest Star Wars fan, but I credit where credit's due. You know what I mean? Like, it looks decent. They've done good.
Series
they've done good with it. To be fair, they've done good with it. Yeah, they've done good with it.
I mean, they've managed to. They've done with the TV shows, like the TV series. They've given us the backstories that we wanted to know about.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
so
100%.
We've now got, like, Obi-Wan Kenobi's backstory and how Princess Leia, like, met him when she was a child, and gives you that closeness.
Yeah.
And Mandalorian was just what all the Mando fans wanted.
Yes.
Straight away.
Yes.
Which
I'm bringing
all
Boba
based
Fett back from the dead, which we always knew he wasn't actually.
Oh yeah. He was
I mean, we're both huge Star Wars fans, and we've both got Star Wars themed tattoos in one way, shape, or another.
I even built my own Mandalorian armor. That's how much for Star Wars.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
And we've both been to the Star Wars celebration events in London. I went this year. and we were both there 6 years ago.
Nice.
6 years ago? Yeah, 6 years ago. So yeah, you know, we're huge Star Wars fans, and
now Dave Filoni has taken over being sort of like the head.
Yeah, I heard that. And
Lucasfilm, that is the best thing that has ever happened in the world of Star Wars since George Lucas stepped down.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, I will quite happily watch the original trilogy. So I watch 4, 5, 6.
Yeah.
Skip 7 and 8. Watch 9.
9 is magnificent. I don't know why people slag it off.
Yeah, love 9.
The way that Anakin turns into Darth Vader in 90 minutes is just like something special.
Yeah, and then watch the new 3.
I quite like the new 3. I know they're not everybody's cup of tea, and there weren't, you know, there was some humour that people didn't like, and some other people moaned about the characters, but I thought they were pretty solid for Star Wars movies. People forget
I personally just, it was the way they killed Han Solo off is the only.
Well, he wanted to die, didn't he?
Harrison Ford wanted to die in the second film.
Yeah, he didn't even
want to go do the third.
But how they did it, you know what I mean? It was just like, it was quick. I mean, it was like, this was Han Solo, you know what I mean? And like, bam, you're dead. Now that's the only issue I had there. Like, they could have put a little bit more drama into it, you know what I mean? Like, I think
the fans would have wanted him. I mean, when they showed I remember when the trailer came out for it, and you see him and Chewie in the Falcon, and he goes, "We're home." I just went, the tears, and it was like, oh my god. But yeah, sort of like the same reaction Ben had when he walked into Galaxy's Edge. We went to, my partner and I went to Florida in 2019, just after Galaxy's Edge had opened. And Ben, my partner, is not a Disney fan.
Oh no, he's not.
In any way, shape or means, you know. And the only way I'd got him over there was by promising him I would take him to Star Wars Land. That would be the first thing we did. Yeah, I will take you there. That's the first thing we're doing. Before I get to do anything, we will go to Star Wars Land. And we walked into Hollywood Studios, and obviously walked around the lake, and it's like, yeah, it's plastic. I'm in plastic hell. I'm like, we are going to Star Wars Land. And obviously we walked through the tunnel bit.
Yeah.
And as it opened up before him, he just stood there with his mouth open, like tears in his eyes, and just went, I've waited 42 years for this. And then he was like a child in the biggest toy shop in the world.
Yeah,
he was running around everywhere and wanting everything.
It's going to be me, isn't it?
Trying on like all the helmets at the little stands, and then going to get like the Coke grenades, and then I was like, okay, I'll just leave you for like 4 hours.
I'll leave you here. I'm going back. I'll come get you.
Yeah.
like leaving the kids at childcare, you know what I mean? Just
Oh yeah. So now I've been told if he ever comes to Florida again with me, he will only go to Star Wars Land, and he will only visit the Wilderness Lodge Hotel because it's made of wood. Because it's made of wood, and he's a carpenter, so he appreciates that. So yeah, they're the only two places he's going to go.
I mean, fair. You've got to have standards somewhere, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You've got no idea. He literally walks around the entire Disney park going, plastic. Which is why we tend to not bring him when we go.
We don't take him anywhere.
No.
Yeah.
We only used to take him out to Disneyland Paris for the race weekends.
Yeah, and even that was bad.
Yeah, the only time we took him to Disneyland Paris, we did take him the other time.
I've not experienced Galaxy's Edge yet because the last time I was in Florida, it was still being built.
So I have the joy of taking him to Galaxy's Edge for the first time.
Nice.
I have Star Tours first, obviously, because we've got to ride that on the way past.
Well, yeah, you do.
Of course.
You do Star Tours as you build up.
Yeah.
Then you walk through the tunnel bit.
Yeah.
And it all opens up in front of you.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to be a mess. Emotional wreck.
I am going to video her reaction.
Yeah, 100%.
That's what I do.
The most thing I'm looking forward to is just going on the Millennium Falcon, because I think that's just everybody's dream. Even if you're not a Star Wars fan, you're like, I need, like, you know of the Millennium Falcon, you know, the biggest hunk of junk in the universe, man. Come on, we
went on that ride, and it was amazing. I mean, you walk through it, and you like walk underneath it, and then you go up all these little corridors, and you come out into the space chess room. Yep.
Yeah.
So you actually get a chance to sit at the chess table and
that's so cool.
That is awesome.
And you get like 6 people in like each vehicle, if you want.
It's like each
vehicle. You get 6 people in each cockpit, and 2 people are pilots, then 2 are gunners and 2 are engineers.
Yeah.
Oh, that's neat.
And we had a cockpit full of adults, all of about mid-40s.
Nice.
Right? And you get told, like, you're instructed, like, you know, fly it this way, that, and then he goes, right, punch it into hyperspace. The girl who was one of the pilots just went, I have waited all my life to do this. And there's 6 fully grown adults with their arms in the air cheering, going,
Yes, that's what we want. That is what we want. That's the dream.
It is brilliant. So cool. It's very interactive. It's like Star Tours, but pushing buttons at the same time.
It looks very cool.
That's it. I mean, push buttons. That's what it's all about. To be honest.
It is. You know, if you see a flashy button, you push it, regardless of
Exactly.
Even if it does nothing, just press that button.
Yeah.
That's it. That's it. That's what you do.
I dare anyone to walk past a button that says "Try me."
Oh yeah, I can't, man. I did one earlier. There's like a Pokeball. It was like, we can guess the Pokemon. You're thinking of me and my brother was stood in this aisle for like 5 minutes, just been like, hey, this is really fucking cool.
I now want it.
I want it. Is it worth £18? Maybe.
If you get multiple hours of entertainment out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. We even said that. It was like, it's generally sad how we really both want this. I was like, I want one. I'm gonna go get it.
So, how many times have you been to Walt Disney?
Disney World, we've been 6 times? I
think so.
6.
Oh, I'm so jealous.
14, 16. I've been more times than you. I've been 8 times. 9 times. Maybe 10 times.
Oh my gosh.
Hang on. Right, so there's Convention Starway.
It's amazing.
Yeah, for you. So I've been in 2011, 12, 13, 14, 15 and 16. I think I went twice in 13 and twice in 16.
Oh, that's awesome.
You went 2019.
Yeah, but I didn't. I went to Florida in 2019. I didn't actually go into Disney, so that doesn't count.
Oh.
I've been 8 times.
I think I've been 5.
It's amazing
6.
you guys have to count. You know what I mean? Like you literally gotta count to remember.
Disneyland Paris. How many times have you been to Disneyland Paris? God knows. Run out of fingers. Yeah.
See, it's very handy with Sharon's job. You see, it's very handy.
I'm an IT consultant, and we used to have a conference every year that was in the Swan and Dolphin Hotel at Disney World in Florida.
In the conference hall.
Yeah. So basically, both hotels were taken over for a week with thousands of geeks in it.
Nice.
A couple of times Sam stowed away.
I just stowed away.
So she bought a flight because my company had paid for the hotel. I worked a week and she got to play in Disney.
That's awesome. That is awesome.
Yeah, it's the first time. The first time we went, Mickey's Toontown was still in the Magic Kingdom.
Yeah, it was 2011.
Wow, yeah.
It was before.
Shit! Yeah, it was there when I was there actually. Yeah,
it was before the new Fantasyland.
Yeah.
And I think then the next time you came out was that 2016 when everything had been built.
Yeah, the new Fantasyland had opened.
Yeah.
But then I went out and got married.
Oh yeah, we won't talk about that.
Don't talk about that. Then I went out that Christmas as well because I took James.
You did?
Then 2016 I came out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You stowed away with me 3 times, didn't you?
I've stowed away with you 3 times, yeah.
Sounds good.
And,
Nice.
and there's a potential that we're going to a different conference that is again in the Swan and Dolphin next year.
Hey.
So if I go to that, then we'll be stowing away again.
Yeah, so
There
next
you
year,
go.
we've got the potential of 3 trips
Yeah.
Wow.
to Orlando.
What are your what kind of like time frames?
We're definitely going for 2 weeks in February.
Yeah, our big trip in
Nice.
February, which is obscene. We're doing so many things,
The mega trip.
including a Comic Con.
Yeah, we
I remember Sammy talking about that. Yeah, nice.
And we've now got Discovery Cove booked as well because we got a really good deal in the Black Friday sale.
Nice.
Your conference is potentially in
End of April,
beginning of May.
Yeah.
And then August.
Oh yeah, your August trip that I might stow away on.
Yeah, Sharon.
August.
Sharon. Yeah,
I'm going
August.
in August.
You. I do beauty pageants, and because I won the
nice.
UK title,
Yeah.
I now get the chance to go and compete for the world title.
Wow, that's impressive.
And the past 10 years, the finals have been in Las Vegas.
That is plastic.
And it is plastic. And after last year's finals, they announced that they were moving
Oh.
to Orlando.
Wow, very
There
cool.
was a little happy
Very cool.
dance that occurred.
Yeah,
There was a big
100%.
happy dance, lots of squealing, big happy dance. So we've got 2 weeks in August.
Nice. So if it's between the 14th and the 28th when I'm going, hey, let's make a date.
When does it?
I don't bloody know. Don't look at me. I don't know when you're going.
I know we go out on the 26th for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's like the right end of August, beginning of September.
Oh, you
No, we go out on the 28th or 26th of July.
Oh, right, okay.
We're there
got
for like
it.
the first.
2 weeks. in
Got you.
August.
The first 2 weeks. Got you.
That's
got you.
pretty cool though, because you're gonna be going there right when everything's hopping. I mean, that's when things are going on in Florida right there.
Yeah. So we're really lucky that we got and we're staying at the Avanti Palms on International Drive.
Ooh, nice. That looks like a nice hotel. Yeah.
Well, that's the hotel that's actually hosting our finals.
Oh, amazing.
So yeah, we've got that.
That's pretty good.
It's gonna. Yeah, potentially 3 trips next year. Definitely 2, potentially 3.
And then I don't know how many Disneyland Paris trips that we'll squeeze in.
Yeah, because we've got our annual passes back. So
Oh, nice.
I think we're looking at March for the next one, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we found a week where there's no
school
holidays
in any European
amazing.
country.
Oh, there you go then.
So it should be quieter than
Yeah.
than when the school holidays are on. But yes, so yeah, we've got our annual passes back, so there'll be lots of like, you doing anything this weekend? No. Go and check to see if the Airbnb's booked.
Yeah. Love that.
You make it sound as though like we've got more money than sense and we know what to do with, but
We have got more money than sense. But we haven't got a lot of money, which says we ain't got no more sense.
yeah, good point. We're very careful, right? On a budget.
Well, we're lucky that you live so close to Dover.
Yeah.
Because we can do from Sharon's house to Dover, we can do it in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
We have done it in 20 minutes. Then obviously we drive over, so we catch a ferry,
Yeah.
drive up to Disneyland Paris.
Takes about 3 hours.
Yeah, and then and Sharon's only got a little car, so it only takes like a teacup full of petrol. And we found an Airbnb that's 4 miles away from Disneyland Paris,
Oh, that's not too bad. Yeah.
and it's like £45 a night.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it's so cheap.
Yeah.
We do it as
Even our mega Mahusiv 2 weeks in Florida is not costing us a lot of money. We're so, I don't know, careful with booking things.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. And do you book it through like I booked mine through Disney? Did you use it?
No,
never do
no.
that. We're always DIY. DIY,
Oh, yeah.
and we be flexible and cheap.
I mean, we're staying at when we go over in February, we're staying at Universal Surfside.
Oh yeah, nice. Yeah.
And we actually last Christmas, I think it was Boxing Day, I was sat there flicking through booking.com
Yeah.
going, right, let's see how much it costs now to go to like Disney, because obviously we hadn't been for 4 years. And I was flicking through and I found this deal for Surfside.
Yeah.
So I'd messaged Sharon. I went, "Did you reckon Surfside is for 10 days and this is next year?" And she's like, "I don't know." I said, "Look, it's like £800 for 10 days." And she's like, "Oh,
That's £40 a night each.
that sounds good. That's 400 quid each." I went, "Yeah, I know, for 10 days." She's like, "That sounds really good." I went, "Should we book it? Should we go? Should we do it? Should we do it?" I said, "It gives us like a year to save up. Can we go? Can we go?" So it was like, okay then. And because it's through booking.com, we only had to pay one night, like, to reserve it.
Yeah, 80 quid. It's
Oh,
got.
nice. Oh wow, that's not
And
bad
then the
at all.
rest we pay like when we get there.
Wow.
And
Okay.
so
pretty
it was
good.
like, yeah, so it's like, shall we do 10? The original was, should we do a week?
Yeah.
Then I was like, yeah, we'll do a week, that'd be enough. Yeah, but then you got the travel days, and we haven't been here, and we haven't done this. And it's like, I was like, well, let's not do Disney, we'll just do Universal, because we've never been to Universal. Then it's like, yeah, but I've not done Star Wars Land, but I've never done Pandora. Oh, so we're going to have to do a couple of days to Disney.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, then we'll do 10 days.
Yeah.
Then it was, yeah, but then we'd lose 2 days with travelling. So, should we do 12 days? Okay, then, yeah, we'll do 12 days. And then so we booked the Surfside for 12 days?
No, we booked that for 10 days.
For 10 days.
Yeah.
And then in April, I saw a blog, or a YouTube video about MegaCon in Orlando. And it looked amazing. It's such a huge convention.
Makes the ones that we have over.
Makes the ones we have, makes the ones we have like tiny.
Yeah.
And so I was like, oh, if it's April, maybe I can get Ben out there for 5 days on the pretense we're doing the convention.
Yeah.
And just eating with Disney while I'm out there. So I checked the dates for next year, and they'd moved it to February instead of the April. But it was the day we're meant to be flying out. So I messaged Sharon. No, it was the weekend before. We were due to land on the Monday.
Yeah, originally.
And it's like the Friday, Saturday, Sunday before. So I said to Sharon, what do you think about adding 2 more days onto the holiday?
And I was like, why?
She's like, why? No, so I just sent her the link to the YouTube video and went, watch this. Back 10 minutes later, I go, yes, right, okay, find us a flop house.
That's what I called us, a cheap motel.
This is like the cheap hotels. Find us a flop house, because we hadn't booked flights at this stage.
Yeah.
So it's like, find us a flop house. I was like, okay.
Because literally all we use for a hotel when we're in Orlando is to shower and sleep. We never spend any
100%.
time.
Yeah, 100%.
Never spend any time now. Don't know why people get them with pools and stuff like that. It's like you should be in a park or doing something cool. You should not be sat in your hotel room.
Yeah.
They got,
So we
they got
yes, we
pools
found
at
like,
Walt Disney World too, so I was like, that's ridiculous, you know? Like,
yeah. So we found a Super 8 on International Drive.
Yeah.
And it's £75 for the 2 nights.
Oh, there you
So
go.
yeah. And so then we managed to book the flights as well, and we booked them direct with BA.
Yeah, they're only £450 return each.
Yeah.
Wow,
So
nice.
The joy of going in February. February is the best time to go to Orlando if you live in the UK because it's warm enough and it's cheap.
Yeah.
yeah.
There you go.
Yep.
And it means that we can do everything that we want to do. So we're just going to go mental. We're having a day at a Comic-Con, 2 weeks spread across Universal Studios, Universal and
Disney.
Disney, and a day at Discovery Cove. And we're also going to go and watch a recording of WDW News Tonight.
Yep.
Oh, nice.
Because I'm a Patreon subscriber. I'm one of their Weeks members, and we watch it every week because Sam is the UK version of Tom Corliss. So if anyone was ever watched a WDW News Tonight or a WDW,
Zach has experienced one of my rants.
yeah, she's my version of Tom Corliss. She's like, whenever she goes off on one, you can't. Well, you heard her on your one.
There's no bringing her back, man. There's no bringing her back.
I did apologise first.
Yeah, you did.
She did. Yeah, she did.
It was good hearing. It was good to hear. That's something.
We're just honest. Is that the right word?
Yeah.
We're honest.
I'd say so. Yeah.
If things are wrong, I'm not scared to say they're wrong. But when things are right,
100%.
it's
If things are wrong, I normally get there first.
Yeah. And then I have to go behind her. There's some nice things that we happen to do as well.
The bad overrides.
Not always. Yeah, so we're going to have a great 2 weeks, aren't we?
That sounds amazing.
Riding bikes and eating food. And
yeah, because I mean, it was totally unplanned, but we've managed to hit Festival of the Arts,
Oh, that's nice.
Mardi Gras at Universal.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
And Universal do a dine and ride.
Oh,
So
yeah.
So you pay it's about £75 we've worked it out to.
Yeah.
And you get a 3-course meal in one of 4 restaurants.
Nice.
It's like Cowfish, NBC Grill,
the pub, the Irish pub. I can't remember what the bloody thing's
Finnegan's.
called. Yeah, an Irish pub.
or one of the other ones inside the parks.
Yeah.
And then you get to ride on one of the Mardi Gras floats.
And throw beads at people.
And throw beads at people.
Yeah.
So I said we've got to do that.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, 100%.
So I was like, we've got to do that, even though I throw like a girl.
Oh my god, you're right.
And I'm going to take some poor child's eye out. Just by throwing beads.
To be
at them.
fair, if I'm near you, you'll probably take one of my eyes out the way you throw stuff.
This is true.
We're going to hopefully try and get some video of Sam throwing like an absolute fairy.
Oh, yes,
Off
please.
of the
That'd be
float.
comical.
Yeah, I am terrible.
You
If
never
I-
know. You more or less make it on other people's vlogs so we can see it from an outsider's perspective. Like, oh my god, what is that?
So you go, some throwing beads. Look how crap they are.
That one made it off the float. Well done.
I'd be surprised if they don't land like 2 inches past the floats. It's like they're going to be the ones run over. I'll just give my beads to you and I'll film you throwing them. Right, okay.
That's something else.
Sounds even better. Oh, you know me. I can't throw a ball, let alone like little beads.
Yeah.
They're going to go everywhere. It's just going to be a disaster, won't it? But yeah, no, really looking forward to it. Just looking forward to getting back.
It's been 8 years, hasn't it, since we've been to Florida?
Since we've been together, yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
And there's loads of new IP
yeah.
stuff to see as well.
Now,
That's it. Like I'm so looking forward to it.
you guys brought
Go on,
up
Roger.
Universal.
Yep.
Since you guys mentioned that, there's something else you guys have mentioned that's kind of off the topic, but I figured since you mentioned Universal, I can mention this. The Comic-Con you're talking about, I've heard of that. Now, is it really good over there? Because I've heard people say that it's really great.
MegaCon, yeah.
What, the
Comic-Con.
MegaCon in Orlando? Or Comic-Con over here?
The Comic-Con over there.
The one we're going to, MegaCon, they're just releasing their guest list now. And at the moment they've got half of the Stranger Things cast.
Yep.
Oh wow.
Paul Bettany.
Yep. They've got Danny Trejo.
That's who I was thinking of, but I can't remember. I am useless at names. You just get told who they played.
Yeah.
And they've got the Charm cast.
They've got the Charles from Charmed. They've got Carrie Yules and Robin Wright, the Princess Bride.
Wow, that's cool.
And the Dread Pirate Roberts, yeah, they're there.
Randy Quaid's there.
Randy Quaid's there, yeah. They've got, I can never pronounce his name right, but Gus Fring and the guy from The Mandalorian.
Oh wow.
He plays them.
Yeah, I know who you mean. What's he called? The guy that
Yeah,
plays
she's
the
nodding at me.
Mando.
My
Yeah.
face, my brain has gone completely blank. Even though I only watched it yesterday.
But yeah, I mean, they get 150,000 through a day.
Yeah, it's massive.
Oh, wow.
It's in the Orange County Convention Centre, and they like literally take the whole thing.
That's
It's
amazing.
yeah. I mean, ours do about 70,000 over a weekend.
Yeah.
So I mean, the MCM, which is the big one, obviously in London.
Yeah.
That
And
does
there's one up here. They do them all over, don't they? They do London, Liverpool, Cardiff,
MCM's
Manchester's one of them, yeah.
Yeah, you get Manchester, you get London,
Edinburgh.
Manchester, Birmingham, Edinburgh.
Yeah.
Liverpool was better than anyone in London this year.
I think so. What's the other ones? The Showmasters ones. We don't go to them anymore because they were rubbish.
Hang on, you got MCM.
MCM isn't Showmasters. It's the other one.
No, it's not. You got MCM Comic Con.
Yeah.
Oh no, MCM is MCM.
Yeah. What's the other one?
Comic Con with Showmasters.
Oh, Comic Con, the Showmasters.
Yeah.
Like London Film and Comic Con and Manchester Film and Comic Con.
I used to trade at them about 9 years ago. I used to trade at a lot of the comic conventions. Plus, Sharon and I both used to do work for a cosplay charity, and we used to attend there with their fundraising stand. We used to go to a lot of conventions with the charities, like fundraising store. So
we've done a lot of Comic Cons, but they're not the UK ones seem to be more about making money rather than fan based at the moment.
Yeah,
so
the experience,
and the MegaCon one that we're going to in Orlando, the ticket price is like half the price of going to one of the big UK ones.
Wow, that's interesting.
yeah, I mean, me and Ben went to Star Wars Celebration last year. This year at the XL, and it was like for one day it was like £80 each.
Wow.
And MegaCon, we've done we got the pre-merch pack as well. So we got a ticket in for the day. We got the pre-merch pack, which is a bag, a t-shirt, a lanyard, a poster, and
a pin
and everything. And it's like
something else.
Sounds like the Generation game when you go through like the list of it. And it was. I've just shown my age straight away.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
Toy, doesn't have the cuddly toy in it. And it was about £50? £50.
Wow.
Like your ticket in and your merch.
That's pretty
insane,
good.
Man. That's so good.
Yeah, the only thing that's disappointing is we won't be able to take any cosplay because we're travelling light because we're going to Florida.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
I'll clip my Mando armour in a carry-on.
No, but you do have your super ears.
I do have Ahsoka ears. I've got
and your hoodie.
I've got an Ahsoka tunic top, which looks like a Clone Wars outfit, and I've got the Disney Ahsoka Park ears as well. So I'm going to take those and be a cosplay. What are you going as?
I have no idea.
Okay. You can't. You got to dress up as something.
I will be a Disney tourist.
Oh, for God's sake!
What?
It works, man. It works.
Everybody gets upset with me because my favorite Star Wars character is Boba Fett, and
yes, definitely.
He's my favourite character. Ahsoka is my second favourite.
I was like, I love Boba Fett more than any of them, and because he didn't have all the glitter, you know what I mean? He didn't have the Force. He didn't have any of that.
Nope, he was just a badass.
Yeah.
Do you want to hear a story? I've got a very good story.
Go for it.
When we went to the last time we went to Walt Disney World together was
oh, I know exactly what you're going to say now. I thought you were going to do the I've had a ride on Darth Vader's lap on his wheelchair story.
That's a whole different story.
Okay.
And it was when Star Wars Loading Bay, is it called Loading Bay? What's the Launch Bay had just opened. Yeah, so it's where you can go and meet Darth Vader and Chewbacca. And we went to see Chewbacca. Sharon has got shorts on, and she had her Boba Fett t-shirt on.
And I've also got a massive Boba Fett tattoo on my leg.
Yeah. So we're there waiting to see Chewbacca, and he turns around. One sees the Boba Fett t-shirt, then sees a leg, and makes her turn to face the wall. Would not talk to her.
Yeah. Would allow my photo taken.
So we have a photo of me, Sharon's other half, Chewbacca, and the back of Sharon, because she wasn't allowed to have a photo taken.
That's so funny.
That is good. I like that.
But yeah, the ride on Darth Vader's lap, we were up at Milton Keynes memorabilia collection, and Dave Prowse, God bless him, was one of the guests there.
Yeah.
And his signing table was next to our charity table, and I'd gone to the toilet, he was coming back from a photo op, and he saw me hobbling because I have bad knees, and he was like, "You right there, girl?" I said, yeah, just hobbling back. And he's like, "You're next to me, aren't you?" I went, "Yeah, I've been next to you all weekend, remember?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, jump on then, I'll give you a ride." Because he was in a wheelchair because he just had his
knees done.
His knees replaced. So yeah, I turned back up at the table, sat on Dave Prowse's lap, with his poor assistant pushing the two of us around the top of Milton Keynes Bowl.
That's
Sam
so
had a ride
good.
in Darth Vader's lap.
Yeah.
That's awesome. It really is.
That is my claim to fame.
I've had a ride on Darth Vader's lap.
Yeah. I also got winked at by Gaza that weekend as well.
You did get winked at by Gaza that weekend. Yeah. Very eventful weekend.
It was a very eventful weekend.
I've also been told off by Tinkerbell for having a Captain Hook tattoo as well.
Oh, you're just upsetting all the characters, aren't you? My gosh.
I've got a Disney villain sleeve. Pretty much my whole entire right arm is covered with Disney villain tattoos, and Captain Hook is my favourite Disney villain.
Yeah.
When Tinkerbell was meeting in Pixie Hollow, and I'd gone with I think it was when I went with Emily.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, my daughter. She was only like 5.
Yeah.
So we went in to meet Tinkerbell, and she's like, "What's that?" And I was like, "It's my villain tattoo. It's lovely because Captain Hook's holding a lantern with Tinkerbell in it." She was absolutely. I was like, "He's my favourite villain," and she was like, "Oh," and I was like, "I think he's just a bit misunderstood. I don't think you really give him the benefit of the doubt." And she's like,
It was when this time. And he was trying to scribble out all the other villains, so it just left him.
Yeah, it was right. Yeah, when we met Jafar and things. I do love the interaction we have with Disney characters because we don't like these. I mean, we love them all, but we're more the villains and the lower pecking order ones, aren't we? Lower pecking order ones, yeah. You know, the ones that people don't usually love.
Yeah.
Unless it's
Ones that are
Captain
misunderstood.
Just misunderstood, yeah. That's what it is.
Unless it's Captain Jack Sparrow, then no, I'm there.
Yeah, you're all over Captain Jack Sparrow. Rush, you're embarrassing.
Well, it's kind of a thing that you have to do, like with me, okay, on like I know it's not a part of this topic, but like the Terminator, you know, I like the Terminator better than I did the cast. You know what I mean? Back when it first came out, I rooted for the Terminator because that's just the way you did things. Yeah,
in Alien versus Predator, I wanted the alien to win at first, but then I changed my mind and decided that the Predators were actually quite nice.
Yeah, exactly.
They're an alright bunch of lads, are those Predators.
They're all bad guys, though. That's the bad thing.
I know.
The good part about it is like you got to choose between two bad guys. Which one you gonna go with? I would go with the Predators too, because they got more character.
Just don't like the xenomorphs, like teeth. The second lot of teeth is just But
Bruce is all right, yeah.
Oh yeah, Bruce is the best villain. Jaws is my favourite film, so I've got a bit of a shark thing going on, haven't I? I do love a shark, but yeah.
You have a shrine to Bruce.
I do have a shrine to Bruce, yeah.
This is the reason why we have to go to California as well.
Yeah,
Because
100%. Yeah, it's the
because
only living
Universal in
Jaws,
California's got
right?
the
Yeah.
Jaws, right? Yeah.
Still got the Jaws, right.
Oh,
That closed
listen.
down a month before we got out to Florida the first
time.
time.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
Yeah, was not a happy bunny.
So you've been to both California and Florida?
Not yet.
No, was that our 2026 trip we're planning on?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Or was
So
it 25?
2025.
The plan is
The aim of the game.
the aim is to go sort of late September, beginning of October, and do a
Boogie Boogie Bash.
Yeah,
do
we want to do both Halloween parties on both coasts.
yeah.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
Yeah.
wow.
So like hit Florida first, do Mickey's Not So Scary Halloween party.
Yeah.
Because Sam won't do the Halloween Horror Nights.
Zach is
Yeah,
with me.
no.
Zach
Yeah,
is with
I
me.
don't know. I'm not a horror fan.
Video.
But I want to say, like, I want to do Mickey's Not So Scary next year when I go. I've got to book the tickets, like, when they go live and everything.
Yeah.
California's Halloween just knocks it out of the park 100% all the time. It just looks amazing. It really does.
Yeah, so we want
animatronic. They've got Oogie Boogie. They've got Ernesto de la Cruz. They've got the live action Cruella de Vil. Oh, it just looks amazing, man. They've got the Zombie Avengers, which looks pretty fucking dope as well. Like, they look really cool. Oh, they did one year. They had the zombie.
Avengers are all right. They don't make noises.
That's
She's
right.
got pulling a face. Zombies aren't allowed to make noise.
no,
Zombies aren't allowed to make noise. What do you mean?
no,
She doesn't like the noise of zombies.
no, yeah.
Apparently, they should be fitted with a volume switch so she can turn them down.
Put the wings down. I'll be all right. It's the noise.
She can't. She doesn't even like watching Shaun of the Dead because of the zombie.
Oh,
noises.
come on. Shaun of the Dead's a classic.
I know, it's like the funniest film in the universe.
100%. That and Hot Fuzz. Oh, two of the
They're
best British
because the
cinema
Cornetto
ever.
trilogy is amazing.
Cornetto. Have
you not seen World's End?
World's End, a little bit. Yeah, it's not too bad. I think Hot Fuzz is my favourite of the three, but Shaun of the Dead is just yarp
For the greater good.
for the greater goods.
Yeah.
But yeah, no,
It's just an accident.
don't do this at all.
No, she doesn't do zombies. I don't like horror films, but I really fancy doing the Halloween Horror Nights. Just
No.
because, and the food looks good, and the stuff looks. I would have loved to have done this year's one, especially with the Last of Us house.
Yeah, The Last of Us looks good.
That just looked awesome.
Yeah, it did look good.
Well, it's a game. You don't do gaming.
Yes.
It was of the game. It wasn't to do with the
Yeah.
series. It was the game house.
Yeah,
Yeah, right. Yeah, you don't do gaming.
I button mash and it doesn't look pretty.
No, tried to get into World of Warcraft, didn't work.
I
No,
got to level 6.
The Last of Us, though, it did actually pretty good this year on both fronts, though, didn't it? Like on television and
Oh yeah.
games.
They were saying it was like the best adaptation of a video game like ever, which is impressive to be fair. Because like sometimes when they do stuff, it's just always bad.
Mhm.
You wouldn't have liked it because it's got zombies in it.
There you go. That's right.
They're not called zombies. They're called the infected, aren't they?
Something like that.
Yeah, but
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are.
I love Stranger Things.
yeah, you would have liked
Yeah.
Stranger Things.
I would have loved the Stranger Things house. Yeah. I love Stranger Things.
Yeah.
I like the early, like the 70s horror, the 80s horror. So like Freddy,
Yeah.
the Freddy
Oh yeah, the
films,
classics. Yeah.
and I've seen The
Halloween,
Exorcist.
that kind of stuff. Yeah.
No, she can't do
not
Michael
Halloween.
Myers.
No, can't do
Oh.
my But I've done Freddy, seen The Exorcist, seen that.
That's a classic. It'd been bad for you not to see the Exorcist.
Yeah.
I haven't seen anything else.
They had an Exorcist house this year as well. It was both the new one.
Yeah, about the new one.
The new-
That looks
yeah.
terrifying too.
Yeah.
The thing is, I mean, well, I watched like the Pew 2's videos and Jackie Super Enthused and the Mammoth
Yeah, yeah.
Club.
Yeah.
And the amount of time them girls scream, and I'm like, why'd you do that to yourself? Why? Just why would you do it? I'd go for
Content, baby.
food.
That's what they.
Yeah, I'd go for food. If you can blindfold me and put in noise cancelling headphones on me.
So basically just walking through a house and you can't see where you're going.
No, I don't want to do the houses. Just like blindfold me, noise cancelling headphones, guide me to the food, and then just like blindfold me for the food, and then guide me round again.
But they have all the scare actors out on the paths and in the food places.
Some of the scare zones look pretty good though. Some of the scare zones look. I love the music ones you do. They did a Woodstock one this year. That did so good. And what was the one? Vamp 85 was like a couple of years ago. That looked insanely good as well.
Yeah, but I liked how this year they done the pre-food tryout bit.
Oh, yeah.
Where you could pay like one price and then go in and try out all the food before the horror nights.
Yeah.
For people like you.
That's for people like me.
Yeah.
That's gotta be some good food.
I wouldn't go.
Some of the food looks insane there, man. It really does. They bring out all the stops for the food. They really do.
Yeah. That's one thing we're looking forward to, like with the Mardi Gras.
Yeah.
The Mardi Gras food looks yeah, the beignets and what are those King Clancy pies or something called?
King cakes. It's like a giant cinnamon roll.
Oh yeah.
I think
it's like a big head.
Yeah, but I think we've worked out that's actually breakfast for like 4 days.
Yeah, we're going to buy one.
Buy one for 4 days.
Yeah.
Cup of coffee. We're there.
A quarter of a cake. You're done then till the evening. You don't need anything else. Because that's the thing. When us Brits go over and we see the amount of food, we're like, it doesn't look too bad. And obviously, when you get the food, you're like, this is so. It's like a meal for like 3 people over there for like one person. It's like
we buy kids meals normally, or
yeah.
We'll do the food festivals and just buy lots of stuff and share it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
I remember the first time I went out there, which was like one of the conference stowaway trips.
Yeah.
I'd been, I think it was about day 4, and I'd only been in the Disney parks, and I'd done a lot of sit-down meals because obviously it was all new, and I wanted to do everything.
Yeah, she did do everything,
and I did do everything. So it was like
while I was working.
Yeah, while Sharon's working. No, I'm playing. So I'd done Plaza Gardens. I'd done.
Did you have breakfast 1900 Park Fair?
Did 1900 Park Fair lunch, breakfast and dinner. I did breakfast in Plaza Gardens. By day 4, my body was craving fruit.
Yeah,
I was like, I need to get fruit. I don't need to eat today. I just need fruit. And I remember I actually stayed at the Dolphin for the day, and I managed to find an apple.
Oh my gosh!
Like that's it. I have. Oh, and I'd actually found a salad as well. So I had a salad and an apple. And I was like, my body was just going, we need fruit, we don't need anything more fried or covered in batter, we just need fruit. And my body goes, give me fruit. So Sharon says we're going to be better this year and have vegetables.
I doubt that. If it's
some of the food festival food will have vegetables. And some of it will have fruit.
Not the rainbow cake.
Sam wants to just eat a body weight in cake while we're there. I'm more of a meat and savoury person, whereas Sam is like
dessert. Give me
cake, give me donuts.
Yeah, it depends on the day for me though, I think, to be fair. Like some days, like when you just really crave something, it's like, the other day it's just like, I just want something really like just stodgy and just like savoury. It's like, give me that. But
I'm getting hungry just listening to you guys. I mean, seriously. It's like...
Don't ever watch any of the food videos.
No, really don't. Do not, because you salivate at the mouth. I was watching
one yesterday about the new curry place that's opened up at Disney Springs.
That looks so good. Yeah.
Oh my God, I'm starving. I'm actually starving. I had to go and get something to eat.
I tell you what, I was watching Tim's video of that, and they ordered like this pizza. It was like a, what was it? It was like a naan bread pizza. It looked so good.
Oh, the one with chicken on. Wait for sound. Chicken on a pizza.
Chicken does not belong on a pizza.
Yeah, it does.
No.
It does. Chicken and sweet corn pizza's banging.
I'm going to have that chicken naan bread pizza. I think.
Yeah, that looks good. That. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, but no, I will eat cake any time of the day. It does not matter.
We're all going to try and get reservations to go into the cantina in Galaxy's Edge.
Ogre's Cantina. Nice.
I need to eat some intergalactic food. I'm sure there's some fruit on that.
No.
There's no fruit?
No. They only do 2 dishes. One's like a trail mix.
One's a run. Is that where you get the Ronto wraps on? Am I thinking of the?
No, that's outside. No, Ogre's Cantina does bar snacks.
Oh, it's alright. We can eat bar snacks.
One of them is like trail mix.
Yeah, like dust.
And the other one is like a Petri dish of jelly with bobber pearls in.
Oh wow!
Nice. Okay. Yeah, that's nice.
But it looks really pretty.
I tell you, there's one thing I do want to try in Pandora: the cheeseburger pods. Oh, they look.
Oh yes. No,
they look insane, man. They look so good.
Yes, cheeseburger pods. Is it the Night Blossom?
The Night Blossom.
Oh, the Night Blossom. Yeah. Oh, yes.
And at one of the
bowls.
One of the bowls from Satuli Canteen as well.
Yeah,
oh yeah.
It's got blue stuff in it. That looks good.
Yeah.
Don't know what's in it. It's got blue in it. Looks cool. Gonna eat it.
This is why we have to look at pictures, because we're like, don't know what it's called, but we want one of them.
We want one of those ones that's got the blue stuff in it, please.
And I have, that's it. Yeah, that's why you just tell the waiter, I just want that bowl with the blue stuff.
Just the blue stuff.
The drink I want is purple and it's got the bubbly shit on the top of it. Yeah, I just liked it to her. Yeah.
Yeah, but we've got a list of places we want to go for food.
Oh yeah.
It's, each park's got like a food list.
Yeah. You've got it though, because there's so many places like that just offer there's just honestly so many places. Not even in like Disney Springs, just the parks themselves. Like Yak and Yeti just looks amazing. I want to go in there when I go.
Good. If you like meat, that's the place to go.
Yak and Yeti is brilliant. Even the counter service Yak and Yeti is really good.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've got the cheeseburger spring rolls.
I've got to eat them just to see all the hype's about.
100%. 100%. Yeah.
I have to get my corn dog nuggets.
Oh, God, you and your bloody corn dog nuggets.
I'm obsessed with corn dog nuggets.
One of the things I want when I go, and I've been craving it for years, is just a Mickey pretzel with some cheese sauce. I'm a simple
the cheese
guy,
is rank. Don't have the cheese. It's disgusting.
It's American cheese. It's always disgusting.
It's liquid cheese.
It's melted plastic. It's grim.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm American. I can vouch. American cheese is not good.
The cheese is not. It's not proper cheese. There's probably not even an ounce of dairy in it.
That's why it's so good.
Exactly. Sammy gets it.
The pretzel's good. The pretzel's good. The pretzel's not quite a German pretzel, but it's
No,
you have to have the cheese. It's like the liquid cheese on nachos.
I know, that's why I don't like it. I don't like the liquid cheese on
hot and spicy cheese.
Nachos with the liquid cheese.
Oh, hot and spicy cheese, yeah, that's nice, yeah.
Yeah, pretzel's good, but the cheese is keep the cheese.
But yeah, so we're waiting for the Festival of the Arts food list to come out.
Oh yeah, nice.
And then we'll make a plan of attack.
Yeah.
For the food. Obviously, my first choice is the rainbow cake. If it's out.
Yeah, she'll want cake.
I want cake. I mean, we went to the last festival I went to was Food and Wine.
I've never done a food festival because it's never been on when I've been there.
We did Food and Wine in 2019, and there was one that was corned beef over handmade chips, crisps in brackets, with cheese curds on, and it was the most. Good. It was the most amazing thing we have eaten. Because Ben and I were sharing dishes, sort of thing. Yeah. And we got this corned beef with the cheese curds, and we were like, shall we get another one? It's like, shall we get another one? We're like, no. We'll go around and we'll try other bits. But we kept going, should we go back and get another one of that corned beef? It was really good. Apparently it's been at the last few food and wine.
You know what's going to happen is that it's not going to be this time out because you're going to want it.
Well, because it's this is at food and wine.
Oh, I can't wait to do food and wine. I'm so excited that I'm going to be there when I think probably like a month thing because I'm going August. So when does it start? July, isn't it?
Is it end of July, beginning of August?
End of July, beginning of August, yeah. So I'm going to be there like the middle of August. So I'm going to
catch it for internationals.
That's pretty good.
But yeah, it's no. I mean, the food festivals are amazing. The fact you can go around and try 100%. Everything, and
100%.
And if you share them, it's not too bad. We bought one of the wristband gift cards.
Oh yeah.
And it's like we loaded about $120 onto it, and that got us 7 dishes plus a beer flight plus 2 cocktails, sort of thing.
That's not bad. That's not bad at all. To be fair. It's not bad.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll have to make plans and go with someone for the day because see who I can meet up with.
yeah. I mean, if you share the dishes, it's not too bad. You don't feel like you're eating your whole body weight in food.
Yeah. I don't feel that because.
I can do that.
Bet you could, Roger. Bet you could.
Just sit me down.
I don't have a problem with that.
Don't have a problem with that. But then if you want to go on any kind of rides, I don't fancy being jiggled about after stuff.
No.
That wouldn't work out.
Especially if you've got a virtual queue for Cosmic Rewind, that'd just be all kinds of trouble.
I'm going to be all over that multiple times, I would imagine.
Sorry, we're going to have to close down because someone puked all over the rides.
Not wasting good food.
Just listening to you guys, I forgot there was even rides at this place. You know what I'm saying? It's like the food just.
Oh, the rides are second, man. You go to Epcot for the World Showcase.
You go to eat and drink. I mean, it's a shame.
You go to eat and drink. You drink around the world and you eat around the world, and the rides are just like, I'll go on Spaceship Earth on the way out.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like, World Showcase doesn't open till 11. What can we do before then?
Let's go see Figment. And then by the time we get out, let's just get drunk, man.
I've never done the Figment ride.
I've never done the Figment ride. I didn't want to do it.
No. It's a classic.
Yeah,
the song will be stuck in your head. It's just it's such a good song.
But it's not. It's a small world, so that song is always in our heads.
Yeah, and that song is torture to Disney adults alike worldwide. But hey,
I really like it.
It's
do you actually like Small World?
Yeah.
Be careful.
I'd rather go on It's a Small World than Peter Pan any day of the week.
The song will stick in Zach's head. He'll sit there and just say it over and over again in his head now that it's even brought up.
Yeah, that's the one.
Are you singing it? Are you singing it in your head right now?
I am, yeah.
I'm sure there's a video somewhere that one of us has got on our phone. We can play it to you.
No.
Because neither of our partners like Small World.
No.
They will do everything to avoid it.
They both did it once because it's the law.
I feel like I'm obliged to go on it because I'm a Disney fan. I'm a Disney adult. I feel like you have to go on it because it's just a Disney staple. You have to do it, but I'm not going to enjoy it. I'm going to enjoy it in the moment, but then I'm just instant regret as soon as you get off. It's like,
So when obviously we've been in Paris and they've been at home, we have been known to either video call them or leave them voice notes.
Yeah.
You are so mean.
It's fun.
Well, you should hear the swear words that are invented.
I can imagine.
It's interesting.
Yeah, we have to be careful if we're video calling. There's no children on the bike.
That's why we have to strategically look around and think, is it safe?
Can we have a boat on our own? We're going to torture our husbands at home.
Yes. That is a good enough reason.
Yeah, that's fine. Bring on one through, boys.
Yeah, was it? I'm your other half's nemesis, aren't I?
Yeah.
Yeah, because Disneyland Paris now have their attractions range of merch.
Oh, yeah.
And one of the attractions is Small World. So they do T-shirts and backpacks and lanyards and
Loungefly.
Yeah, they've got Small World Loungefly. And I threatened to bring your other half home.
To be fair, I am quite tempted only because I feel like they are pretty cute. There's a shop near me that are selling in Netherlands, and I think it's Kenya Funko Pops, and it's a Small World. They look pretty damn cute. Like I'm looking at one. I want them for my collection, but like, just
You tried to tempt me to get him the jigsaw, didn't you?
Yeah.
You told me that he would have covered it in lighter fuel and set it on fire. And
Yeah, this like goes backwards and forwards a lot, doesn't it?
He's not a fan of It's a Small World. I'm not even allowed. I said to him the other week, I was like, oh, we really need to watch the behind the attractions. I'm like, it's got some really cool things in it. It's got this, it's got pirates, it's got, because Pirates is his favourite ride, it's got pirates.
Yeah.
I said, it's got your favourite, It's a Small World. And he's like, well, you could rock off, we're not watching that one. So I videoed it and sent it to him.
They will learn.
Yeah.
They will learn to love it.
Yeah, well, you learn to, don't you? Eventually, I feel like you're just obligated to love it as a Disney fan. It's kind of just one of them where it's like, yeah, it's in the contracts.
Yeah.
Well, you don't have to love everything being a Disney fan, because I don't like Frozen, do I?
Oh no.
No, see, yeah, fair. I'm like, yeah, to be fair, like Frozen, it's over. I like it, but I feel like it is very overrated. Like, I do enjoy it, but like it's overrated. I feel like it's gone too far.
Pulling faces.
I'm waiting for the response. That's right. I can feel it.
Just no.
It's because Sharon's daughter was very young. And Let It Go was played on repeat for about 14 days straight.
Just
she
everywhere.
wore the DVD out. She watched the
oh my gosh.
And then when we went for a stage of every time we were at Disneyland Paris, I think it was one of those, it was in the sort of 2 or 3 years where we went a lot, because we had our annual passes and we were going a lot. Frozen was just basically rammed down your throat at every available opportunity.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she had an Elsa dress, and so Frozen was in Sharon's face for about 3 years straight.
Yeah, fair. No wonder you hate it.
Elsa.
No.
My God.
Speaking of Elsa, I am not looking. I'll ride it, but I am not looking forward to riding Frozen Ever After, especially if the faces go off, because it's all projectors. Oh my God, it looks terrifying. It looks terrifying with them off.
Yeah. No. You are doing it, and you are doing the Frozen sing-along.
She's going to take me to the Frozen
sing-along.
Oh
my God. I feel sorry for you.
Absolute hell.
Oh no.
I'm going to make you do something you don't like to do.
I like everything.
I know you're. Yeah.
Like everything.
I'm sure there's something that spins or does something that you don't like. That I do.
Put a blindfold on her and direct her to Horror Nights.
Yeah. Surprise booking.
I'll find a zombie.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, the only one I'm not keen on is Doctor Doom's.
Oh, I don't like that because that.
But you don't like that anyway.
I can't do.
I've done it once.
I can't do droppy things because they make me ill.
Yeah, I've done it once, and
there's little shoes.
Little shoes. I'd bought a new pair of white trainers that afternoon, and it was dark, and Sharon was stood at the bottom being bag lady, and she said, "Oh, you could see all these like bright white trainers flapping in the like
Oh
night
my
sky.
Every fast ride you went, and they went on the Hulk, and all I could see was these two white shoes come firing out the tunnel. And when Dueling Dragons was still open before they changed it into Hagrid's,
Yeah.
you could see just these little trainers like on the back of this roller coaster. Yeah, I don't do big rides because I get really bad vertigo and it completely screws me over.
That was Butterbeer Bogey Night.
That was Butterbeer Bogey Night.
Yeah. Butterbeer Bogey Night.
Yeah, something else I wish to forget. Swift.
You're never allowed to forget that. That was a classic night.
Yeah.
Obviously, when we go over for the conferences, these very nice people who hold these conferences
Was IBM.
was IBM.
Oh, wow.
And they used to hire a park out, like just for conference attendees.
Nice.
And the first year we was over there, it was just when the Hogsmeade side had opened.
Oh wow, nice.
It had only been open about 2 months.
Wow.
So IBM hired Islands of Adventure for the night. So it was close to the public, just the conference attendees and their like families.
Yeah.
So basically it was about 2,000 people in there and that's it.
Wow.
That was it.
Insane.
And all of the food and drink stands were open and it was all free. There was like free beer, free wine, help yourselves, carry on. And they were giving out free butterbeer as well.
Don't understand why people get so excited about it. Rank.
So there was me, Sharon, and a few of the other IBM crew. There was about a group of 4 or 5 of us.
Yeah, it was about 5 or 6 or something.
Yeah, and we'd got our like free butterbeer because obviously it was brand new and no one had ever tried it
We were all
before.
really excited.
Yeah.
We didn't realise it was rank tasting.
It's a very acquired taste, I feel, isn't it? It's
I
very.
see all these videos of people going, "Oh, the frozen one's the best one, the hot one's the best one, and this one's the best one." It's like,
Yeah.
nope, it's not.
It's only because of the butterbeer bogey incident.
Probably.
Right. So anyway, so we've got our butterbeer. We're walking past like the train, and this was before the Hogwarts Express was open, so it was just a static train at the time.
Oh yeah.
And we got stopped by the station conductor
Yes, we did.
and got asked, "Do you know how to drink butterbeer properly?" Us being the fools we are,
Said no.
said no. So he then had us lined up in a line.
That's how lines work.
Yeah.
Anyway, carry on.
Yeah, okay, I've just realised that one. So we were there in a line. Better?
What lined up?
Lined up. Better line. And we were taught how to drink butterbeer properly.
Yeah.
Sharon got a little over adventurous.
It's like you have to hold it out.
You have to admire it,
and then you have
to bring it in
Yep.
and savour it.
Savour it. You have to sniff it, basically.
So you have to waft it under your nose and savour it.
Yeah.
Then you put your head down,
Yep.
and then you tip the glass up.
Yeah, and your nose is supposed to touch the foam.
Sharon's nose went in the foam. She inhaled the foam.
Oh, heck.
And that snorting butterbeer. I mean, there's some substances that people might want to snort in their life. Butterbeer is definitely not among them.
She then spent the next half an hour in a toilet
Yeah.
Get out.
trying to get the butterbeer foam from up her nose.
Oh my gosh.
It went hard.
No, you said it had like a plastic coating that had lined your nostrils.
Like a frothy cream soda is the best way to describe it. It's a frothy cream soda. So of course, when that sort of like starts to dry up, it gets really tacky.
Yeah.
That no amount of washing got rid of.
No, I was rinsing my nose out in the toilet with Myrtle Mo talking about whatever she does.
The next morning she gets up and goes, "My nose is crusty, I've got butterbeer bogies."
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
So
Oh, that's
that
hilarious.
is now forever known as the butterbeer bogey
There's
incident.
a really
Yeah.
cool picture of me with a butterbeer moustache stuffed all over my head. And I'm laughing at the time because obviously I have no idea what I've just put myself through.
You have no idea if the 12 hours of hell to come.
Yeah.
So at this moment, she knew she fucked up.
It was easy. Never drinking it again. Every time I see someone going on about how great butterbeer is, I'm like, you've got no idea. Try sticking it up now.
Most people don't stick butterbeer up their nose.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, she was experimenting, she was trying new ways, like...
She was in a phase.
She was in a phase.
The man.
Etiquette.
She was telling her mom it wasn't a phase.
Oh my goodness.
I think what made it even funnier was the actual station conductor was English as well.
He was English, yeah.
So he was like, "Oh dear, we have a group of English geeks now. Here we go." Yeah, it was a good night.
His nose is twitching. The thought of that hideous substance being stuck up it. I'm washing my nose out in the sink.
And your nose got PTSD.
My nose has PTSD.
She has nightmares of this to this very day.
And I had to get up. Was I doing a session? I had to get up really early to be at a session at something like 7:30 in the morning.
It was breakdown because the party's the last night in it, so breakdown's the next morning.
Yeah, so we were doing something early that involved me getting up early, and I was there at sort of like 7 o'clock in the morning, rinsing my nose out in the sink of our room.
Snorting some coffee beans, trying to get that.
Oh man.
Trying to get the smell out of it.
Yeah, it was horrible. It was horrible.
That is rough.
I thought it was hilarious.
Every now and then it gets mentioned. If anybody watches our channel, the pictures at the front of the introduction, there is a picture of me with a butterbeer bogies moustache.
There is, yes. Yeah,
Oh,
I made sure that one was included. That was going in.
Oh wow.
So yes, so yeah, we've said that was a really good night when they like closed the parks off for everyone. But you did, like, when said Universal Studios was first year.
Yeah.
You've done SeaWorld with them.
We did SeaWorld with them.
The Hollywood Studios you did with
Yeah,
them.
we did Hollywood Studios with them before Galaxy's Edge. I just spent all night riding
Star Tours.
Star Tours. You've ridden it now? I was like 11. After they put all the different endings in, where they'd mixed it all up and you got different things. So every time we rode it, they shuffled it. So I had something different every time.
Nice.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can now see why I go as a stowaway. Any excuse. Get me on a flight.
I think that pretty much just emptied all the questions I have that I needed to ask you guys, man. I mean, that was good stuff.
You know the stuff that you didn't.
Every time I hear you guys talk, well, Zach especially, like every time I hear stuff, it's always something different. Like this was really, really good when it came to like the food and the entertainment and stuff. Like that's one thing that I haven't heard yet, and you guys did it. I mean, you pretty much spelled it out. That was pretty good. I'm just kind of blown away by it, you know. I never
get started on food, and that's it.
I'm slowly turning Roger into a Disney adult, so it's a process.
Well, so I found out something today, yesterday I found out, and I am so pleased but annoyed at the same time. One of my favourite sit-down restaurants, and it's a Carrots Mill as well, at Walt Disney World, was 1900 Park Fare in the Grand Floridian. Yeah. I loved that restaurant. I'd been there for breakfast, lunch, dinner.
Yeah, she's obsessed with it.
I'm obsessed with 1900 Park Fare. As I said, it was one of the better character meals as well, and it's been closed. It did never reopen. Yeah, it's not reopened.
Oh, because of COVID.
Obviously they all closed because of COVID, but where everything's reopened, 1900 Park Fare hasn't.
Oh,
and
wow.
It's been like, and it's not been mentioned at all as to why it hadn't reopened. And I now know that basically where the Grand Floridian lobby is being refurbished.
Yeah.
They're using 1900 Park Fair as storage.
Oh, what? Really?
Yeah, apparently.
That's so unfair.
I was like, no.
Oh, damn.
It's beautifully themed to sort of like a Mary Poppins style. There's carousel.
Yeah, it was gorgeous.
Beautiful.
It was gorgeous.
But it's
Inside.
now
It
it's
really
got a
was.
crack because they're doing the lobby.
Yep, so apparently once the lobby's finished its refurbishment, it will reopen.
Oh, there you go.
I'm like,
there you go.
that's not fair.
It'll be open when we
I
go
was
in
really
February.
hoping it was going to be open in February, but it's not.
Yeah.
That's where I first experienced Disney mashed potatoes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Disney mashed potatoes on a whole new level.
Yeah,
And-
100%.
And corn dog nuggets.
Now the corn dog nuggets. Now, exactly what is that? Is there a way to describe that? Because
Yep. Basically, they're mini corn dogs. So, you know, like cocktail-sized sausages or cocktail-sized hot dogs.
yeah,
They're them covered in like the corn dog batter and fried.
So instead of it being a massive one on a
On a
stick,
stick,
they're little ones.
the little nuggets.
oh wow,
They're-
that's
Yeah, it's the
interesting.
corn dog nuggets.
Them and tater tots.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, tater tots and corn
Hey,
dog
you know what
nuggets.
people have been calling them recently? And it's really baffling me because obviously tater tots is like the name of them. Potato barrels. What is that?
It's the same bloody thing.
It's the same thing, it's just that
I
tater
know it's-
tots is a brand.
Oh, is that what
Oh,
it is? Oh,
yeah,
okay.
makes sense.
Got ya.
a vacuum cleaner, a Hoover.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
basically tater tots is a brand, so
Like
that's why
Q-tips.
they are
They're
tater
barrels, but
barrels.
they're tater tots.
Yeah,
Mhm.
but
There you go.
they're tater tots.
Yeah. I assume they were, but it was like potato barrels. What that? Why? Why are you calling them that? They're called tater tots.
Yeah, I think it's also because they're in like Woody's roundup things, so
Oh yeah,
they're like
Woody's
potato
Roundup
barrels
barbecue.
would
Yeah.
go better in Toy Story roundup than tater
They're
tots.
still called tater tots.
Yeah.
in Universal.
They're still tater tots in Universal.
Yeah.
The tater tots with the pizza stuff on top.
Yeah, we're getting those.
Getting them, yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh.
Look at that food, for God's sake.
I thank you before we started.
No, but we haven't got any snacks.
Alpha's is open.
That's an amateur move, guys. You need snacks always. Come on.
We even went to the shop earlier and bought non-alcoholic beer. Didn't buy any snacks.
Yeah.
you,
Epic
you
fail.
you gotta have
You went
food,
right-
man. I mean, that just, especially
You bought
like,
the wrong type of beer. You didn't buy any snacks. What's going on? Come on now.
Both of us don't
Both of us don't drink anymore, so it's like.
especially with this conversation. I mean, I know you have to be getting hungry just by talking. I mean, it's like, wow. I'm sitting here.
She has olives in the fridge, she'll be fine.
Come on.
After you want it, got some feta cubes and
Yep, that's
all
right.
sorts
You
of
can
things
keep all
that you
that.
don't like. Yeah. Healthy snacks.
Don't do olives.
No, you say they're Yoda's testicles.
I do. Don't like olives.
I'm using that one.
You are welcome. Not a problem.
You're welcome.
So yes, that is. So get started on food, and that's it. You've lost us completely. Yeah. Conversations go off in many tangents. Then
Yeah.
We started off asking about
Marvel.
and
Yeah.
Star Wars.
Yeah.
You've turned it into butterbeer, bogies and food.
I'm good like that.
But yeah, Zach's right. He's getting me curious about it because what really caught my eye was the architecture. When you was talking about your husband or your significant other with the wood, you know, I can understand like where he's coming from there because like I've been talking to Zach about Cinderella Castle yesterday. We were going over that, and that is an amazing structure. I mean, I've never seen anything like that, to be honest with you.
Oh no, I mean, and it's Disneyland Paris where you can actually walk through it.
Yeah. How
And go upstairs, and you've got all the stained glass, all the tapestries is unbelievable. You know, and the way they've used the false perspective on it is really
Because
clever.
it looks humongous. It looks so cool. and so impressive. But it's like literally the next story up is it's not even doesn't feel like a whole story. It's like 10 foot.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a whole size, but you know it's higher up than. No, Ben was happiest in Frontierland
Because it's wood.
because it's wood. You know, and you're like, okay, just shut up and walk around it. But yeah, he's got a thing of knocking things that are meant to be cement and he's for fiberglass and I just enjoy it for what it is.
Yeah, just take it in what it looks like, because the theming in all of the parks. I mean, people say that Universal's not particularly well themed, but Hogsmeade and
they're getting better with it. Yeah, the Hogwarts area looks amazing. It really does.
Kind of Hogsmeade at night.
Oh, it's something
is unbelievable. It's just like breathtaking.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean the theming and it's the little Easter eggs that Disney leave, like the names on the windows down Main Street, and you know you've got all them little tiny features, especially in Galaxy's Edge. You know you've got all the droid tracks in the cement and
they took parts of the original R2 unit and put his tracks in.
Yeah,
so the droid tracks are R2D2, which I think is really fun.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I mean, and the castles they've done all around the world where they've kept it as a castle, but they've all got their own individual aspects to them.
Yeah,
I think is amazing. It's and I said, our castle. Disneyland Paris.
It is our castle.
It is our castle. Yeah. Disneyland Paris's castle I love because you said you can go upstairs. You've got the you can walk through it. You've got the shops within the castle. But then Walt Disney World's castle has got that beautiful golden mural. Like Cinderella's golden mural inside. And then you go upstairs and you've got the restaurant and you can eat in the castle.
Yeah, that's
very cool.
Even though obviously you have to like sell a lung or mortgage your house to eat there. I've done it twice. I'm allowed to say that. And if you time it right, you can be eating with the fireworks going off around you inside the castle.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I know they aren't similar. They all look similar because they're the Disney castle.
Yeah, because they're all based on the original Californian castle.
Yeah,
but not.
But then California's tiny.
Oh yeah, California's one is the smallest one out of all of them.
Yeah, so
Hong Kong, hasn't it? Is it Hong Kong?
It's Hong Kong, yeah. I think it's Shanghai is the biggest one. Yeah.
And
Florida's is the second biggest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know Florida, they have to keep under 200 foot so they don't have to put a red light on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's brilliant.
So it's 199.
That's why all the towers of terrors are that height as well, because they have to be just under that.
The flight thing.
Yeah.
Otherwise they have to have a red light.
The only thing that is 200 feet in Florida is Expedition Everest.
Yeah.
They literally got away with that by like centimeters.
Yeah, it was like 199.8 or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
We'll push it as far as we can.
Yeah.
I mean, the theming of Animal Kingdom is out of this world. It's just so cleverly done. But then the amount of research that the Imagineers used to put into stuff.
Yeah.
It's on the used to.
Yeah, used to. Put into stuff. Although Galaxy's Edge, it's like I think Galaxy's Edge is an example of what can be done when they give the Imagineers their just free reign and go wild.
Yeah.
This is. We want a new planet in the Star Wars galaxy.
Yeah.
Fill your boots. Off you go.
Yeah. Do what you want. Yeah. Because
the talent's there.
I
said, Animal Kingdom is a prime example of the old school Imagineers. And the amount of research they did in that.
Well, Animal Kingdom was head Imagineer was Joe Rohde, wasn't it? He was.
Yeah.
So that's his work. That's his baby.
Yeah, and he said he done such a good job. And, and was it Shanghai or Hong Kong he was involved in, or Tokyo? Tokyo.
Yes, because where Mystic Manor is, because he's the bloke in Mystic Manor.
Yeah. And he had his face cast for the gargoyles, and he's now all over everywhere. But you know, and so Disney can be very, very good, or Disney can be very, very bad.
Well, I think it also helps that because Epic Universe is like going to be something else when Universal open that park out.
Yeah, that looks insanely good as well.
Yeah. So for gaming fans, Super Mario World is going to be a scene.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%.
Sharon is the Epic Universe expert between the two of us. As I said, I'm not a gamer. I have no profession to be. Yeah, I don't think I've actually played Super Mario, but shh.
No, that brings me to a question I asked Zach, okay, and I need your guys' feedback on this, and he gave me an answer, but I don't want you to share it. Okay?
Mine wasn't good enough.
Well, it was good enough, but I want an independent answer from these two on this. You guys remember an old movie that came out back in the 70s called Westworld?
Yep.
Do you think that was inspired by Walt Disney World?
Oh yeah,
Maybe a bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think there was a definite hint.
Yes. Yeah. Definitely. Just there.
Yeah, I mean that's for me. I'm kind of stuck on that because I remember back in the day there was big talk. I mean, back when we were kids, where everybody was talking.
And that wasn't born.
Yeah. And like, that's one thing that's always stuck with me is like I remember when Westworld came out and everybody kept talking about what happens if the animatronics or whatever gets turned into animatronics. Yeah. What happens when they become robotic and go rogue and start, going on a killing rampage and stuff? Which I'm not saying it's going to happen in Walt Disney World, but
if Abraham Lincoln comes for me, I'll be ready. You know what I mean?
I
think I could run away from Donald Trump. I mean.
Now,
I'm more worried about the birds from the tiki room coming to pick your eyes out.
Oh, maybe that's another level.
That's kind of
it'll be like a colourful episode of The Birds by Alfred Hitchcock.
Oh my goodness, that just
the enchanted tiki room.
That just changes your whole perspective on that movie. It really does. They're like the birds at Walt Disney World.
Yeah.
Speaking of weird, speaking of Disney, the conversation. I was meant to bring this up when I was talking to you as well. You remember the movie that was filmed illegally in? Was it Disneyland? It was filmed in Disneyland where this guy was making a film, and I don't know. It was some sort of weird out of world. I don't know. It was all black and white. I can't think of the name of it, but it was just a very weird.
Are you sure you've not been taking any mind-altering drugs?
No. It's definitely a thing. I can't think what it's called, but it was
start talking to Sam. Sam does that. She just flaps her arms at me and goes, that thing that time.
Yeah.
In it. So I'm like, what?
You mean the conversation we had earlier when I couldn't remember the name of Tom and Jerry?
Yes, the cat and the mouse.
Yeah.
She knew who I was on about, though.
Explain more, Zach. There was a guy in Disney World or Land potentially filming.
Oh, I found it. No. It's called Escape from Tomorrow. Escape from Tomorrow.
Oh.
It was made in 2013.
Escape from Tomorrowland was actually a film, wasn't it, with George Clooney?
It wasn't called.
No, that was Tomorrowland. That with George
that was just straight Tomorrowland.
Yeah. Escape from Tomorrow was a guy that illegally he was trying to make Disneyland look like a dystopian kind of everyone was like being overtaken by like this, like the power of Disney or something. It was filmed it all illegally. Like he didn't have any permission. He took like a film crew in with him and everything.
Oh wow!
Yeah, he got done for it. I think he got sued by Disney for it, but I think you can still watch the movie. It's really creepy. Like, that's what the conversation reminded me of. I don't know why, but.
Oh yeah, so we go from killing robots.
But escape from tomorrow.
You can imagine that all the Disney animatronics are going to go all Skynet on us,
and you're having your getaway car as one of the Autopia cars.
Oh God,
everyone get on the people mover quick.
Yeah. It's amazing the imagination that has come out of that place. I mean, really.
Oh,
it just...
Yeah, you sit there and think someone actually thought up. Yeah, I mean, with the Haunted Mansion thing is just like where they managed to combine the two ideas that they had after losing Walt, obviously, as well, and then having to go back and work on that. But yeah, I mean, now the actual queues are themed amazingly. I mean,
sometimes the queues are better than the ride. To be fair.
It started off with the new Dumbo queue when they made that play area, when they installed 2 Dumbo rides.
You don't have to queue, you can go and sit and watch cartoons and play inside. That's great.
And then like Seven Dwarfs Mine Train queue got
wow.
That's just, it's so pretty. And you get to touch stuff. I love touching stuff. It's like, give me some. I'm like a big kid in the queue. I'm not on board. But yeah, so even the queues now, the theming that goes into that, and the imagination that grown adults have to have.
The best queue in any theme park ever is the Forbidden Journey queue when you go through the Hogwarts castle.
Oh yes, yeah. It's you go through the castle, you go through the greenhouse.
Yep, you go into Dumbledore's office.
And you've got all holograms of obviously Harry and Hermione and all the
paintings.
And all the paintings. The queue is worth the ride.
Yeah.
It's that is an amazing queue.
I'd get those as well, isn't it?
Yeah, but apparently Gringotts rides queues like that as well.
Now on Zach showed me some pictures the other day, and on the 25th anniversary, the stuff that they did to Cinderella Castle. Now, what do you think about that? Do you know what I'm talking about, where they made it look like a cake?
Oh, the birthday cake castle.
Yeah.
Yes.
What was your take on that?
The way they try and attempt to make things cool like that, but it doesn't always come off as well as they attempt it, does it? Sam's pulling a face. Sam's pulling up, I'm about to say something really honest face. I'm going to apologise in advance.
We'll say it. I mean, yeah. Like, what's your honest take on that?
Someone must have thought that was a good idea.
Someone was obviously wrong.
If you're going to Walt Disney World, you have taken your 6-year-old little princess mad girl, and all she's been thinking about for over a year is seeing the Disney Princess Castle, and it's pink and it's blue and it's pretty, and you present her with that monstrosity.
Yeah.
You have just damaged that little girl for life.
Yeah.
I'd use it as a good excuse to go back the next year, but right? Yeah, I think it would have been okay if it was just for say a month.
Yeah,
but not to have it there all year.
Yeah, if it was just for a very limited time, I reckon. Yeah, like a month.
And bring back the Christmas twinkly lights on the castle.
Yes, they
take them away. Haven't brought them. I took them back, obviously during COVID. Not brought them back. It looks so pretty when it's all sparkly and.
She's gesticulating.
I am gesticulating. Yeah, the monstrosity of the 25th birthday. I said it would have been good if it was up for say a month, not a whole year. And I think, but then I think it's a bit like Marmite, isn't it? It's like you either love it or you hate it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's any in between.
the first time I seen it was yesterday, and like you should have seen my reaction, or you should have heard my reaction. It just blew me. I was like, oh my god! I regret even scrolling down on this. Like, you know what I mean? Because I was going through all the pictures.
Are we talking about the 25th anniversary?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, of 25th at Walt Disney World. Yeah. Yeah, I think they learned and didn't do that in Paris.
Yeah.
It's been a riot.
I didn't even
we brought
want
it
to
up
finish.
yesterday. Yeah, we brought it up yesterday. I was like, "Oh, Roger, you've got to see this. It's a monstrosity." I was like, "Oh my god!"
I like the way that they think I like the way that they try and do stuff to make things special, but it's not always executed in the best.
That is very true.
Careful, innit?
That's an understatement.
I'm just being nice because you're an arse
It really
sometimes.
is. She's being really nice, is what it is.
She is being nice. I'm not that nice.
Yeah, 10 out of 10 for effort, 2 out of 10 for execution.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, obviously, Paris is getting Frozen Land.
Oh, for God's sake, will you stop?
Yeah.
It's bad.
Oh, it's really bad. So, our Frozen Land that we're getting isn't as cool as the. I use cool in inverted Dr. Evil quotes because I don't think anything.
Ew.
$1 million.
Yeah, I mean, Paris has the smallest park. The Walt Disney Studios in Paris is the smallest Disney park in the world.
Yeah.
And thrown together by a shit budget by Michael Eisner, but okay.
They had no money.
Yeah, they literally.
Michael Eisner used it all. He was at the end of the Disney decade. He was like, we need something.
We promised them 2 parks. We'll give them a bit of land with a ride on it. Right, so even with
We'll give
the
them some blank buildings. We'll pretend it's a movie set.
It's still the world's smallest Disney park, even with the expanded bit that's got Ratatouille and Toy Story in it.
it's even going to be the smallest park with the expansion they're building.
And it's going to be the smallest park with
wow.
the expansion, and the new lake,
Yeah.
and the 2 bits, the 2 new prints.
No, what? We are giving you Frozen Land. Frozen Land will be the saviour. Do you know what we get with Frozen Land? We get one ride, which is the same as Frozen Ever After in Epcot. And we get another set of teacups.
Oh shit.
What?
Oh, sorry.
Teacups?
We get another set of
Why?
teacups. We don't know, but they're going to be Tangled themed this one.
Because nothing says
Frozen.
teacups, does it?
Yeah, exactly. What? I'm so confused.
That doesn't even make sense. To be
You're
honest.
not the only ones.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is what.
Okay, so you brought me to a point. Somewhere is getting a Tangle themed area, aren't they? Where is it?
Disneyland Paris.
Yes, it's next door
No,
to
it's
Frozen
not.
Land.
No, it's
We're
not
not
Paris
getting- we're
again.
not getting
It's
the
someone
whole
with like. No, it's someone with like an actual like land, and they're getting the. I'm sure I read it somewhere. They're getting the boat rides, and the like they're doing that tells the story of Frozen.
Yeah, which is basically it's the copy of Ever After. The boat ride is Frozen Ever After, which is in Epcot,
Which used to be Maelstrom.
which used to be Maelstrom.
Yeah.
And then in Paris, so you're going to have that, and then you're going to have next to it, so in the entry into Frozen Land, so on the way in, as you cross over the big lake, you'll have the Tangled teacups.
Yeah, so there's going to be a little bit of Tangled themed stuff going on in one area, and the rest of it's going to be the Frozen boat ride, and we get a restaurant as well, a Disney princess, probably bloody Frozen themed. So we're not even getting like the Matterhorn, like they've got in Hong Kong. Not getting that.
Well,
Hong Kong's Frozen Land, it looks so pretty.
I don't eat like
does look
Frozen, and I'd go on the Matterhorns.
Yeah, it does look so pretty. Oh, the runaway sleigh type thing.
It's basically the Matterhorn but reskinned.
It looks like Big Thunder Mountain, similar to Big Thunder Mountain. So yeah, Oaken's sleigh thing.
Oaken sleigh, sleigh ride.
Yeah, Oaken's sleigh ride thing. But it just looks so pretty, and it looks,
Oh, it's pretty.
you know, and we're like, this is Disneyland Paris. We are going to get a half-assed effort.
We were promised
They
galaxies.
really shit the bed with Disneyland Paris, don't they? They really do. Like, I feel like they have done ever since it opened. Like, It's
They do some things so well, like the Avengers Drone Show is the most magnificent nighttime show.
Oh yeah, that looks good. Yeah, that does look good. Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to the new drone show that they're going to have, which celebrates the electrical nighttime parade.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Because I love that parade. I think that's my favourite. That and the Christmas parade, like 2 favourites of all time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So when they released the clip of the music this week, that says, and it's the music from the nighttime parade. It's exactly the same music. It's like, I was so happy.
That's so good.
Then it's like Avengers Campus. Seeing what they've done with it out in like California.
Yeah.
You come to Disneyland Paris, you've got Web Slingers,
Which is
the best ride ever. It's like now up there top 3 for us.
Yeah.
But our Pim's Kitchen is a buffet.
Oh really?
That is
basically
cool.
has a giant burger. It's like very limited food range compared to what Pim's Kitchen in California has, where you've got a menu and you can choose what you eat.
Yeah.
We've got the buffet with a very limited selection.
I would take a buffet. I'm a skinny boy. Okay, but like when I eat, like the powers of freaking, I don't know how to explain it. Like an abyss just opens up and I just suck stuff down.
Shovel it in. Yeah. I have
Roger
a 19-year-old son. My son is 19.
He's got holiday.
He's 6'1", the skinniest thing you've ever seen, but boy can he eat.
Yeah. And I've been that way all my life. You sit me down in front of good food, man, and I will just eat and eat and eat, and I won't even throw up. I mean,
I'm jealous, man. I'm jealous. I want that metabolism.
I have no idea.
I just look at a cake and I gain like 3 pounds.
Like, man, like a buffet, you put me in front of a buffet, I mean, if I had a choice between a buffet and having to pay for certain things, I would take the buffet because I could get more.
I think that's the thing I love the Disney buffets in like Walt Disney World. I think that's some of the best foods. They really, pay attention to the details on their food as well.
Yeah, they do, yeah.
And the buffets in Paris used to be like that.
Yeah, they're not anymore.
They're not anymore.
Is that since Disney rebought it back then?
No, it's been good 10 years. They've been going downhill, and said where one of our favourite buffets was Inventions, which was in the Disneyland Hotel.
Yeah.
Obviously the Disneyland Hotel has been under what seems like a 5-year renovation. And when it reopens, they are getting a buffet back. But it's like when it reopens, it's only going to be available to hotel guests.
Oh, really?
That's weird.
Yeah. And the cheapest room out of season midweek is £958 per night.
Oh my
god.
And that doesn't include breakfast. So yeah, when it reopens, the 2 restaurants that are in the hotel will be for hotel guests only.
Damn,
so it's like
that's so bad, man.
It's like you've taken away. At the moment, they've only got 2 character meals at Disneyland Paris. You've got Plaza Gardens, and you've got Auberge, which is the princess dining,
which is the Paris version of Cinderella's royal table, basically.
Yeah, but that now doesn't do breakfast. They've just cancelled all the breakfasts, so that's now closed for breakfast.
There's weird going on. Tiger and Josh Tomorrow have been over to Paris quite a lot in the last 6 months, haven't they?
3 times?
Yeah. So hopefully someone will kick someone's arse and we'll get.
Yeah.
Because they've taken away like near enough all the character dining. Because Cafe Mickey has just been redone, and that's now the
Poncy French place.
French brasserie that serves basically lobster, oysters, and snails.
Yeah. Nice.
No, no.
Are they trying to like get all classy and everything, or is it the opposite where they just like don't care?
They are
They do throw
rejuvenating.
French cuisine down your face, don't they, in Paris, more so than...
Yeah, but the French don't want it.
Yeah, they want a cheeseburger, man. That's
Yeah.
what they want.
Exactly. It's fair enough.
Le cheeseburger!
Fine dining. Because Disney World's got fine dining, hasn't it? There's places in Disney World. If you want to go fine dining, you can fine dine.
Yeah, you've got
Yeah.
no
Yeah.
Ichiko's.
Albert
Yeah.
and Victoria's, you know. You've got...
My dream.
Oh, I watched a Tim video of that. Oh my gosh, it looks insanely good. Very, very pricey. It's like the most
Yeah, it's like
expensive restaurant on
$400
property.
per person.
Yeah. But then again, it is like, I'm pretty sure it's like the highest Michelin-starred restaurant on property as well.
It
So
is, yeah.
it's, what is it, like 3 Michelin stars, something like that?
Yeah, it's really like.
Really
I mean, I've
fancy.
actually was really lucky and got to have a look inside when it wasn't open. And
Ooh.
it's only got like 15 tables or 12 tables in there.
Yeah.
I'd rather have a cheeseburger.
But yeah, I mean, I understand. Obviously, the Disney Village doesn't have character meals, and it's
Doesn't anymore.
all like independent. No, Disney Springs, sorry,
Yeah.
doesn't have character meals. It doesn't have Disney restaurants. There was like the Disney Village did have obviously Cafe Mickey, which used to be character dining.
Yeah.
Where they're rejuvenating the village and giving it a whole new look. We've lost Planet Hollywood. That's gone.
Yeah.
We've lost the Wild West show. That's
Oh
gone.
no.
That's been done
Oh
for
yeah,
years.
Wild West show closed before COVID.
Before COVID,
Yeah. And obviously Cafe Mickey is now gone. Nothing's replaced Planet Hollywood or the Wild West show. Cafe Mickey has now turned into this French brasserie place, where it was like they showed the breakfast because it's a new breakfast place, and it was like a pain au chocolat, a coffee, and an orange juice was €8.50.
Wow.
And I was like, no.
That's,
No.
Yeah.
No.
That's
And then you've got what was King Ludwig's is now the Royal Pub.
Yeah, it's basically it's basically like a Weatherspoons rip-off, but it's more expensive.
Yeah, it's like an expensive Weatherspoons.
oh no.
So we're like, okay. And then you go into the parks, and the only 2 character meals, because there's none in Walt Disney Studios. There's no character meals there at all. And you've only got the choice of auberge, which is fine dining.
Yeah.
It's not what I'd call kid-friendly food.
It's not kid-friendly food.
Yeah.
It's really expensive. The food's nice, but it's really expensive.
And then you've got
Yeah,
Plaza Gardens, which is a character meal,
Mhm.
but Mickey Mouse isn't at breakfast. You get like random low-key characters like Smee and I was trying to think who else has been there recently. You had, I was going to say Dr. Hook, no, Captain Hook.
Dr. Hook's a
So
dodgy
Uh,
Showing your age again.
You know, you had Captain Hook, Smee, they're very random, not the like Fab Five.
Yeah.
You just
Yeah.
got random characters there at breakfast. Mickey only appears at dinner,
It's twice as much as breakfast.
which is twice as much. And the queue to get in, we've eaten at Plaza Gardens before. You know, it was one that we commonly used to do. But they've like crammed more tables in now.
So it's more not enough space for everyone.
Yeah. And so it's like for the 2 parks, you've only got 2 places for character dining,
That's so
which like compared to, and if you've got little ones, you do use character dining to meet characters because it saves queuing up like
Oh yeah,
hours to
100.
meet
Yeah.
them.
Yeah. 100%.
Characters.
And we
don't
like
the different characters.
we
haven't
have,
we?
yeah. I mean, over the years in Disney Paris, we have met some real random. We've met the genie. breakfast.
Jesus Camp breakfast once. He never comes out anymore.
Yeah, Sheriff of Nottingham.
Yeah.
Oh,
Loads
really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
good characters used to be out.
Characters used to be out in Cafe Mickey.
Mhm.
Perla and Susie, the mice from Cinderella. Smee and Captain Hook were regular. Geppetto.
Yeah,
and
Geppetto and the cat.
Pinocchio.
Gideon the cat from Pinocchio.
Yeah, so you used to see some really rare, unusual characters.
Stuff that you wouldn't ever get in Disney World.
Yeah.
Genie, we've done. Just have to say
You said
Genie. I
Genie,
said
yeah.
Genie.
You said Genie, yeah.
I know. The memory's going.
It's weird every time you guys mention Genie too. It makes me think of I Dreamed of Genie back in the 70s.
Yeah.
I have no
What a show.
clue why. I just don't know why. It just every time I hear you guys say it, Zach mentions Genie too, and that's what I think of. Is
You're not thinking of Robin Williams.
yeah, it just never pops into my head. I have no clue why. I'm like, and I know who you guys are referring to. It's just
The mind wanders to
Yeah.
I dream of Genie. Fair
yeah.
enough.
I was like,
But yeah, so I think they've got to up their food game.
We always say that, don't we?
We're coming back to food again. We're still getting back to
It's-
food.
and that's good because, like Zach said yesterday, okay, I'm going to drive people crazy because I've already had him on 4 streams already.
Yeah. Everyone's sick of me now. I'm just here
Oh,
for it.
I hope you get them real good and sick, dude, because they've been putting me through crap. I mean, it's like I want them to just say, "Oh no, he's got that Walt Disney guy on there again." Oh my god.
Oh, and now they're going to meet us.
Yeah.
Hey, next time I like proper stuff.
Where does Roger find all these people? Welcome to the Disney community.
It's like, what is he thinking?
We are Disney adults and we are proud.
Huzzah!
Marvel games, seriously.
Every
You need to go and watch some bloody Marvel films, Zach. I tell you,
I do. Yeah, I do.
the first Captain America film does not count. There is many.
every time I've done them, though, there's always been a different thing that comes up. Like now we're talking about food, and I'm like, wow, man, I'm getting hungry now. It's like, phew. I'm going to end up having to go to Disney World myself just so I can eat the food. Seriously.
Some people go just for food. Some people don't do any rides. They just go to Epcot to eat.
That's
Oh.
what we did last time.
Don't get me started on Epcot. I know why Zach wants to go to Epcot Center. I've already told him about that. I mean, it's an oversized golf ball.
Spaceship Earth.
Yeah.
You know,
Yes.
I mean, look at it. It's an oversized golf ball. What
It is.
would Zach fall in love with it for? You know what I mean?
Behind that oversized golf ball, there's 11 countries. The 11 known countries of the world.
Yeah.
Food and drinking.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But you have to do living with the land.
Oh,
And-
living with the land is just such a good ride. Oh,
And the 3 Caballeros riding the Mexican.
yeah.
Oh,
the
yes,
Three Caballero, yeah. Can't forget that. Soaring is a highlight for me. I love soaring.
Yes.
Soaring too.
Yeah.
And you also
yeah.
have to go and watch Crush's talk.
Oh yeah, you have to
Yes,
go to
Total Talk with Crush.
Just for the entertainment value.
100%. Crush is legendary, man. I've watched so many like shorts on YouTube of just the random conversations.
The kids
It's
ask him
just
such crazy questions.
They do, they really do.
It's like if you lose your shell, are you homeless?
Oh my gosh.
It's like, are you nude or are you homeless? It's like,
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
that was the best one I think I've ever heard at
Oh,
Vicky.
yeah.
If you lose your shell, are you nude or are you homeless? It's like,
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like, I mean, I love going. In China, they've got the model of the terracotta army. That's amazing.
So she's,
Yeah.
you're talking like you're all artistic. You're going to come back to food.
Yeah, I will. Yeah.
I like the German pavilion for the little miniature village. Oh, that's beautiful as well.
See, I actually lived in Germany for 3 years. So
I work for
really? Oh, nice.
a German company.
Yeah, it's like, ooh, I can buy stuff that I used to buy all the time.
When I go to Germany. But yeah.
And there it is.
Yep. There it is. There's the food.
I don't understand why people get so excited about going to England in.
No, neither do I. It's like, mate, you've got Raglan Road. It's just fish and chips, mate. Go home and get it. Like,
Oh no, they're not.
No,
they're not proper chips. They're not proper chips, man. They're
See,
French fries.
that was
not the same
answered
thing.
actually. That was answered actually back in the 70s, and it was on an English show. Are you being served? Okay, they.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's a throwback, Roger.
But seriously, they made a lot of comments about that. Like, why are people, like, it would always come up, why are people always coming to England? And like the Germans especially, like, they loved always making comments about that. I remember a few episodes where they had it where people would come into the store and they would want German like clothes and stuff. And like this German couple came in and they were trying to get them to buy German clothes, and they're like, we're from Germany, why would we want that, you know? And I was like, that's like that's I know that is true. That's a big top. I don't even know what I'm saying.
But we do have the best music in the United Kingdom pavilion.
Yeah.
Well, the best cover bands are in that garden.
Oh, you guys have
Like-
the Beatles. I mean, come on, man.
Yeah.
You can't.
We have the Beatles, the Stones,
Yeah.
and Oasis.
Yeah.
There's more good British groups than the Beatles
Yeah.
and Stones and Oasis.
It was okay
Blur.
until she said Oasis. I mean, like,
Blur, the Stone Roses.
I was more of a Blur fan.
Blur.
No, yeah, I was a bit. To be fair, I was a bit of both, but like, yeah.
but you guys had the Verb too.
I think-
Seattle band,
I think I'm. The Verb. Yeah, the Verb.
You guys had the
I think
Verb.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
I'm obligated
the
to
Verb.
like Oasis because I'm from
better
Manchester.
than either Blur
So.
or Oasis.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's comical to see, like, the. I mean, I love going in the Japan shop and the China shop.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the Japan shop I lost my son in because he's massive on anime and Pokemon.
Oh
and,
yeah.
and I lost him in there for hours.
Oh yeah.
And he come up with some random flavoured crisps and
Oh, they love that.
you're like, okay, here we go. You know, get ready for
You can get some good. You can get some good stuff in the Japan Pavilion. It's
Yeah. I know I'm being given a list of stuff to bring to buy back.
yeah.
To bring back.
That'll be me with my brother now when I go next year. Be like, I want this.
Yeah. Apparently, I'm getting a shopping list for them for Target and Walmart as well.
Oh really?
Yeah, I'm being given a shopping list. I was like, okay.
How am I meant to get all of this back?
Oh, I just buy an extra case and bring it back.
Fair. It didn't make it all the way. I'm so sorry.
Oh man.
Yeah, no. Because it's only like £60 to add an extra 23 kilos on the way home.
Yeah, it's not expensive, is it? To be fair.
That might last you 3 months.
No, Zach.
Got a real
Zach,
thing about Swedish fish.
there's one thing I did want to bring up again, and it's those clocks in Disneyland. Is there like a story behind them? Like
The
you know,
clocks?
the clocks that are on the street that have the designs on them, and then the funky looking thing on top of it. They're kind of green, and then they got the Roman numeral letters, and they're all over on the streets.
I don't think it's just. I don't think so. I think it's more just to fit in with like the time period of when it is. So Main Street USA is based off Marcel, which is
like
where
19,
like
1900s,
1900s, like turn of the century, which is like when Walt grew up. So essentially, that's it's the kind of like the time period of like where Walt grew up and things like that. And I think that's the only reason. I don't think there's anything more to it.
I think that is just. It was like every town had its like town clock.
Yeah.
Whether that be hanging from like the main store,
or
whether it be like centrally, like a freestanding clock. Because like where I live, we've got a clock tower, which is in the centre of the high street. They've actually had to divert traffic round it.
Yeah, there's one in Margate near where I live, which is in the middle of a roundabout.
Yeah. As like the town's expanded, they've just had to like build roads round it.
You can't move the town clock. It has to stay where they put it.
Yeah, and I mean, I think ours was from, I think it's 1890 something.
Yeah.
So it was put up just after Queen Victoria died. So it was about that sort of time. And
for that date, yet you can't remember something you did yesterday.
Now, my question is why would anybody put a clock in the middle of a roundabout? You know what I mean?
It wasn't originally in a roundabout. It's just as like the town has grown and they've had to divert traffic because they've pedestrianised the town centre or something.
Rather than move the clock.
They just built a roundabout around it.
It's also a fun way to see how long you're stuck in traffic for in rush hour.
I thought it might have been like a good accident prone. You know what I mean? Like, you're supposed to go around it and everything, and the first thing you want to do is see what time it is, you know? So,
I can report what time I had the accident.
Yeah, like look up the clock and slam into somebody that's you're driving into, you know, because you're too busy looking at the clock. I was like,
I mean, out my town, we don't have a Christmas tree because of where the town clock is.
Oh, because your clock is right where you would put a Christmas tree.
Because our clock is right where you would put a Christmas tree. So because we didn't have a Christmas tree in the late 70s, early 80s, at New Year's, people used to climb the clock on New Year's Eve until someone got quite badly injured from falling from the top of the clock tower. It's about 2 stories high, this clock tower. It was the tradition to climb the clock tower on New Year's Eve.
oh my goodness. See, that right there, I mean, that could be a movie all on its own. That's like a Benny Hills episode right there.
Yes, very much.
You know, I mean, right there, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, I mean, where I live is the Isle of Sheppey, and we've got our own like quirks and traditions.
You're a weird place.
We're a very weird place. And yeah, everyone just goes, it's on Sheppey. You're like, yeah, okay then. Enough said.
Sit like the town out of Hot Fuzz.
You're not from round here, are you?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my gosh. You're like describing my hometown where I'm living at right now. My mom showed me this picture on Facebook where they have a semi truck that's all decorated with Christmas lights, and it's supposed to be here in town. I was like, only in West Frankfort. Like, these are the people that like to put thunder and lightning all over the gas tanks of their motorcycles, you know?
Yeah.
And dressed like freaking Garth Brooks and listen to rap music. And she showed me that, and I was like, only in West Frankfort. That's where I'm from. It's like, they named it West Frankfort because Frank built the fort, but they don't know where it is. And that's a true story.
So nothing to do with Frankfurt in Germany then? No.
No, I mean, literally, some guy named Frank came here and built the fort somewhere, and they don't know where it's located.
That's genius.
Yeah, I mean it's amazing. So,
You don't get more self-explanation than that, do you?
Yeah.
Jesus.
so I feel I know exactly what you're talking about, man.
I mean, it's like this little island. It's got centuries old history on it. It's like the first place. We've got Minster Abbey, which was like the birthplace of Christianity within the UK.
Mm-hmm.
Coimbra, which is like the port side of the island, got invaded by the Dutch in the 1600s.
Mm-hmm.
So it was invaded by the Dutch. It was conquered by the Dutch. It was Dutch for about 30 years in the 1600s.
Mm-hmm.
The Dutch forgot to give it back.
Oh heck!
They only remembered in 1980 that they still owned Coimbra.
Oh my
So
god!
Coimbra has its own Independence Day. Yes, Coimbra's Independence Day is in June. So yeah, it's got some really quirky history, and it's like you just sit there and go, really? And they're like,
You gotta
Yes,
understand, I'm a weird person when it comes to freaking podcasts. Okay, like I'm listening to that, and the only thing I'm thinking is, man, you got freaking come on to do just that on another podcast, because that.
we have blue scorpions as well.
Oh,
We're the
wow.
only place in the UK to have blue scorpions.
That's
They
cool.
live in the walls in what's the place? Where am I thinking of?
Give us a clue.
Old Town, Dock. What's it called? Not Docktown. I know it's not called Docktown.
Oh, the place we get goes on the left.
Yes,
The place that's got blue in its name.
Blue Town. Thank you. Yes. It's called Blue. Right.
It's lucky I know what she's talking about, even though I don't live there.
Yeah, the docks in Sheerness go back to like Henry VIII's time. It's where when they brought Lord Nelson's body home after he died, it was the first place it landed back in like England, and so it's been docks. It was naval docks originally, and it got called Blue Town because the workers who worked in the docks lived in all the little houses, and they used to steal the paint out the dockyard to paint their houses. So every house was blue.
Oh wow!
That's why it became Blue Town.
That's
Right.
cool.
But these little scorpions, they glow in the dark, and they glow blue in the dark, and they live in the.
You are making this shit up.
Honestly, I am not making it. I will show you. Right, we have little tiny blue scorpions that live in the walls of Blue Town because they came over on the old naval ships, and apparently the wall in Blue Town is the perfect place for them to colonise. So we have glow-in-the-dark scorpions, and we're the only place in like Europe to have them. It's
Not a.
It's no claim to fame. As well as Rod Hull lived in Blue Town.
Claim to fame. What do you have? We have blue walls, blue scorpions, and Rod Hull.
Oh, and I had a serial killer that lived in my house.
Because I heard
man. That's right.
I can't remember which one it was. But I was listening to. I'm really into true crime, and I was listening to a true crime podcast, and he mentioned Sam's address. Like this guy, and I was like, "It's where Sam lives." And I completely forgot about it. And then the other week, I was listening to a podcast, and a serial killer lived in us. She was like, "Amazing! Which one was it?" And I was like, "Oh, I can't remember." So now I've got to.
Now she's got to listen to them all again until she gets to the one
Yeah, I've
about.
got to listen to them all again.
But yeah, the serial killer lived in my house.
No way. That's so fucking weird, man.
Yeah, we had Rod Hull. We are the home of Gypsy Tarts as well.
Yeah,
That's
see,
okay.
I was trying to talk to somebody about that, Mark, and he doesn't understand anything when it comes to like the gypsies that are in England, and I'm like, man, they're everywhere. I mean, like that's like a part of tradition in England. If you know
Yeah.
anything about the gypsies
yeah.
and stuff,
Yeah.
you know, and he's there. He lives right there in England, and I'm like, dude, you got like gypsies everywhere. You know?
Yeah. Gypsy tart comes from the Isle of Sheppey.
Mhm.
What else have we got? Oh, we have we have the biggest unexploded ship.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Famous. It's been on the TV.
There's been documentaries. There, blah, blah. What city is it?
It's on a Drain the Oceans on National Geographic. It's on one of those.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know that.
Mm.
Watch it.
Now it was it's an American ship, and basically it's ground during World War II. It ran aground in the Thames estuary.
Mhm.
It is a mile off of shore opposite my house.
Wow.
And it's still got, I think that's just something like, it's got thousands of tons of unexploded munitions on there.
Because
Oh, wow.
it's so deeply kind of ensconced in the silt and crap.
Yeah, they can't
They
do
can't
anything
get out.
with it. It's got phosphorus bombs on it. It's just got hundreds of tons of munitions on it. And every so often they'll go, it's getting ready to blow up. And we're like, it's been there for since World War II. I think if it was gonna blow up,
It would have.
it had gone by now. Every so often we get a phosphorus bomb land on the shore, and they go, "Ugh, there's another one," and the Coast Guard go and get it, and then the Coast Guard stand round it. Then they call in the army. The army go, "You got another one?" We're like, "Yeah." Okay then. So it's just like, I've got another one.
Oh, I do with the others.
It's all like not roped off, but it's got buoys all round it and like flashing lights to show you're not allowed to go within a certain.
Yeah, because at low tide you can still see the ship's masts.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Oh, wow.
It's called the SS Montgomery.
Oh wow,
It's
I've
the
heard
ship.
of Montgomery. I've
Yeah.
heard
Yeah,
of it.
yeah.
So it's
SS
opposite
Montgomery.
South now from
Yeah, it's opposite my house. So
opposite of the seawall.
the other side of Seawall, I can see it. So yeah, that's another thing that Shep is famous for.
That's cool.
We
A lot of
also
things it's infamous for.
a lot of things is infamous.
Yeah, I'd say. That's about as infamous as you can get.
Yeah.
That's my
Charles
gamer
Darwin.
name, so that kind of sticks out to me.
Ah!
That's
Charles
weird.
Darwin used to fossil hunt at the Lees.
Did he
Wow.
really?
Yep, I know that one. So yes. So yeah, there's lots of little bits of history around. I've got a history degree, so that's
That's cool.
my little. And especially anything to do with the river, because I did my dissertation on the prison hulks
Mhm.
on the River Thames.
Oh, cool.
So anything like to do with that, I'm like,
We're
oh,
all over that like crash.
I am.
Nothing
Yes.
exciting where I live.
That's pretty cool.
Nothing exciting.
Charles Dickens used to live here.
Yeah,
He wrote
Bleak House
Bleak
here.
House because that's what his house was called. There's a pub called the Charles Dickens that he used to drink in apparently.
Yeah, you've got quite a bit of history down here.
Yeah, but it's not as exciting as Sheppey's.
That's good. Keppy is special.
Vikings landed here before they went anywhere else.
Yes.
Hmm.
Yep. Yeah, because you've got the big Viking ship and Viking Bay.
Nice.
So yeah, it's a lot of history.
I live here, which makes it awesome.
There you go.
There you go. There you go.
There you go.
Do you want a blue plaque, love, that says Sharon lived here?
Sharon was here.
Yeah. Shaz was here.
Yeah, that would do.
Do you now?
Yeah. I'm easily pleased.
You are very easily pleased.
Where I used to live's more exciting because where I grew up, where my mum still lives, is in the village where Pinewood Studios is.
Oh, cool.
So yeah, my granddad used to work at Pinewood. So
Wow.
my mum used to be a bar person. So she
Nice.
served quite a lot of the rich and famous that went through the studios.
Nice.
Like
nice.
when they were filming the original Star
Oh,
Wars.
when they were filming the original Star Wars, yeah, I've got photographs behind me that you can't see of the original droid workshop, and there's
That's actually
eight
pretty
R2
cool.
units. Yeah,
Nice.
That is pretty cool.
yeah.
So
Really, really cool thing.
we're like at 2.5 hours, Zach. So
Oh, we can talk for another 2.5.
2.5 hours. That is amazing.
That's nothing.
Really?
Oh, once you get us going, seriously.
Man.
Is that what you're sniggering for?
It's normally me.
I know, it's you doing the chatting. Can't shut her up once she starts.
No, people have tried. People have tried and they have failed.
If you guys want to, do you think you'd be willing to come back some other time and do another follow-up with us? Because I'd like to do something too, like with what you were talking about with the history right in that area and stuff. Kind of talk about that.
Yeah, no
Like,
problem.
Yes, cool.
we do that. We probably wouldn't want to do it like on Home Away from YouTube because that's like more focused on the group and everything. But maybe do it. Zach, would you be willing to do it on? Yeah, I guess so because you guys are all into Walt Disney.
Yeah.
Do it on.
I'll be down.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to do that, because that'd be kind of cool. That really impresses me that you do history and stuff, because I love history.
Yeah, so I did it at university, but I've always been into. My first big history thing was the Titanic.
Yeah, mine too.
So that's and
that's always a big one, though, isn't it? The Titanic. It's always full of.
Well, I lived in Southampton for a bit.
Oh yeah.
For a good few years.
My husband's family come from down there. They can see the docks from where.
Yeah, well, the army port is opposite where the Titanic went from.
Oh wow.
So that was and I actually met Bob Ballard when he released his book.
Jammy bastard.
He is. When Bob Ballard released his first book on finding the Titanic, he was actually at the Southampton Boat Show.
Wow.
So I went to the Southampton Boat Show and met him there and fangirled a bit. So yeah, so I've always had a love for history.
So, what do you know about the Great Stink of England, of London?
The Great Stink. Oh, I was actually born in southeast London, so I know quite a bit of London history.
I mean, back when they started putting flushable toilets in, and
yeah,
and I think it was back in the 1600s, I believe it was.
Yep.
Did
you know? This is a complete random. No one of them random facts. The first flushable toilet King Henry VIII had.
Oh wow!
And that was just to get one up on the French king.
That does not surprise me at all.
King Henry VIII was the first person to have a flushable toilet. And I thought it was it's one of them facts that's just stuck with me.
That's
I was meant to be
cool.
writing an essay on the Renaissance, and I found that fact about Henry VIII, and that was it. It just stuck. It was
I love it.
But yeah, I mean it literally just used to flow into the streets and
and then into the Thames.
Yeah, then into the Thames.
Yeah.
And then they wondered why everybody got sick.
Yeah, cholera and dysentery was right. But then the Thames used to freeze in the winter, and they used to have markets on the frozen Thames with bonfires. That's how thick it used to freeze. And I used to work near London Bridge on Tooley Street, which is where the London Dungeons used to be. Yes, it's also around where the Sweeney Todd and the Jack Ripper bits all set. So yes, I love London history, especially because I can walk it. Yeah, I can actually see where it all happened. And I mean, the story of the Thames is because I now live at the start of it. I live on the Thames estuary. My stepdad worked on the Thames barrier when it was being built.
Wow.
So yeah, it's like, so I lived in London. Well, I was born in London and lived there for 20 odd years, and then I moved to Southampton. But yeah, I mean, British history, well, London history especially, in the southeast, and yeah, I mean, I quite happily talk history.
That's awesome.
I love history. But yeah,
awesome.
yeah, it's like the city of London is 1 square mile.
Yeah, it's tiny.
That's it. 1 square mile is the city of London, and that's where their police, the City of London Police. I had to explain to Ben. My other half is from where like Sharon lives, and
which I'm not from.
She's not from.
No.
He's like he doesn't know a lot about London apart from the fact it's very big and it scares him.
Yeah.
So I had to explain that London has 2 police forces. You've got the Met Police, or the Metropolitan Police, that cover the whole of London, and then the City of London, which is 1 square mile,
which covers just the city.
Which covers just the city. So you have 2 police forces in London. And the City of London is actually like the financial district.
Yeah.
So it's from like which is where the Tower of London is like the City of London, and it covers mainly the financial district now. So yeah, so
I've heard so much about that area. It's like that's supposed to be like where all the money in England is, pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
It's all moved to Canary Wharf now, hasn't it? So
yeah, a lot of the bank head offices have moved to Canary Wharf. It's
that's amazing.
Oh, it's another random fact. I love this one. Right. You know Covent Garden tube station?
Yes.
Like, you have to there's no elevators, is it? It's all lifts. Did you know if you climb the stairs, it's the equivalent of, because Covent Garden tube station, you get the lift up or there is a staircase, but they warn you there's a lot of stairs.
There is a lot of stairs.
It's the equivalent of climbing 193 stories.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
It's a ridiculous number of steps.
You're like, please don't let if the lifts are broken, they actually close the tube station.
Yeah,
7 years to walk up the stairs. It's obscene.
I would do it. I wouldn't put nobody through that kind of torture. I'd be like, just shut it down. I wouldn't do it.
It's madness. But I love the London history, but I tend to bore people with it.
I could sit and listen to it. I love history. I've always loved it. Well, I've driven people crazy because of history. Like, my nephews will come around and they'll start talking to me, and all of a sudden I'm going down this conversation about 300 years ago, and they're like, Uncle Roger, we're not talking about that.
Yeah, neither of my sons have got the history bug. It was my granddaughter has. My eldest granddaughter, she come to stay a couple of years ago, and she went, Nanny, we've been doing about the Great Fire of London. I said, oh, have you? I said, will you tell me what,
At least she didn't say, were you there?
This is true. I've been waiting for her. But, I said, all right. I said, so tell me what you know. And she just rattled off about half an hour all the facts she knew about the Great Fire of London. I was like, I'm really impressed. It was like, wow.
That's pretty good.
But yeah, it's just so much London history, and it's just really weird and wonderful things that it's like I said, the Isle of Sheppey where I live. We had Queen Ethelberg in like she was a French, not Queen Ethelberg. She came over to do something over here, and I will find out more. But she was the one who brought Christianity over from France, and she landed at Minster Leys, and built Minster Abbey. We've got a place called Sherland Hall, which is a beautiful stately home. It's now privately owned, but it was where Henry VIII and Anne Boleyn spent their honeymoon. Is that all? And it's on the way to Lansdowne. You can just see it in the distance. It's really pretty. But yeah, we've got a lot of old buildings that are still there. You know, it's because the island's like, it's an island of two halves. You've got the very industrial side of it, which has the docks, and it used to have a steel mill there that basically employed the whole island. And then you've got the other side of the island where it's Lansdowne and Hearty, which is very rural and farmland. And we've still got a good couple of like working farms there as well.
Before they build houses on it.
Yeah, before they build houses, yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, the Bluetown Scorpions is something we're famous for.
I've got to look them up now.
Look up Bluetown glow-in-the-dark Scorpions.
My phone is over there.
I'm going to look it up as soon as we get off here. I want to hear about these scorpions, because that.
Isle of Sheppey Scorpions. Just put that in.
Bluetown.
Isle of Sheppey Scorpions. That's what I'm going to do, and then I'm going to Bluetown. I mean, come on, dude! Like an entire town painted blue.
Scorpions live in Sheerness, glow in the dark.
See, I told you.
In a blue town, too. I mean, think about that.
Yeah.
That should have been viral. You know what I mean? To this day, like people all over the world should know.
See, I told you they glow in the dark.
They're not very big and impressive. When I
think tiny ones.
Scorpions, I'm thinking Clash of the Titans scorpions, where people are riding.
No, tiny. They like fit on your finger. They're like little mini scorpions. They just fit on your finger, but they glow in the dark. But it's impressive.
Oh wow. Okay, so like they're little bitty scorpions.
Yeah, they're little tiny scorpions, and they live in the wall.
You're right, they do look there. He is in a brick crack.
Yeah, told you. So she didn't believe me.
I think Zach fell asleep.
Oh no, I was here. I went to the bathroom.
Zach was searching for the scorpions as well.
I actually am looking up the scorpions.
I'll tell you, man. If I wasn't doing the videotaping, I'd be looking right now. I mean, that's pretty cool. I want to find that stuff out.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's just this. It was like one random ship brought them over, and they've decided they wanted to live here, and they did.
That's pretty cool.
Oh, we've got Dead Man's Island as well.
That
Dead Man's
actually
Island.
sounds familiar.
Very piratey.
It's nothing to do with pirates, actually, but it's.
Yeah. We had pirates were.
You were a pirate. There's pirates in your family.
Dead Man's Island, though. No, I'm thinking of Island of Man. Never mind. I'm sorry.
The Isle of Man. No, Dead Man's Island is in the River Swale. There was an island, and they used it to bury victims of the plague from the prison hulks.
That would explain why it was called Dead Man's.
It's called Dead Man's Island. Over time, obviously. Yeah, obviously over time the sea has started washing away the island.
And the bodies in said island.
And it's now just a whole island of skulls and bones that are exposed.
Oh wow.
And
it's all creepy.
Well, it's now protected, you can't go there. Yeah. It's protected by the Coast Guard, it's got like trigger things that if anyone goes near it, it goes off.
Like
I think
alarms.
someone was allowed over there to like document it about 5 years ago. So there is photos of Dead Man's Island, and it is literally just a pile of skulls and bones and just sitting in the middle of the River Swale, just minding its own business.
Man, you're so lucky we don't have Mr. Robot here. You know that Zach's met Mr. Robot. If he was listening to this stuff, you would just set his imagination off. I mean, he's the one that inspired Zach to do his conspiracy video.
Oh, I love a good conspiracy.
Yeah,
I like a conspiracy.
I'll tell you what. If he was here, he'd be falling in love with his stories, man. He loves that stuff. Like
he does.
Just
yep. a good conspiracy theory, a good true crime, and
if they're both of those are combined, it's even better.
oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah, even better.
Then here's a good one. This is a classic one too. Do you guys think Shakespeare existed?
I think somebody wrote some stuff and he's been kind of made into this William Shakespeare sort of like heroic person. I think Shakespeare was probably a combination of a few different writers.
I think it was a very good marketing ploy.
Not in further way.
That's one that people forget. You know what I mean? It's like nobody really even talks about that very much anymore. And when you do talk about it, everybody just kind of looks at you like you're strange, you know. But it was a discussion for quite a long time, all the way through the
Oh yeah, it was always that he'd stolen someone else's stories, or he was basically just like the main figure for someone who didn't
there
want
was
to be.
a group of writers that were writing, and he basically was like not the spokesperson, but he was
It was like spokesperson.
he was the person that got all the credit for doing not all the work.
Yeah.
That happened with Einstein as well. Like someone said that Einstein, because he used to work in a post office, said that he took someone's work for their theory of relativity and made it his own, pretty much.
Yeah, it's like Edison and Tesla, isn't it?
Yeah.
Edison and Tesla.
Tesla, genius, lived in abject poverty, he died an unknown practically. Edison, bit of a tit.
Yeah.
Sam's absolutely cracking up laughing because I just called Edison a bit of a tit.
Oh God. Can't take you anywhere.
Sorry.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm nearly speechless.
I am almost. It doesn't happen often. I think that, you know, I mean, why do we still teach Shakespeare in schools?
Because 90% of it is a load of old tosh.
It is, yeah.
Plays operated.
Update the syllabus. Get those Instagram DMs on the curriculum.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
There is a lot of more moderner literature. More moderner. Yeah,
I mean, I can't believe that books I studied in school 35 years ago are still on the syllabus.
What, things like
100%.
Mice and Men.
Of Mice and Men. To Kill a Mockingbird.
Oh god. That'll be taken off there before long. To Kill a Mockingbird. They'll have that gone. I guarantee you.
Oh, that'll be gone.
It'll be gone.
It's Hobson's Choice.
It's like
Of Mice and Men.
Yeah, and there was another one, a third one that was like the classic, and they're all three that my daughter has just finished her GCSEs.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They were there when I was there. They've not changed them at all.
And I left school in 1986, and I had exactly the same books.
Yeah, we left school the same year. So yeah, but so it's like 35 years and they're still there. It's like, why?
Yeah.
just why? It's like, why are you still doing Shakespeare? It didn't interest us 35 years ago.
No.
It's not good at interests. Someone now.
Probably didn't interest people not long after you'd written it, to be fair.
Well, I mean,
Although I must admit, I would love to go and see David Tennant and Catherine Tate do Much Ado About Nothing.
Oh, see, that'd be good.
It's only because I like David Tennant, yes. But
Yeah.
you know, apparently they are brilliant together in Shakespeare. So I'd like to see that. That would be something I'd like to see.
Yeah.
I think. No, I would.
Do you think?
So I've always wanted to see the Nutcracker Ballet as part of like Christmas, because it's like the Christmas
There's
ballet.
my Christmas hat
festival.
that I can't bloody find.
Oh God! And I actually watched it on TV the other day. The Nutcracker Ballet.
Did you?
I found it on YouTube.
And?
I fell asleep halfway through.
That just shows. Aren't you glad you didn't
all
spend
cracked up.
money?
I am the world's worst. If you put me in a cinema and it's got reclining seats,
She's gone.
I'm gone. It's like it's dark.
Yeah,
I'm fine. I'm asleep.
Yeah, lights out. That's it.
Have you seen
Yeah.
Have you seen these theaters? Well, yeah, of course you have. You're talking about recliner chairs, you know, but like,
You can get them
come
like
on.
beds.
I mean,
Oh yeah, our local cinema, which was it's new. It only opened like 2 years ago. They've got ones which literally lay down like beds.
yeah.
You
Nice.
Yeah, I'm like, no, can't do that.
That's-
I have to have like the sit-up ones where the legs come up. I can do that, but then Ben has to poke me if he starts me. He said your breathing changes. You start breathing
Surely
heavily.
you should be concentrating on the bloody film, not falling asleep.
That's what I mean. It doesn't grip me for the whole film.
No, understand. This is every movie theater is like this. Like they've literally gone in there, gutted these places out, and this is like plush sitting space, like sitting at home in like really, really nice furniture. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You'll
Gone are the
li-
days with the spring back seats that used to clout you as you got up.
Yeah.
It was so uncomfortable.
I
can
thought.
imagine falling asleep in a cinema.
I mean, I've done it loads of times.
I'm so
Yeah.
into what I'm watching. Mind you, I only go and watch a film at the cinema if I really want to watch it. But
I fell asleep during Pirates 5. Ben had to nudge me.
I don't blame you.
Sorry.
Pirates 5 isn't that great.
I know, but it's got a lull bit where Johnny ain't in it. So
That was brave. I was like gonna hold back because when you said it's Pirates 5, I was like, I'm gonna say something. Then Zach just out and said it. I was like, now hold on now.
yeah, there's
Nah,
like
what-
a bit where Johnny ain't in it. It's just after that
Yeah,
was good.
Pirates
They got-
1 and the 2. Pirates 1 and the 2 is the best, like hands down. Because, yeah. Last movie I went to watch in the cinema was.
No,
What was
Pirates
the last
1
movie I
was
went to watch? Yeah, Pirates 1 was good. Pirates 2 is good. 3, 4. 4's better than 3. 5
4's
is
better than
just.
3. 5 is just.
5 is just what the fuck are you doing
Yes.
with the law at this point? What are you
Three,
doing?
the one where they go to get Barbosa back.
World's End.
Oh, I like
Yeah.
3.
Yeah.
They're all good apart from 5. 5 leaves a lot to be desired.
Yeah, 5 is shocking, man. 5 is really bad. 5, and the thing that was really bad was the CGI in 5. Like the young Johnny Depp, it looked like a Snapchat filter. Like it just looked awful. Like they put that baby effect on Johnny Depp, and I was like, "What the fuck have you done to him? Like, what is going on?"
But it was also, but their CGI was also really good because half of that he filmed after he'd lost his finger, and had a bright green dinosaur cast on his hand. he had a hard cast on his hand that was white with bright green dinosaurs on. And they went, why? He went, because I could.
Well,
I
I learned a little bit about Johnny Depp, okay, and like whenever he
Be
played,
careful what you say. Sam thinks the sun shines out of his bum.
like you
sorry,
know what happened like with him and when he played Tonto, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, he fell off that train. And,
Yeah.
And everything. They said that the accident wasn't really as bad as what he claimed it be. When it happened, like he made it out like he was so horrified and the accident was just so terrible and stuff. And they said it wasn't as bad as what he's saying it was. The train was only going like 2 miles an hour. You know? It's like he
Right.
he falls off the side of this train because that arm was going across and it knocked him off. Like that's
Johnny Depp, right, for as much as I love Johnny Depp, and I have a very large tattoo on my arm of him as Captain Jack Sparrow, Johnny Depp is also a man.
Exactly.
So obviously, as a woman, it would be 2 miles an hour, and it was a bit ouch, and I've stuck a plaster on it.
Yeah.
To a man, it's 35 miles
I was
an hour.
going
maybe
60
80.
miles an hour. I bounced down the road.
I'm lucky to be alive.
Yeah. He's lucky to be alive. That's exactly what it is. You hit it right on the nose.
So, yes, yeah. As much as I love him and would worship the ground he walks on, he is also a man.
Yeah, men generally, sorry boys, but men are generally very melodramatic when they damage themselves.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I've been guilty of it.
We don't get
I
much
know.
we don't get much attention, so we need to get it whenever we get it.
I'm sorry, but most women don't have time for that shit. So...
And now, obviously, we've had kids, we've raised them. We don't care anymore. That's it. It's like, it's now our time.
Yeah.
My son used to hurt himself. He'd be like, "Oh, he hurt," and I'm like, "Oh, just brush the dirt off it. You're fine.
Man up."
I knew this.
Get back out there and do it again.
Is there blood? No, you're fine. Carry on.
And even if there was blood, you just stuck a plaster on it. It's all good.
I knew this one
When
woman.
I
from
almost
Kentucky.
take the top of my finger off, I just wanted to put a plaster on it. And then I
Yeah.
got told I'd go to the hospital and have it stuck back on.
No, it's when you dislocated your shoulder.
Let's see. This
My elbow.
is.
Your elbow. Dislocated your elbow and called me.
Dislocate my elbow.
I'm stuck in the bath.
You know what kind
Okay.
of woman that is in the United States? That's a Kentucky
Go on.
woman. That's a Kentucky woman. Kentucky women are like that. Like they'll have like these horrible freaking accidents, and they'll go home and stitch it up with some thread and needle and make. I mean, some of them
That sounds like the kind of thing I would do.
have
Yeah, it's
bones
like-
like sticking out.
So when you
from-
call me and go, I'm stuck in the bath because my elbow's dislocated. Okay.
It's dislocated.
No,
I
I've
thought
hurt my elbow.
I pulled a muscle, and then I thought I'd broken my arm. My elbow had been dislocated for over 18 hours by the time we got to the
By
hospital.
the time I forced her to go to hospital.
Yeah,
Right, I
see, that's
suppose
what I'm
it's
talking
like-
about. You have to
To
force
be,
it.
to be fair, I did that. So not my elbow, but my shoulder.
I've done
So,
my shoulder as well.
I'm gonna tell this very, very funny story. Feel free to laugh, okay? And this is one reason why I hate Alice in Wonderland. I was riding the Alice in Wonderland ride at Blackpool Pleasure Beach. Okay, got on the ride, absolutely fine. We were next in line. My brother wanted to ride it, and then my youngest brother fell asleep. So I was like, right, okay, you can go. We'll take him back. We were next in line. So my younger brother, we're like, yeah, we'll go on it. We're next in line, might as well. Got on the ride, fine. Went all around the ride. Still terrifies me to this day. Absolutely can't stand it. It's awful, awful ride. Got off the ride. The car moved forward. I got off, jolted forward into the barrier. I went to the first aid trainer, who was just a security guard, and gave me an ice pack. I was like, yeah, it's probably fine. You've just swollen it. It'll be fine in a couple of hours. Right, okay. I sat there for a week and a half with a dislocated shoulder in 2 places.
Oh my god.
And they said, I went to my doctor and I said, is this starting to hurt now? Bear in mind, my shoulder was like a quarter of a way down my arm that I didn't even notice. I was going to work and everything, going to college at the time. I was like, this is hurting. Like, I don't know what I've done. I was like, right, we need to go to the doctors. I went to the doctor. He was like, I'm sending you for an X-ray. I was like, is it bad? It was like, it looks pretty bad. So I was like, all right, okay. Sat in A&E for like 4 or 5 hours, and then decided to, get seen. I got sedated, got put down to like have it put in. It was like, you're a very lucky man. If you come a day late, you would have had to amputate your arm because it would have pierced your artery. I was like, holy shit, I didn't even know I dislocated my shoulder. It was just hurting. Like, I thought it was just swollen.
It's nice that they sedated you to put it back in, because when they did my elbow, they gave me some gas and air and morphine, and 3 people swung off it.
Yes. She had like one nurse holding one shoulder, another nurse holding the other shoulder, and 2 doctors holding onto her wrist.
Nah, mate, this was just one guy. This was just the guy that I saw when I went down, and the guy I saw when I woke up. It was like, we got it in. I was like, great. It was like, there was like a 50-50 chance I could have got it back, and I was like, fucking great, mate. Thanks for telling me that.
Oh, she
Oh,
actually had nurses coming in to watch.
Yeah.
Because they went, do you mind if we watch? Because we don't see this very often.
Apparently it was the worst dislocation of an elbow they've ever seen in the hospital up the road.
It was about 2 millimeters away from piercing through her skin.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And see, that's what I'm talking about. That's what a Kentucky woman is. Like, they'll have their bones coming up out of their freaking leg, dude, with shit, stuff hanging out, and they don't want to go home and just like pop it into place and put a bandage on it. That's.
Well, see, Sharon and I think a part of it as well. Sharon and I are both like Gen X, so we grew up. Unless there was literally blood pouring out of you.
Oh yeah.
Just, shut up, boy. I mean, my mum made my sister come home from school. She was about 12, and she went, Mum went, right. She went, my leg really hurts. Mum goes, oh, it's fine, it's only bruised. Shut up, stop moaning. Have you cut it? No, there's no cut, but it's really sore. Okay, is it swollen? A little bit. Go get a bag of peas out the freezer, stick it on your leg. A week later, her knee is still now twice the size it should be.
My gosh.
So it goes, Mum goes, okay. We'll go up the hospital, let them have a look. She's like, okay. She'd been walking around on a fractured kneecap for a week. She ended up with a leg in plaster, from ankle to thigh for 6 weeks.
Yeah, that's my generation, man. Like I'm like late 90s, early 2000s. So it's like I was out all the time, like playing.
You were raised by Gen X.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, exactly. Like that is it. Like I was out like weekends. I was out like from like 8, 9 o'clock, and I wasn't coming home till like the street lights are on. My mum didn't know where I was half the time. She was like, just come home for tea. I was like, okay.
Guess what? We didn't care either.
Exactly. Mum was like, did you have a good day? I was like, yeah, great. She was like, what did you do? I was like, just did some stuff.
Nothing.
So where I used to live, there was this giant hill. We call it called Sunnybank Road. Where I used to live, it was this giant hill, mate. Where we all had like red wagons, or we got shopping carts from like the nearest shop, like the nearest supermarket, and just roll down this hill. Best time ever. We could have died, man, but it's fun. You know what I mean?
You lived. You survived.
We lived. We survived. We told the tale, and now,
exactly. It's Darwinism.
That's it. When I tell my little brother these stories like this, like what we used to do is like, why? I was like, because it's fun. He's like, yeah, I'll just play. I just play on the computer. I was like, yeah, there's the issue. You don't have any experiences of going outside and playing.
I was trying to explain the playgrounds that we grew up with.
The fucking roundabouts that used to throw you off.
Yeah. The roundabout, the witch's hats, adventure playgrounds.
The tallest slide that if you fell off it as a small child onto the concrete, you probably would have fractured your skull and died.
But it was made of metal as well. Yeah, so it was made of metal, so you got like.
They fucking hurt in the summer, mate.
Now, my youngest is 19, and I was trying to explain to him with it, and he went, "Really?" I was like, "Yeah." He went, "But why?" And I was like, "Just go and Google Gen X playgrounds, and you will see what we lived with."
Which is the thing in the world.
Right. About how long ago was it that we met Lou Ferrigno? James must have been about 12 when we Medway.
Yeah, James must have been about 12.
So it was about 12. And Lou Ferrigno, the original Incredible Hulk, was going to be at one of our local conventions. Now, this was like a huge name for him, and I was so excited. I grew up watching Lou Ferrigno's The Incredible Hulk.
And Saturday afternoon thing, wasn't it? It
was like Saturday afternoon. And James goes to me, well, who did he play? I went, The Incredible Hulk. And he went, what? He went, but it's like, The Incredible Hulk isn't real. I went, no, that is The Incredible Hulk. and he couldn't get his head around the fact of this bloke was the Incredible Hulk. And he went, "What? You mean like Mark Ruffalo's the Incredible Hulk?" No,
No.
the Incredible Hulk.
It was.
Yeah. So I managed to find an old clip on YouTube of Lou Ferrigno as the Incredible Hulk.
Yeah.
And I see, because I just like sprayed him green and put
He was legit
and
just screaming.
I've got this 12-year-old boy just looking at me as if I am
He
crazy.
did look at you as if you were crazy.
So
When I tried to stick up for you, he said I was crazy as well.
So I've managed to find this old clip of the Incredible Hulk on YouTube, and I played it to him, and he looked at me with disgust, and he went, "You had to live with that." And I'm like, that was our Incredible Hulk. And he just went, "I can't believe it." He went, "Why?" Like, because that's what we had at the time.
This was the best we could do.
That and the $6 million man.
Yeah,
And it was just a look of disgust on his face of like,
and the how did you live with that?
yeah,
Because there was no secret, obviously.
was that
my
what
gosh.
we lived with?
I kind of felt gypped once I got older, because when I was little, I remember going or sitting down and watching the TV series for the Incredible Hulk, and I thought that was the real deal. And then when I got older, I started getting familiar with the comic books and stuff, and I'm like, man, they straight up lied to me. They're like, I couldn't.
Yeah, the sort of the 70s TV series.
It was horrible.
It's not
Who's this
really
David Banner? It's supposed to be Bruce.
Yeah. Exactly.
David Banner. What he was called, David.
Yeah. I was like, oh my god, man, what the heck were they trying to do? I was like,
That's because he couldn't be Bruce because he wasn't Australian.
oh my god.
Unless you were sharp.
But yeah, it's But then, I mean, you show youngsters now the actual Jaws films, and they go, "What on earth is that?"
This was scary in the day.
Yes,
Because I get.
Yeah, but
it's only if you watch it without the sound on, it's not scary. It's only the music that makes it scary.
But see, when you try to explain stuff like the animatronics on the shark and all that stuff, if you really listen to yourself, you sound really, really dorky. You know what I mean? So like, when you're trying to explain this stuff to these younger people, and you listen to yourself, like, oh my god, I can't believe I'm saying this stuff.
Yeah.
You know, it's like you sound worse by trying to explain it than just not even saying anything. Like, yeah, okay, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, so James loves Doctor Who. He is a complete Doctor Who geek.
When we get on to Doctor Who, we were talking about the best
We're
film ever
going back
made.
to it. We're going back to it. Going back to like the 70s. And I said to him, right, I said, well, obviously I first watched Doctor Who when it was...
John Pertwee?
No,
Tom Baker.
Tom Baker.
Tom Baker. Yeah, thank you for that. So Tom Baker was like the first Doctor Who I'd ever seen, and
It's John Pertwee and his giant spiders.
I did miss John Pertwee with the giant spiders.
Sorry, carry on.
So and I mean, I there were the Garlics, the Daleks.
One letter out. D G A B C D G. Oh, E. Sorry. I skipped a couple myself.
I said, but obviously the special effects were very, very limited. And he's like, what do you mean? I said, James, go and watch on YouTube an episode with Tom Baker. And he was like, okay, I'm going to go and do that. And he come back, he went, that is so bad. I was like, yep. He went, but the TARDIS doesn't fly. It doesn't fly in real life, James. It's
Yeah.
it
was like,
oh my god. So yeah, he just can't understand how we live with such bad special effects.
He doesn't even. I suppose it doesn't even cross his mind that there was cutting edge. Like when they first made Jaws, no one had ever made a film on open water.
yeah,
No one had ever tried to make a 25-foot animatronic shark before.
exactly.
Yeah.
Boats that sank.
But do you remember Blake 7?
I loved Blake 7. It was so shit. It was awesome.
Remember Blake 7? What was the one?
Stop detracting from how awesome Jaws is by talking about shit 70s British TV sci-fi drama.
I'll bring up Metal Mickey if you want me to.
Oh my goodness.
Get started on 70s TV shows and that's it. We're like, they close the door and the whole set shakes.
Classic British television.
Oh yeah.
I look at like a lot of the old 70s movies, like whenever I was younger, I thought they were just the greatest, you know, and then I look at them now and I'm like, oh my gosh, man, I can't believe I actually watched that stuff, you know?
Yeah, my son made fun of me when I tried to introduce him to Marty Krofft stuff. I was like, this stuff is the best. He's like, this stuff is bad, Dad.
I think half of the TV shows nowadays, if they would be so unpolitically correct in every way, shape, and form.
Oh,
you go back,
yeah.
I mean, you got Benny Hill.
Yeah.
We'll get away with that now.
I love
There was
Benny Hill.
There's there's 2 English sitcoms that spring to mind. One was called Mind Your Language, where you had
It's racist as fuck.
that was. And there was another one set in the hospital.
It's in a hospital. Oh, hang on. My brain's going. Give us a clue.
I can't remember what it's called.
Oh,
There was
what's in
another.
it?
Was it Carry On? No, that wasn't set.
No, it wasn't the Carry On films would never be able to be made
No,
now.
absolutely not.
Yeah.
Absolutely
What's
not.
Please Sir? Is it Only
Yeah.
When I Laugh.
Oh yeah, that wouldn't be allowed to be.
Yeah.
That was bad as well. That was sexist and all sorts.
Sexist, racist, and classist. It had everything.
And the whole 9 yards.
Oh yeah.
Faulty Towers is another one that I just would
Oh, I
not
love
like.
Faulty Towers.
Yeah.
That one was actually pretty decent, even though it was kind of out there. I mean, I do have to say that was a good one.
Faulty Towers are good. But then I love Monty Python as well.
So do I.
Yeah.
Holy
I think
Grail.
here stateside, I don't think the Jeffersons would have made it, or even All in the Family would make it today's culture. I think those shows would be canceled.
Well, Archie Bunker was misunderstood. A lot of people don't really like. What's his name? I forgot his real name in life, but
Carol O'Connor?
Yeah, he was actually like really
He's very liberal.
Very liberal. Yeah, and the character
He's very
playing,
much the opposite. He's the antithesis of Archie Bunker.
Yeah, it was really weird how that worked out. Like that's an interesting story right there. Like that really is, because like when his son died from cocaine,
What did you do? Stab him? Sorry.
He ended up having his son was on that what was the name of that
In the Heat of the Night.
In the Heat of the Night, he played as his deputy.
Yeah.
And he ended up dying from cocaine.
Chicago Blues.
And
Sounds straight blue.
what was it? Something ended up happening there with he ended up coming out with a documentary, I think it was, where he was talking about drug addiction and stuff, and started explaining about his life and all the stuff he went through.
I don't want to. I can't imagine the pain of burying a child.
Yeah. But yeah, he was really, really liberal. He was completely opposite from Archie Bunker altogether.
Yeah.
So
He and Carl Reiner got along much better than they did as father and son-in-law on the show. For real.
Now, I don't even know where we're at. Really, I'm ready to fall asleep.
What time zone are you in?
I am in Central Standard Time. It's only like 5 o'clock.
5 in the evening. 11 past.
But I woke up at like 3 o'clock this morning. So I was supposed to do another interview with Zira and another guy on Home Away from YouTube, and then after that I had to do some editing, and finally was able to make it to the interview now. So it was like this whole weekend has just been amazing to me, because it's like I've had like interview after interview, and like Zach's yesterday was cool as heck, because we were talking about the Cinderella castle. Then you guys come on and start talking about all that food, man. And I'm like, oh my gosh.
Don't start with the food again.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I don't even need to mention it. That stuff. Yeah. Darker Things, you need to watch this once I post it, because this is probably the greatest food video I've ever freaking been a part of, being honest. Like you.
Sorry, I was late to the party. I thought it was at 5 o'clock.
They were talking about like Walt Disney food from A to B.
Oh man, see, I will definitely be watching the content, because I've been to the Magic Kingdom a few times, but I am not one of those that's in the know. I've only been like 4 times in my life. 3 times to Disneyland and only once to Magic Kingdom. So.
Oh, we've never been to California yet,
Yeah,
so
Anaheim's
on the target list. It's like we are going there. It is going to happen. Because
I just remember back in the day, being a young kid, being able to go to the tiki room and get myself some fresh pineapple, pineapple, all kinds of varieties.
Yeah. The food looks even better. Like, I mean, they do the theming of food so well.
Yeah.
And don't get me started on Disneyland Paris food again, because it's
No, don't.
no, just don't get me started.
Step away from the microphone.
Step away from the microphone. Even chain restaurants are worse. I mean, I've eaten at Rainforest Cafe I've eaten in both of them at Walt Disney World. So the one at Disney Springs
And the one in the Animal Kingdom.
and the one in Animal Kingdom. And you go to now, you'd think as a chain, the standard would be the same across the board.
No, man.
No, Disneyland Paris is so bad. It's just like, how can you even muck up a standard menu that's like worldwide?
Yeah.
And you still do it badly.
My first Rainforest Cafe was there in Orlando. And then they opened up a Rainforest Cafe here in my hometown, San Antonio, Texas. And it pales in comparison. It's like not even the same restaurant.
Yeah, that's what Disneyland Paris is like. It's not even the same one. It's awful. And about 3 times the price as well in Walt Disney World. Yeah.
It's really expensive.
Yeah, it's yeah, don't get me started on Disneyland Paris food. It doesn't end well.
Step away from the microphone. Just don't. I've wanted to be here for another 3 hours with you on a rant.
We had like the entire menu discussed. It was excellent. That you really missed it, Darker. You missed it. It was.
That's me. Always late to the party.
This was better than.
I've just thought of it. There is one thing I didn't mention that I can't wait to eat, and it is at City Walk in Cowfish.
Oh, your bagushi?
My bagushi. I don't eat fish.
No. Other than the fact she had some today.
I did. I had a little bit of cod, but that was in batter, so it doesn't really count as fish. But bagushi is basically like sushi, but done with
Burgers.
So it's like
wow.
a cheeseburger in the
interesting.
form of sushi.
Yeah.
And I was like, I can eat sushi at last.
I love sushi, and even I want to eat it.
So yeah, bugushi from Cowfish is one of the things that I
Wow.
really, 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 really can't wait to eat.
It looks good as well.
It does look good, see.
They're talking about opening up a Disney park here in Texas.
Yeah, well, Universal are, aren't they?
Universal is somewhere else, but Disney's actually talking about opening up a park outside of San Antonio, between San Antonio and San Marcos.
Oh, right, so really close then.
Yes.
Oh, that'd be good. Yeah, I know.
If they do that, I'd be like within an hour of that park.
Oh, brilliant.
Can you imagine us living in an hour of a Disney park?
Because we have already a SeaWorld here in San Antonio, so to have a Disney park within an hour of us would be pretty amazing.
Well, that'd be fantastic, yeah.
Oh yeah,
That would be really
that's
good.
that's the dream right there.
Well, we had the Paramount was meant to be opening one.
Oh yeah.
And in Ebbsfleet, which would have been like 40 minutes from me.
Yeah.
It would have been like under the hour. But that's now because they found a rare newt.
They did found a rare newt.
They had to stop building, and basically now the company's gone bankrupt.
So we're not having a theme park.
So we're not having a theme park anymore. But there's, I heard rumours that Universal are looking to buy Portaventura in Spain.
All right. Okay.
The theme park in Salou.
Yeah.
It'd be cool if they do.
Which would be good if they do, because I think that will give Disneyland Paris a kick up the bum.
Oh yeah.
Competition always makes it better.
Yeah.
So that's why we benefit here in San Antonio. We have a Six Flags park, and we have a SeaWorld. So they always compete with one another. And the holidays, they really kick things up. There's always something special going on during the Halloween season. And then the parks this season, they're going to have lights. Crazy area of lights. It's going to be lit up both parks. Beautiful.
Yeah, I've never done a Six Flags. We would.
I'd be crap because I don't do coasters. I just hold a bag all day long.
You are a bag lady.
I am a bag lady.
The Six Flags park in San Antonio, although it has rides, it's better known for its shows.
Really?
I can do shows.
Yes.
You like shows, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, because for my 50th, myself and my other half were looking at doing a road trip from the south, like amongst the southern states. So we're going to start in Georgia, Atlanta, go out to Pigeon Gorge, then go Nashville, New Orleans.
That's the way you're saying that, like it's on the map.
They are close on the map. I know that.
Sam doesn't do geography.
No, I don't do geography at all. I'm useless at geography. And then we were going to finish at Galveston. I remembered.
Okay.
And I was like, "There's a Six Flags." I forgot where it was now, but I know there was a Six Flags close by to where we were staying at one. I went, I want to go Six Flags. Because the stipulation on this road trip was I was not allowed in a Disney park. I didn't care where we went, but I was not allowed in a Disney park.
So unfair.
Because I was like, when we get to New Orleans, do we turn left or do we turn right? He went, what's left? I went, it's close to Florida. He went, we're turning right. I was like, oh, so we're going into Texas then? He went, yep.
I'm hoping to meet up with Zach on his trip.
Next year.
Yes, I'm hoping to meet up with Zach when he comes next year.
Yeah.
Get some people together and have a good time with everyone.
Yeah, because I know we're out there. Hang on, where's my phone? I will look when I'm coming home in August.
Maybe Zach and I'll be brave enough to try around a golf over there. That's exactly what people ask me to play through.
Real golf or crazy golf?
Real golf, man. Real golf.
Oh.
And crazy golf, of course.
There's only one golf, and it's crazy golf.
Sharon's dangerous.
I'm dangerous at crazy golf.
Don't let her loose.
I love crazy golf. I have been known to almost kill people.
Yeah.
They call it goofy golf now over here. It's like goofy golf. Like, why would you change it from? Because I know that people in England call it crazy golf, and
Yeah, crazy golf, mini golf.
Yeah, mini golf as well. Sometimes
now they call it like goofy golf here. At least it was whenever I was younger. I lived out in Arizona and stuff, and that's all they ever called it was goofy golf. I'm like, are you?
Yeah, I'm from Cali. It's always been miniature golf or mini golf for us.
Yeah, I think we're flying home on the 9th of August.
Okay.
I miss you.
So I think I just miss you.
Yeah, because I go the 14th.
Yeah. Yeah, the
Yeah.
week after. Yeah.
By about a week. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I'll be allowed to extend it for a week.
Just gonna spend another week at it, if you don't mind, do you?
You could conveniently miss your flight.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the first time I saw it go, well, you know, a week's trip. You have 2 more days on.
Yeah.
Well, we've also realised that next year is D23 in California.
It is, yeah.
And that's like that starts on, I think they said it's the 5th of August.
Yeah.
So I'm like, ooh. And
Well, I
like,
mean-
my competition ends on the Sunday, that D23 starts on the Monday. And it's like, ooh, can we just like internal flights cheap? It's like, can we just pop across?
Just kind of be cautious though, because like I've been watching some of Zach's videos, man, and he's really hardcore about this stuff. Like, have you seen the stuff he's been doing with the Stitches calendar?
Yes. No, yes.
Oh man. I mean, like he's opening one thing at a day. Isn't that what that's all about? Like, you open
Yeah,
them.
that advent calendar is one a day.
Yeah.
I wait and binge them.
My partner actually bought me an advent calendar for the first time this year. And he's bought me the Disney Twisted Tales advent calendar.
Ooh, cool.
Yeah, so it's like Disney villains and it's like what if stories, but
Yeah.
princesses and everything. So
Yeah,
and
nice,
like
nice.
one book a day to open or to pull out.
Darker Things is gonna have a Krampus episode coming up, so we're gonna feature Krampus.
I like Krampus.
Nice.
It's not a zombie, I'm okay.
You never did go over that either. Like, you've been talking about the villains, but you never really said which one was your favorite.
Captain Hook. Didn't even have to think about
That was
it.
Sharon's.
Yeah.
Sharon's is Captain Hook.
Disney villain is Captain Hook.
Okay, well,
I
but-
can't decide. I've got Maleficent or the Evil Queen. It's one of them two. I can't decide. It's they're both good.
Mine would be either Maleficent or Cruella de Vil.
Ah, yes.
Did you guys see the
Mine is-
new? Did you see the new Cruella de Vil they came out with?
Yeah, the live action one. Yeah,
That's good.
yeah,
I
like her
like that.
backstory. Yeah,
Yeah, I like that.
it's very well done.
Yeah. My favourite is Dr. Facilier.
Oh yes.
That's Nugent's Dr. Facilier.
Yeah. Yeah, that's my favourite.
He isn't on my tattoo yet.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, with the big boys now.
There is room for him. He's only skinny.
He's not on there.
Yeah, I haven't got.
Only
He's only skinny.
It's skinny.
He'll fit. He's only skinny. I've got room between Jafar and. I'm just having a look.
We've got to check.
There's room between. Look, there's room at the back. I can fit him on there. He can go. He'll fit there somewhere. Well, I've got Jafar, Hades, Maleficent, and a dragon.
Oh,
Scar.
Hades is a good one.
I've got Scar and
Ursula,
and Ursula.
Scar,
Captain Hook.
Captain Hook,
You've got to think about that.
Maleficent,
And a dragon.
and a dragon.
And Jafar and Iago.
Oh yeah, Jafar and Iago. Yeah.
Nice.
There is room. I've got Cruella.
Oh,
They're Cruella.
You said Cruella, yeah. Yeah, let's put him, we'll squeeze him in. He's only little.
He's skinny. He'll fit.
There we go.
Yeah, there's some impressive Disney ink around on us too. So
yeah,
it's
I should get my legs finished at some point as well.
You think?
Got Star Wars on my legs.
I've got Star Wars. I've got a Star Wars one on my leg, and I've got Tinkerbell, and I've got a Mickey icon, like from the Polly Mickey icon.
Oh, nice.
Tinkerbell, and then I've got my Captain Jack Sparrow, and I've got the Corpse Bride as well.
Oh, nice.
Now, on your tattoos, do you like believe in murals and stuff like that when you put them on there, or do you just do like single tattoos?
Sharon's got the sleeve,
so my whole right arm is covered.
Yeah, so that is like a mural of Disney villains on your arm.
Yeah.
Mine were like started as they were going to be full sleeves. So one was going to be like a whole Tim Burton sleeve.
Mm-hmm.
But we started with Corpse Bride, and I just haven't had the time to go back and get any more done. And my Captain Jack Sparrow was meant to be a whole Pirates of the Caribbean sleeve, but again, not had the time to go back.
My Star Wars legs will eventually be like that. I've got Boba Fett, a Stormtrooper helmet, and an X-Wing on one leg, and I've got Ahsoka Tano and a TIE Fighter on the other one, haven't I?
Yes.
So I don't know why I'm asking you. This is my bloody leg. I didn't decide whether I wanted Chewbacca or Admiral Akbar.
It's a trap.
That just threw me off. I didn't know how to respond to that. I was like, what? Chewbacca or Akbar?
Yeah.
Like
Admiral Akbar.
Yeah, gotta be Akbar.
Because they're probably my
I don't know
two
why when I
favourite.
look at him I want calamari.
Yeah.
Although you need him dressed as a chef saying it's a wrap rather than it's a trap, because that's like the greatest pun in the world.
Well, I just
haven't seen anything.
I didn't expect to hear Chewbacca and Akbar in the same category.
What,
You
in
know,
the same sentence?
like yeah, like that
It's
just
a little bit chewy.
yeah. I was like,
They fit on both of them on, I suppose.
Good.
I was like, I didn't know what to say there. I was like, hold on, dude, did she just say that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Randomness.
Yeah, that really is. I was like, hold on, dude. You know.
I don't want Han Solo or Luke Skywalker or Leia on my leg. I want somebody that I like. I don't know. I really like Akbar.
I've got Han and Leia.
That's interesting.
I've got Han and Leia on mine, but it says I'm in love with a scoundrel.
He's just a very cool character.
My son got me a book because because I get into weird stuff like that. I forgot the name of it, but here it's sitting right next to me. It's kind of like that. It's let me see what it says. I got my glasses on and it's dark in here, so I've got to turn the light on. But yeah, he gentlemen scoundrels and gentlemen scholars and scoundrels. Told me I need to read it.
Sounds like an interesting read, actually.
Mhm.
Yes.
Ooh, I could have General Grievous on my bag. I was just looking up there.
It's Treasury of the Best Harper's Magazine from 1850 to present.
Oh, but that's got some interesting people in it.
Oh yeah. So I still haven't gotten to it yet. I want to read it and see what it is. But when you said that, that's what it reminded me of. I've got it sitting right here and haven't touched it yet.
It's on the list to be read.
Yeah, right.
It's on the
next to
pile.
it. No, it's not even a pile. It's like I actually just literally reached over and grabbed it. And the only reason why I had to move was because I had to turn the light on so I could read it.
Sorry.
It's been sitting there for like almost a year now.
Was it last year's Christmas present?
It might have been, to be honest with you. It might have been. Like, it's hard for my son to figure out what kind of presents to give me, so he knew that I was into all the weird stuff about scoundrels and what's the name of that one movie? Dirty Rotten Scoundrels.
Dirty Rotten Scoundrels, yeah.
I love that movie, man. To this day, I love it. Like, there's just it's hard to explain, you know what I mean? But I've always liked that movie, and he knew it, and he told me I needed to read that book. So
yeah, I was quite lucky this year with like buying presents for like the son and the other half. I mean, Funko released the God Loki Funko Pop last week, and it's a large Funko Pop, and it's like God Loki on his throne. Sorry if you haven't watched season 2 of Loki and I've just spoiled it for you. But yes, that came out last week, so that was got very quickly before it sold out because people were waiting for that one to come out.
Yeah.
And I've got him other random stuffs that he's just bought himself a PS5.
When's he gonna have time to play that?
Oh, trust, he doesn't sleep, does he?
Oh yeah, I forgot.
He's always
nocturnal.
So I've got him like loads of like the cards so he can buy games on it, and the other half loves the Big Lebowski.
Oh yes.
Yeah. Well, in previous years I've bought him the Dude's cardigan, so he like, tends to live in that in the winter.
That's cool.
And so this year I've got him his Arsenal football shirt that like, I cry when I have to buy. And I managed to find a Funko Pop of the Dude as well, so he's got that and other random stuff.
Have you gotten him the shirt yet that says "The Dude Abides"?
Yes, he has a Dude Abides one. He's got one with the Dude as the... Oh, what's the man from... I'm looking at you, God help me.
Well, speak and then I might be able to help you. Give us a clue.
The guy from Roseanne.
What's his name? You know, the drawing of the man with like the arms and the legs out, and it's like not Centurion Man, it's
You mean Da Vinci's Man?
Yes, Da Vinci's Man.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like that drawing.
But the Dude. Okay, well that was really painful.
It was painful for my brain having to explain it.
It's lucky I know how to interpret your, your visual. It's like.
But yes, he's got. I also. It's like one of the Matchbox cars, but like from the Dude, and
basically anything with the Dude on you buy him, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
He is the Dude.
Whoa.
Yeah, he loves the Dude, and he's in the Star Wars and James Bond as well.
Oh God, he's really into James Bond.
He loves James Bond.
That's quite a weird mix of stuff. The Dude, Star Wars, and James Bond.
Yeah.
Well, the Big Lebowski, though, I mean, that movie is just weird, you know? I mean,
Yeah.
it's really weird. That's the only way you can really describe it is just weird.
Weird.
Yeah, I mean, I'd never seen it, and
Have you seen it now?
I have seen it now, yeah. And it's weird. So I'm like, okay. What's it about? He went, bloke in a rug. I'm bowling. I'm like, okay.
Oh,
There's no deep meaningful storyline or like.
Yeah, the best I can say is somebody broke into the Dude's apartment and they shit on his carpet. So he's gonna go back to this millionaire who he figured out hired these people to go in and shit on his carpet to get his money to get the carpet cleaned. And
Yeah.
that's basically where it starts.
Yeah, and I'm like,
okay.
And
It's like,
that's about how much the plot is.
Yeah, pretty much. And I was like, and you like this film?
Yeah.
He's like, it's an amazing film. I went,
It's it's interesting.
uh-huh.
It really is interesting. I do have to say that. It's
have you got a film that you like that everybody else goes, why do you like this film? It's shit.
No,
Yeah.
because I haven't taste.
well, like there's this
That's an
part
awesome
where the dude's driving down the road and he's trying to smoke this little roach joint, and he goes to light it, and it gets stuck on his lip and it burns his lip. So he freaks out, and the roach falls from his mouth down into his lap. So he's smacking at it, and the next thing you know, he has an accident, and his car literally lifts up in the middle of the street because he hit something, and it just slams back down on the road, and he's sitting there holding the steering wheel, and he goes, "What the fuck was that?"
Yeah. It's like, yeah, but like, see, I like either really like Big Trouble in Little China, Mannequin.
Yeah, proper classic weird fucking
Proper
film.
classic 80s weird.
Big Trouble in Little China is very Marmite. I think it's amazing, but other people watch it and go, "What the fuck is that?"
James saw it for the first the other day, and he was like, "What are you watching?"
Big Trouble in Little China. It's a classic.
Yeah.
But then my guilty pleasure is like 1940s, 1950s musicals.
Oh my god!
with Judy Garland, like Calamity Jane.
She used to do ballroom dancing.
Oh my goodness!
That sounds so terrible. She used to be a drug addict. No, be a ballroom.
Who was it? I mean, seriously, dude. If you're over 40 and you wasn't a drug addict, there's something wrong with you, dude. It's just like that. You know, I mean.
Ballroom dancer.
Ballroom dancer. Yeah, club. You can taste the disdain in that, can't you? It's ballroom dancer.
Sorry.
She's like, did you just call me a ballroom dancer?
Yeah. Right, you outside.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but your lack of Marvel, the fact you get DC and Marvel characters mixed up, and you're a fucking ballroom dancer, geek badge handed in now. There was something else you said the other day that was unforgivable. That was a geek badge handy in.
Oh, I've said many things, so I've lost my geek badge for.
Your geek badge is never coming back.
You can't see the geek badge. No, it's so gone. You can't see it. But yeah, no, I like musicals.
There's nothing wrong with a good musical.
The Greatest Showman.
Unless it's fucking Frozen, and then it is not a good musical.
I actually watched Frozen 2.
Well done.
It's not good.
No, it's not good. It's shit.
Good.
But anyway, let's not talk about that.
But yeah, The Greatest Showman. Amazing.
That's alright.
Calamity Jane. I loved.
I like Seven Brides for Seven Brothers.
Loved that.
Oh my god. That's horrible. Did you really just say that out loud?
Yeah.
She did.
Oh my god.
To be fair, I might have been under the influence of something when I watched it and said it was good, but
yeah,
I quite enjoyed it.
Now, the only cool thing they had on that movie, though, was the axe dance, and a lot of people don't know about that.
That's the cool
The
bit.
X dance is amazing.
Like, a lot of people don't know the story behind that. Like, that's the only time that anybody's actually been able to do that. Like, there's other people that's been trying to do that, and they can't do it. Like, do their leg, jump over it.
Yeah.
Like, that's not an effect. That guy's actually doing that.
Actually does it. Back in the day,
It's like West Side Story.
Oh God.
Right.
He's
No,
just
wait,
saying what
wait.
I'm thinking.
Wait, wait. I hadn't finished.
All right, go on.
West Story. Not all of it, because some of it is just too boring. But the America dancing.
Just that bit. I'll give you that bit. The rest of the film is tosh.
But the America dancing was one that really got me into dancing, actually.
So West Side Story is your fault that you used to dance.
That's your inspiration.
No,
is that what you're saying? Like,
I was dancing from the age of 5. It was like,
oh my God. That's awesome.
I didn't get the choice.
That is
It was
awesome.
only 'cause I was hyperactive. They took me dancing to try and get some of the energy out of me.
Yeah. Took you to see West Side Story. That was not a good choice.
No, I just need I think it was Calamity Jane was one that I loved as a kid. Really loved Calamity Jane. Apparently I could relate to Calamity Jane.
You are fucking Calamity Jane.
But yeah, I love musicals. I saw Six in the summer. Have you heard of Six, the musical?
No.
It's basically right. It sounds really strange.
This is gonna blow your tiny mind. Go on.
Okay.
Now explain it without sounding mental.
It's Henry VIII's 6 wives who form a girl band, and they're vying to see who's going to be the lead singer.
Oh,
Told you.
man.
Mental.
So it's their stories of. It's basically they sing their life story, but it's like one of them is styled on Beyonce, another one's styled on Adele, and another one's styled on like Pink, and it's an amazing musical. It's really good.
But you just made it sound batshit mental.
Yeah,
It is.
I don't think there's a way that you can't make it sound batshit mental. Being honest, like she sounded like she was trying to keep it about as sane as she could, and it still sounded
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
pretty bad.
I mean, I'd love to see Hamilton. I mean, when Disney Plus released Hamilton, that was just mind blowing. And
You wouldn't know what to do yourself if you went to a theatre to watch that. You'd either be a blummering mess or you'd be like, whoop, whoop, cheering, and they'd have to tell you to shut up.
we got told to shut up when we saw Six.
Did you?
Next to Christina went, "What do you have to sing?" We're like, "It's a musical."
So, you're talking about like old black and whites and stuff. Like, what do you think about TV shows like Jack Benny or George Burns?
We got a lot of like 1970s American stuff over. I mean, I think growing up, I remember having MASH.
I loved MASH.
We had MASH. We had, was it Hill Street Blues?
Yep. Law and Order.
Law and Order. Yes,
When it all started, all that kind
in
of.
like the 70s, there wasn't a lot of American TV.
We had the Rockford Files. Jim Rockford, classic.
Yeah, and then like the crime series.
It was a lot
stuff.
of crime, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a lot of the crime series that come over for some reason.
And of course, Dallison.
We had Dallas and Dynasty. So we know who shot JR. That was the biggest
Yeah.
point.
Oh my god, that was like a whole thing over the summer, wasn't it?
Yeah, who shot
For that
JR.
Say,
Yeah.
But yeah, we didn't really get a lot of the older. It's like we never knew who the Grinch was growing up.
No.
Really?
Yeah.
Dr. Seuss was not a thing in the UK.
Well,
That's
that's
all.
because he was literally always high, dude. Like Dr. Seuss, everything that he wrote, he was high on drugs. Like everything.
It came from an LSD out of mind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Finger mouse.
Didn't know that until after it was all said and done. Like it came out, they finally said stuff about that, like back in the 90s, I think it was. But nobody knew.
It's like it took me a really long time, because obviously, you know, like you have your traditional Christmas films, and obviously you have The Grinch, and you have, is it Snoopy, Charlie Brown's Christmas Story, and the Christmas Story with the leg lamp. And we're like, we never had that. It's only recently that I've seen a Christmas Story on, I think it might be Disney Plus.
I thought you was going to say the Hallmark Channel then, and I was about to punch you.
You were about to punch me for the Hallmark Channel, yeah. So yeah, you know, we had very little. Our like Christmas specials were Morecambe and Wise.
Probably all the crap well, they're not. It's not crap, but probably all the classic British stuff that you would love.
Yeah, so you had Morecambe and Wise, Two Ronnies. Benny Hill always done a Christmas special.
Benny Hill always did a Christmas special.
Yes. So yeah, it's interesting to see the differences between.
Well,
like, I mean, the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, I love. I actually watched it this year on YouTube the next day.
We get a lot better class of American TV now than we ever used to.
Yeah, I mean, in the 70s, we only had 3 channels on the TV.
They did the same thing here with you guys. Like, I got to watch Benny Hills. We got to watch Monty Python. Then, like, here recently, they're just now opening it up to where we're watching TV shows you guys watched 15, 20 years ago. Like you know how you guys had Midsummer Murders?
Yeah.
That's just now. That's just now coming out in the United States.
Really?
You got a lot of series to catch up on.
Yeah.
Like they're just now showing that within the last 5 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, we've got. We said up until 1980s, we only had 3 TV channels. There was no like satellite TV or cable TV.
No, it was literally just 3 very boring channels.
Yeah, you had like BBC One, BBC Two, and then ITV, which is like independent TVs. That's your regional like channels. And then in the 80s, we got Channel 4, which was like cutting edge, dark humour, political satire channel. And then when Sky hit in like the 2000s.
Late 90s.
Late 90s, we had Sky TV, and then that opened up.
That's when we started to get proper American TV.
Yeah, that's when it was.
That's when we got The Simpsons.
I've never heard that said in the same sentence, like proper American
TV, and we've got The Simpsons. Yeah. Sorry.
Beavis and Butthead.
Beavis and Butthead, yeah. Yeah, all the classics.
I think the best thing I've ever seen that came out of England, in my opinion, was Shameless. I'm sorry, but I love that show, dude.
That's hilarious.
I think, and the English version is way better than the American version.
Which is, I prefer the American version of The Office compared to our version. Yes, I love Ricky Gervais, but I want to punch David Brent in the face. I much prefer Steve Carell's David Brent, character. I know. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, and I also prefer the US Life on Mars.
Life on Mars.
Haven't you? It's Life on Mars, the US version of Life on Mars.
That was in the UK.
I haven't watched that yet. Is that a new one?
No, it's old. So Life on Mars is a TV drama based on a cop who gets hit by a car, and he's in a coma, but he wakes up. And he's in the police in the 70s in Britain rather than in the 90s. It's really good. You probably really enjoy it because it's proper classic British TV.
I'll check that out. That sounds interesting. That caught my attention.
And then they created a second season called Ashes to Ashes. It's obviously named after David Bowie songs because it features in the series a lot. But American TV created a season of it, which was basically both the series mashed together.
like that, I think.
with a different ending.
Oh,
Yeah, it was quite good. I enjoyed it.
I take my comment back though. On Shameless is one of the best, but I think one of the many series though that you guys had that was really excellent was, and I forgot what it was, the name of it, but it was the one where that plague had killed off like 80% of the population on Earth, and like in England, you guys didn't have electricity or anything, and you had freaking the characters had to basically like reconstruct society there in England, and I forgot the name of it, but it was really good. It was like Outbreak or something like that.
There's been a few like that.
Yeah, they probably.
Well, I think about every 2 years you get one like apocalyptic world thing just to get us out to after death. Yeah, they say.
I just remember the introduction it had. It was a guy from China had left from China with this virus and had traveled around the world, and what he was doing was spreading it from one country to the other. And then after that,
We're both looking at each other trying to work out what it is.
it's I forgot the name of it, but it was really good.
Yeah, I mean,
Sounds good. I want to watch that.
she's gonna hunt it down now.
It was back in the
we had
70s
one-
or 80s.
Yeah, I mean, we had one in the 80s that I remember like watching. We were made to watch it in school, and it was called Threads.
Uh-huh.
And it was about what happens when a nuclear bomb goes off.
Oh god.
And it was like a 4-part series, and it was like Britain, how what would happen if a nuclear bomb went off in London, and you're like, okay, and you're watching people like eating like stuff they shouldn't really eat, and it was horrendous, and it like, and I've never seen it shown anywhere else. It was shown on BBC One. And then one of our teachers recorded it. We got shown it in school because like my mum decided it was too horrific for me to watch at home. I said I must be about 14. It's like, oh no, but we'll show you it in school. And so traumatized by it. And to this day, I can still tell you what happens. And it's like, oh my god, it was horrendous.
Yeah.
But But no, I mean, it's like. Doctor Who is available on Disney Plus in America.
Yeah.
But it's not available on Disney Plus in the UK.
Well, you know why, don't you?
Yes, because Disney bought the rights from BBC with it. So yeah.
Doctor Who exploded here in the US, and the new ones, like the younger kids, they love these newer episodes like you wouldn't believe over here. Okay, I mean,
Matt Smith got a lot of the younger generation, and I think Matt Smith had some of my favourite episodes. I mean, the Van Gogh episode that Matt Smith done was amazing. It was awesome, that episode. Even though David Tennant is my favourite Doctor, but
Whatever.
ever, yes. David Tennant's my favourite ever Doctor.
we ended up getting in a conversation the other day about Doctor Who, and I told Mark and Robot, I was like, you know, when it comes to Star Trek, if you pay attention to it and you watch like the old black and white Doctor Who's, Gene Roddenberry stole crap loads of content from them. I mean, granted, you know, Star Trek isn't about a telephone that transports itself to different times and stuff and dimensions, but the content itself, you know, the topics and stuff like that is just, you can tell where a lot of Star Trek came from. And that's, I mean, that's just my opinion, but if you watch the videos and you can't see it, or the television shows and you can't see it, then you're blind. I mean, it's obvious, you know.
Yeah, it's I mean, the old Star Trek makes me giggle. It really
With Shatner and his overacting acting.
Yes, Shatner's over.
He's genius. I love Shatner in Boston Legal.
Yeah.
Because he just takes the piss out of himself in it. It's hilarious.
I don't really understand like his real past, because he came out with this one movie that was in England, and he was supposed to be on an airplane but didn't get on the airplane, and the airplane crashed, and that was like the basic scene of it, or theme of the whole thing, because everybody thought he had died. Well, he was on this English movie. He had an English accent, the whole 9 yards. And I seen that and I was like, hold on, man. Is William Shatner English? You know? So it just threw me for a loop. I forgot what it was. The Man Who Didn't Die or something like that is the name of it.
Oh, I'll have to look that up. I love a bit of William Shatner. I think he's excellent.
It was
I like the way he doesn't take himself seriously anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I loved his commercials that he did. He had those. I forgot what it was. It was that hotel and resort one where you can call up and make reservations.
Oh, I think I saw a couple of those when we were in the States one time, and I was like, Shatner's on a video, on an advert.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're pretty good. He's a pretty good guy. He's actually since Leonard Nimoy passed away, he's been speaking out about the CPAPs and stuff and taking care of your breathing and everything. Because of Leonard Nimoy. But I gotta admit though, I'm not gonna back down on that about the Doctor Who thing. You know, I mean, I love the actors, you know, that were involved with Star Trek. Don't get me wrong, but the writing, you know, I mean, come on, you know, it's like Gene Roddenberry. He took an advantage of a lot of that stuff, because. And I wasn't really, like, growing up, I wasn't 100% gung-ho Doctor Who, you know what I mean? But later on, when I got older, I actually started paying attention to it. And I was a little kid growing up on Star Trek, you know? So I turned around and I started watching some of the older Doctor Who's, and I'm like, whoa, hold on a minute. There's too many coincidences, you know? It's way too many. Especially the older guy with the blonde hair, the curly blonde hair, the first one. I forgot his name, but
John Pertwee.
Yeah, I think so. He had the long nose.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's him. Back when he was on there, like that's where a lot of the early Star Trek, in my opinion, came from. Like,
yeah, that would have been late 60s, early 70s, or was that early 70s? I can't remember when John Pertwee took over.
It was, I know some of his earlier stuff was like really black. It was like black and white. And I don't know if he was ever in any of the colored episodes.
Yeah, he was. I think John Pertwee was black and white when he started, but changed the colour at the end.
When I was I'm in like a Gen X group on Facebook, and someone said, I never realised it with the Wizard of Oz changed to colour because we only had a black and white TV.
Oh my god. Oh my god. That was the first black and white, or that was the first colored movie, wasn't it?
That's the whole point of the Wizard of Oz, was it started in black and white and then it went to colour when Dorothy went to Oz. How disappointing!
It took them years to realise that it actually changed to colour because they had a black and white TV in the house.
Wow.
That's crazy, dude. Oh my god. I'm like, when you said that, I was like, oh my god, that'd been bad. That's horrible.
We had a system in the UK called rediffusion, which meant you had like a click, you had like a turner in the wall to change channels. And I was trying to explain to James that when we were growing up, we didn't have remote controls for the telly.
No.
Like, whichever kid was in the room was the remote control.
Yeah.
You had to go and like flick through the 3 channels who your parents decided what they wanted to watch.
Yeah.
And he's like, really? I went, yeah. And, like, kids' programs were only on for like an hour and a half in the afternoon. There was there was no breakfast TV. There was, he's like, oh my god.
And the telly used to switch off at midnight. The programme stopped. The BBC is now closing down. Played the national anthem.
Played the national anthem, and that was it. There was no TV till like 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
And he's like, really? We're like, yeah. It's like,
you had VHF and then you had UHF. It was okay when you had to switch VHF, but that UHF knob was just horrible because it was like.
And like the antenna, the bunny ears on the top of the TV.
Yeah, if the picture was fuzzy, you'd have to fiddle with it till it looked better.
Yeah.
But you acted as a part of the antenna, so you go like, I've got a picture, and the minute you moved, it went fuzzy again.
Just hold on to it, don't move.
So you were stood like watching it sideways.
Eventually, you're sitting there with a clothes hanger in your hand and aiming it in certain directions and stuff. Don't move, right there. Right there.
Yeah, I'm just going to stand here and hold the antenna for the whole half an hour of watching the TV programme because I've got a clear picture.
I hated going over to my grandpa's house whenever he had a bad signal because, like, he had his window open and he'd have the TV there where he could watch the TV and stare at me and yell out the window, to the left, to the left, to the right, to the right, a little bit to the left. And I'd be sitting out there turning the pole, and I'd have to turn that thing, and every time I went just a little too far, he'd say, turn the other way. And I'm sitting there. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, in one of my flats that I had, like, when Luke was little, so I've gone for 30 years, you could receive Channel 4 in the winter. But the minute the summer hit and the trees around it got leaves, it blocks the signal. So it was like you could only watch Channel 4 in the winter. It was.
Oh man.
Yeah. It was like just get half engrossed in a season and suddenly the trees would get leaves on and you couldn't watch Channel 4.
I don't think kids these days realise just how lucky they are.
Look, we said that when we was at school, if we had like a school project or something, you would spend hours in the library.
Yes.
Searching books to find the information you needed.
Yeah.
Now they've got like a world library in their hand and they don't look at it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
James will come down and ask us a question and we'll just go
Google
it.
Yeah.
It was like, you know, I remember like leaving school, going straight into the library, searching thousands of books.
Yeah, for what you needed
and then coming home and having to write everything. Yet now it's like you've got the world is at your oyster.
Yeah.
No, the world is your oyster.
The world is your oyster.
The world is not at your oyster.
Oh, the world is at your fingertips.
All that, yeah. Don't mix your metaphors.
And you know, it's no, they're born.
They don't know they're born.
But then I remember sitting in the library and looking for something and end up reading just random stuff.
I used to do that. I'm a bit like that with Wikipedia now. I'll go and look for something that I specifically want to know, and then I'll go down the Wikipedia rabbit hole of going, oh, this looks interesting. I'll read this. And the next thing you know, I've spent 3 hours looking at random crap.
And I found the thing
I wanted anyway. Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
It's a dangerous place.
Yes. Yeah. You find some interesting stuff. Stuff you didn't know you wanted to know.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I mean, you know, said our generation is we've gone from books to internet to a whole world of different things that, you know, and we were the last ones to use libraries really. We didn't. Yeah, kids these days don't know what a library is.
Well, no, it's it's getting to where like a lot of them are gonna have to really start getting more into it. You know what I mean? Because like there's just so much stuff going on in the world. Like back maybe 10 years ago, you know, kids could just basically live that kind of lazy life where they didn't have to like do much. But like, with all the stuff that's going on right now, I mean, a lot of them are going to have to kind of smarten up on, get a little wiser, you know, because like I love, you know, all the technology that's gotten, but I agree with you, like these are tools, you know. I take full advantage of learning off of it more than I do anything else. Like we were talking about history, you know, I love history, and all the tools that are available to me now, where I can just get on the internet and just look it up and read it, you know. I mean, it's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when we were growing up, unless something really, really major happened in America, we didn't know about it.
No.
You know, unless it was something like a new president, then we'd hear about that, but that was about it.
Yeah, you know, there was no American news, no American politics on British TV. It was like we were in our own little bubble.
Yeah. I think now there's so much information.
Yeah, it's almost too much.
It's almost too much. You know, it's...
Yeah.
You know... Yeah, thank you. It's like Sharon's got 2 dogs and one of them's decided to come and say hello and eat them. So, you know, I feel sorry for them in that aspect. In some cases it can be totally overwhelming.
But you don't have to read it.
But you don't...
No.
You don't have to read it, but I mean the information they get given is so, you know, I mean I go back to like the Depp Heard case. One, we'd never have, the best we had was the artist's impression of a court case, and just like legacy media reporting, the BBC giving you the bits they want you to know.
Yeah.
And to actually sit and watch a 6-week court case live is like unthinkable. You know, it's like, I mean, one of the big cases I remember in the UK was obviously the Yorkshire Ripper.
Yeah.
And you know, to actually think that nowadays you could watch a court case like that. I mean, the Idaho murders one at the moment is the big one in America, where they're arguing about whether they're going to show it live or not. And it's where. I mean, for me, it's amazing because I love, like, obviously true crime, and it's like, oh my god, we get to like see everything.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's amazing how it's coming, how far it's come in like 30 years.
Like, and rolling 24-hour news.
Yeah,
I think that's a massive thing.
Yeah.
Well, I've had conversations with people over in England, and it's like they don't even understand that concept. The younger ones don't, because like it seems like they don't understand what was going on with the BBC. You know what I mean? Like it's unforgotten history. Like the BBC was the only form of information that you guys were getting for the longest time, and it was a state regulated, you know, TV channel.
It still is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It still is.
I mean, I know people go on about like the Russian TV channels and the Chinese TV channels. Well, they you only get to hear what they want you to hear. But that's exactly what the BBC used to be like up until the mid-90s.
Yeah.
Well,
it still is.
Well, it still is now, but because there's a lot more competition and other channels involved. But it's basically that you got your news from the BBC, and the BBC told you the news.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't until really Sky News came along.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, and then you had like a different news, and you're like, whoa, we have options. It's which was like, and then it became like the conversation piece of, well, the BBC said this, yes, but Sky News said this.
It's completely different.
Yeah.
And then when 9/11 happened, because we had rolling 24-hour news and obviously Sky and Fox News and other channels were all. It's like we watched 9/11 happen live, which was both fascinating and horrifying.
Well, I was living in Germany when 9/11 happened, and we had in Germany, if you're like with the British Forces, you have BFBS, which is British Forces Broadcasting Service, and it shows you the best of UK TV.
God.
Which was basically soaps. You just had soaps on all day. About 6 weeks after they're shown in the UK. So it was, and I remember I was watching Neighbours, and all of a sudden it just stopped, and it was like reporting live, and it was BBC News, and you saw the first tower had been hit. And we just sat there watching it going, what on earth has happened? You know, there was not a lot of like commentary on what was going on. And then it started telling us that like the first tower had been hit, the World Trade Center, and at the time obviously they didn't know it was a terrorist attack. And then you just saw the second plane go into the second tower, and you're like, what is happening? Well, what is going on? What is... for us being in the military, it was like, are we watching the start of like World War III? It was like, what is going on? And then there was phone calls coming in from like our husbands going, right, we're now on high alert, this is what is happening, blah blah blah. And we're like, right, okay. It was it was mad to actually see something like that in real time.
But now it's a given that if something happens in the world, anywhere in the world, we get to see it like pretty much
instantaneously. Yeah.
It's and see, that's what I mean. It's like you talk to the younger ones. I've talked to the ones that are in their 30s and their 20s and stuff like that, and it's like a lost history, kind of like they don't know. You know what I mean? It's like it's almost like it's just been erased.
Yeah. I mean, you think like back in World War II, news was taking like a week to come back.
Yeah.
Like just from France, so.
Which is literally, I can see France from where I live. If I stand on the beach and look in the right direction, I can see it. It's that close.
Yeah. Yeah, and that was news was taking a week or so to come back. And again, it was so heavily edited. It was almost propaganda, not news.
Yeah.
And so now, 80 years later, we've got instantaneous news. You're like, it's mad. But yeah, and I think kids today do just take it as granted, as like, if anything's happening, I'm going to hear about it straight away.
Yeah, they go straight to. Not to Twitter because they don't use Twitter. They don't use Twitter, but
it's not Twitter, it's X.
Yeah.
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk.
Don't start with me about that.
It's like, it's like I say to James, oh, have you heard about so and so? He went, oh yeah, I saw it on Facebook.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay. Or oh yeah, I got a notification about it, or. And I mean, I think newspapers are going to be gone soon. There's such a. Whereas that's what, I remember having to go down like and get the newspaper for my granddad, the Sunday newspaper every weekend.
The big one.
So I could read the news.
The big Sunday paper.
Yeah.
The one that, you fold out into a map, fill up the table.
You used to have to get the News of the World and the Sunday Mirror, so you got both viewpoints. You've got to get two just to make sure I get everything. But yeah, and I mean, we've got the British have a love-hate relationship with newspapers. I think it's it's just mad to think how far it's come in like 30 years.
Yeah.
It's I mean, I think the first big live event I remember seeing was Charles and Diana's wedding, and that was like unheard of. And now,
when was that?
81.
Yeah, I was going to say 81, 82.
Yeah, Charles and Diana's wedding was 81. and now it's like a given that that's what's going to happen. Any big event, it's going to be on telly.
Yeah.
You know, it's. Oh.
Well, I think we better cut this short and everything, because it's got to be wild. It's like 12 o'clock for you guys. I know that much.
Yes.
You're gonna end up falling asleep. I bet you anything. That's what Zach said, that he had to head out to get ready for get some rest and stuff. I think he said it was an awesome chat.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
I really enjoyed spending time with you ladies, man. This was excellent. We really had a good conversation, and anytime you want to come back on here, man, you let me know, let Zach know, and we'll bring you back on. This is excellent. And the history thing too, I really would love to sit and talk with you guys about that stuff some more, and both of you together. Not one of you, but both of you.
Yeah, we do work better as a double act, don't we?
Yeah, you do. You guys are excellent. And I want you to know too, I watched that episode that Zach had with you, and I told him straight out, we need to have you on, because you guys are awesome. So
thank you so much.
Anytime you guys want back on, you just let me know, and we'll put you back on for another show. So
yeah,
sounds great.
And I will talk to you later, okay?
All right, brilliant. Thanks, Ryan.
You too.